Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. The Child of Mew. Prologue, Mew and the Orphan Boy. What if something different happened in the Pokemon anime? What if Ash's mother died in a Pokemon attack along with his father? What if a certain legendary Pokemon took interest in adopting him when he was little? All that equals a whole new Pokemon anime. Ash's main Pokemon team will be both different and the same than in the original anime. He'll still catch all the original Pokemon, but he's getting a lot more variety, and because I want to use something new and fresh, and don't worry, he'll still have and use Pikachu. Ash Ketchum was only 3 years old. His mother, Delilah, and his father, went out to get some groceries. Unfortunately, while they were on their way to Viridian City, they were attacked by angry flocks of Spearow and Fearow. They were angry because another human had captured their beloved leader and now wants to destroy any human that comes across their territory. Delilah and Ash's dad didn't have any Pokemon with them except a weak Meowth, which didn't stand a chance against the angry flock. The Fearow dove in on the defenseless humans with their sharp beaks, ready to pierce flesh. At the same time, a small pink, cat-like Pokemon was flying by. It stopped when it saw those two poor humans being mercilessly pecked to death by those angry Spearow and Fearow. It heard the woman spoke her last words, "Please. Someone. Look after my little Ash." The Pokemon glared at the birds angrily before shooting a powerful pink beam filled with psychic energy at them. Scared and frightened, the Spearow and Fearow all flew away. The little Pokemon gave the two lifeless humans a pitiful look. Nobody deserved to die like that, not even humans. Then the Pokemon remembered hearing the woman spoke out someone called Ash. Did she have a child? Using its psychic powers, the Pokemon found out the son lived in a house in a place called Pallet Town. There was a little human child with raven black hair alone at the house. The Pokemon's body glowed as it transformed itself into a human woman. "Who are you?" "Mommy told me to never talk to strangers," the boy, Ash, said shyly. The Pokemon turned human side, using telepathic to talk to him. "Your parents aren't coming back, I'm afraid. They were attacked and killed by a flock of Spearow and Fearow. I'm sorry. Mommy and Daddy are never coming back." The little boy's eyes soon filled with tears. "Please don't cry, little one, I will take care of you," said the woman, hugging the small child. "Why you will? What's your name?" Ash asked while rubbing his tearful eyes. "My name is Mew, but you may call me Mema." Mema is the equivalent of mommy or parent in Pokemon terminology. For 7 years, the Pokemon called Mew had taken Ash to alternate dimensions to play with him. Ash saw it more as torture. He was nothing more than Mew's toy. She turned him into a toy for Growlives, then she had him become a Rattata for Meowth to chase, but what was really terrible was when she morphed him into a berry for a Pokemon to eat him. Mew stated she wanted him to experience a Pokemon's digestive system up close and personal. Mew would often turn him into a puppet or plushie for her to play with. Poor Ash wished Mew never adopted him. All she's ever done was torture him, not take care of him. Then again, she did feed and shelter him, and even though she's overly playful and hyperactive, she did seem to love him, but Ash didn't know for sure because he never could tell what the Mew was thinking. Mew had altered Ash's house ever since the adoption, so whenever they go inside, it turns into a huge castle with pink bubbles floating around and the floor was as cushy and soft as a pillow. Mew called it the Play Castle of Dreams. Ash had spent the next 7 years of his life trying to survive Mew's games. While doing so, however, he learned a lot about Pokemon and not just from his own region either. There were others he learned from Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh and a really far away place called Unova. Ash really had a fascination with EV, however, as it can evolve into 7 different types of Pokemon. Ash also learned that Mew, the one who's been playing with him since he was 3, is the rarest of all Pokemon and was known as the Phantom Pokemon because she, Ash dubbed Mew as a female, was so rarely seen and often disappears once spotted. Ash couldn't believe that Mew would never leave him alone if she really never interacts with humans more than 3 seconds and begins to wonder if this was the same Mew he heard about. Today, however, was Ash's 10th birthday, and he finally found a great way to leave his home and escape Mew, go on a Pokemon journey. Having Mew force him to see all these different kinds of Pokemon had him wanting to start a journey to catch and raise all these Pokemon. Now if he could just get to Professor Oak before a certain legendary cat Pokemon spots him. Pre-chapter, Escape Mew and Meet Pikachu. Ash was eager to get his first Pokemon from Professor Small Oak. Whenever those rare moments Mew would leave Ash alone, he would often go to Professor Oak's lab. There he met Gary Oak, Small Oak's grandson. The two both liked Pokemon, but they don't get along well, they became fierce rivals right off the bat. Ash heard Small Oak was giving away 3 Pokemon tomorrow and he's going to use one to start his journey and his escape from Mew. The only problem, other than sneaking away from Mew, was the Decision. Ash really liked Charmander, but he was planning to get either a Vulpix, Growlithe or Ponyta as his fire type because he really likes foxes, dogs and horses. Besides, he wanted a Dragonite later on too, if he could catch one, and don't need 2 fire/flying types. Squirtle was an okay choice, but Ash was planning to get a Vaporeon from an Eevee later or perhaps a Lapras and don't want another water type. Then there was Bulbasaur. Ash wasn't planning on using any grass nor poison types on his planned team, but he didn't like Venusaur, mostly due to the traumatizing experience when Mew turned him into a small Piku and a Venusaur, that happens to have a strong dislike to electric types for some reason, almost crushed or whipped him to death. "Oh Ashy," an all too familiar voice sang his nickname. Ash froze as he slowly turned his head to the door of his bedroom to see the floating pink legendary herself, Mew. Ash's bedroom was the same size as a luxury hotel suite. Mew really amped up everything like a huge mansion. Ash is one of the very few humans that could understand Pokemon, mostly due to growing up with Mew and having it turn him into a Pokemon or something for Pokemon to play with or eat. "It's getting late, shouldn't you be asleep? If you have enough energy to watch TV then you have enough energy to play," Mew said with a playful smile. Ash, using the big screen TV Mew conjured up, was watching the Pokemon League in the Indigo Plateau. One trainer was using a Gengar while the other was using a Nidorino, which fell asleep to Gengar's hypnosis. The trainer returned Nidorino and threw out a green Pokeball. It released a huge rock snake Pokemon called Onix. "Ah, come on, Mema. I mean, Mew, I want to see who wins." Ash didn't want to call Mew his Mema anymore since he became 10, which was yesterday, but he was just too used to it. "Hey, don't stop calling me Mema just because you're old enough for a Pokemon journey now." Mew pouted cutely. Ash sighed and said, "But you're not really my mom or dad. You're a legendary Pokemon and I'm a human being." Mew's big blue eyes then shinned as an idea dawned to her. Ash didn't like the gleam in her eyes, he knew it meant she was gaining a really big idea. The last time he saw that sparkle in her eyes, he ended up inside the stomach of a crocodile when they were in the Unova region. "You know something, Ashy? You're right. You and I are not really related. But perhaps there's a way I could change that," she smiled. What exactly do you plan on doing?" Ash asked, nervously, ready to make a run for it, but he knew she would catch him. She always did. It's not really fair since she can fly and teleport and put him into an unpoppable pink bubble. Mew gave him a mischievous smile that sent a chill down the boy's spine. Now Ash was really scared. Whenever she smiles like that means he'll end up as a Growlithe's chew toy. I am sorry, Mema. Forget I ever said anything, just don't turn me into a chew toy again," cried Ash, begging for his life and possibly his sanity. Mew giggled at his paranoia. "Oh relax, Ashy, it's nothing like that. You just gave me an idea, something I should have done 6 or perhaps 7 years ago. But I'll do it tomorrow, it's late. Enjoy your last day as a human, Ashy. With a yawn, Mew teleported to her bed. Ash gulped. What did Mew mean when she said, enjoy your last day as a human? Was she going to turn him into a Pokemon again? No, whenever she did, it only lasted for a few hours, a day at the most, before he was human again. The way she was talking felt more like a permanent change. I need to get out of here, now. Ash turned off the TV and began packing his bags as quietly and quickly as he could. Ash decided to go near Professor Oak's lab and wait there until morning. Hopefully Mew won't notice him gone until he got far away. Far, far, away. Maybe he should start his journey in Unova. No, he doesn't have the money for such a boat ride. Ash made it to Professor Oak's house, but to his dismay, it was locked. There's no way Ash was going back home and have Mew do something drastic to him. So the boy decided to sleep in the bushes tonight. He's done it before when Mew turned him into a forest Pokemon a few times, so it was nothing new. Ash groggily woke up the next morning to hear many voices. Almost like a crowd. Then he heard a very familiar and very aggravating voice talking to the said crowds of people. That's right, folks, I have gotten the best Pokemon ever from my grandfather. This Squirtle and I will become top of the entire Pokemon world and be known as Pokemon MSTRs, he heard the person say in cockiness. Ash used to be quite cocky himself, but Mema always warned him to never get cocky and actually showed him what happens to cocky people, and they all ended with them being snobby or hateful people, and now he hates cockiness with a passion. Ash stood up from the bushes and took out the leaves on his hair before putting his cap back on. What time was it? The sun was pretty high in the sky. Oh. Ash hoped he wasn't too late. It'll be very bad because there might not be any more Pokemon left and Mew may find him. Ash silently watched as his rival rode off in a red car with all his fans running after him. What a show-off. Ash? So you finally decided to show up after all, said a familiar voice. Ash turned to see it was Professor Oak. Professor Oak, please tell me you still have a Pokemon. I really need one to start my journey and to get away from my crazy Mema for a while. Nobody, not even Professor Oak, knew about Mew raising Ash. They all thought she was Delia, as Mew would transform into her whenever someone came to their house. Mew would turn the house back to normal whenever there was someone else other than Ash was in the house. I'm sorry, Ash, but my grandson just took the last one. Professor Oak apologized. Ash was desperate, there was no way he was going back to Mew. You sure you don't have just one more, please? Professor Oak thought about it and said, well. There is one left, but it's not exactly for beginners. Ash didn't care, just as long as he gets away from Mew, and this one Pokemon is his only ticket out of here. I'll take it. Professor Oak led the boy back to his lab. Samuel handed Ash a Pokeball with a lightning bolt symbol. Ash opened the Pokeball, it released a bright light and it took form of a small, yellow mouse with red cheeks and a lightning bolt tail. This is Pikachu. It's an electric type. Oak explained as the Pikachu blinked a few times. Ash knew about Pikachu from his Mema. She turned him into a Piku once and a Pikachu played with him. He also knew that Pikachu tend to be hard to handle, especially for beginning trainers like himself. This Pikachu looked extra stubborn though as it turned its head to the side with its nose in the air, acting like a snob who's too good for anyone. It's cute and all, but why do you have a Pikachu? Ash asked the professor. Professor Oak cleared his throat and said, yes, well, I ran into it when I was on my way back from Viridian City and caught it in a Pokeball. It's not tamed yet and I'm afraid it doesn't like humans much. You got that right. Touch me and I'll shock you so hard you won't be able to stand, the Pikachu snapped. Of course, all Professor Oak heard was, Pikachu. Pika, Pika, Chew, Chew. Ash on the other hand was able to understand it perfectly. Ash acted like he didn't know what the Pikachu said so he wouldn't raise suspicions. It doesn't look too happy. Ash's sweat dropped as sparks of electricity came out of its red cheeks. You sure you want it, Ash? You could always wait until I get more Pokemon for you to start with. Oak suggested. Ash would rather take his chances with a stubborn Pikachu than with a playful and possibly angry Mew. No problem, I'll take it, Professor. You'll see, Pikachu and I will be best of friends. Ash went to pet it, but quickly pulled back as Pikachu looked as though it was about to let loose a thundershock attack on the boy as soon as he toughed the electric rodent. Okay, suit yourself. Take these then, your Pokédex and your Pokeballs. The Pokédex will serve as your guide, information on Pokemon and your ID. Professor Oak said, handing Ash a pile of Pokeballs and a Pokédex. Thanks, Professor Oak. Ash said with a smile as he took them. Ash stepped outside of the lab with the Pikachu, reluctantly, following him. Ash tried to put the Pikachu into its Pokeball, but it kept jumping away from the red beam of light. The Pikachu hissed, telling Ash he hated being confined in Pokeballs more than he hated humans. Ash was relieved to see Mema wasn't awake yet. He had to leave Pallet Town now before she wakes up and finds him gone. Ash was running out of Pallet Town with the Pikachu running beside him. It couldn't stray away from him because he has its Pokeball and is technically his trainer, whether he likes it or not. When Ash was a safe distance away from Pallet Town, he decided to talk with his new Pikachu. Hey, Pikachu, are you going to be like this? The whole way? Of course. I never wanted to go with you. Pikachu snapped as he turned his head away from the boy. Ash sighed and said, Look, I like you a lot, so I don't know why you dislike me so much. Why don't you open your mouth and tell me what's wrong? Pikachu opened his mouth widely. Ash sighed. That's not what I meant. My problem is you. If you want me to like you, then release me. Pikachu answered with a hiss. You know I can't do that. I need you in order to become a good Pokemon trainer. Ash said. Pikachu looked at him curiously. Did a human just understand him? Thinking it could have been a guess, Pikachu decided to test it. Did you know my favorite berry is Pecha? Now tell me what my favorite berry is. Pikachu said with a snap of his small fingers to the boy. Ash blinked, Is that a trick question? You just told me your favorite berry was Pecha. Pikachu's suspicions was confirmed. You can understand me. How? You don't look like you were raised by Pokemon. Then again, you do have the smell of Pokemon all over you. Ash then realized that Pikachu must have noticed how strange it was that a human was having a casual conversation with a Pokemon. Ash mentally smacked himself in the face. He was so used to talking to Mew and other Pokemon whenever she transformed him that he forgot that humans can't normally understand the Pokemon language. Well, before Ash could answer, however, another boy about his age came running his way, presumably going to his hometown. Hey, did you just come from Pallet Town? The boy asked him and sounded in a hurry. Yeah, what's the rush? Ash asked curiously. Did ya see it? See what? You know. The Phantom Pokemon people's been saying, there are some rumors they saw it in Pallet Town. I'm hopping to catch it, the boy said excitedly. At this, Ash immediately knew just who the boy was talking about. Ash's blood went cold as memories of his time with his Mema all came back to him. Mew was sure to be awake by now looking for him. The last thing he wanted was for Mew to find him after running away. And no, I haven't seen any Phantom Pokemon. You sure it was in Pallet Town? Ash lied and Pikachu took notice. Oh, well that's too bad. Still, I'm not giving up until I find it, the boy began running back to Pallet Town. Wait. I didn't catch your name. Ash called after the boy. Call me Richie, the boy known as Richie shouted while still running. I'm Ash by the way. Ash called after him, hoping he heard him. You were lying about the phantom Pokemon, weren't you? Pikachu said as soon as Richie was out of sight. Ash sweat dropped. Of course Pokemon could detect lies much better than humans. He should have known from his years with Mew that he could never lie to her. Then again, she's a psychic type and can read his mind if she wanted to. He was just glad she didn't do that last night, or she would have found out about his escape plan. Ash sighed and said, well yeah, I have seen the phantom Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon was it? Pikachu asked curiously. It's a Mew. Pikachu's eyes went wide. Mew. That Pokemon is like the creator of all Pokemon. But how could a dimwit human like you could have seen it? No human came in contact with Mew before for more than 3 seconds. Ash glared at Pikachu. Forget about it. Let's just keep going. I'd like to try and capture more Pokemon. Oh please, do you think I would help you with that? I wouldn't betray my fellow Pokemon just to help you, human boy. Pikachu snapped. Come on, please Storm. I can't catch a Pokemon without your help. Ash slightly begged the electric mouse. Pikachu looked at Ash. Did you just called me Storm? Ash nodded. Well yeah, just calling you by your species is kinda lame, so I prefer to name all the Pokemon I'll catch. I called you Storm because you are an electric type and you're like a thunderstorm to me. Pikachu aka Storm gave Ash a mixed look. He was angry that the human had the nerve to nickname him. On the other hand, he kind of liked it. Storm has a really nice ring to it and fits his personality. Ash hoped he and Storm could learn to get along so he could be on the road of becoming a great Pokemon MSTR, but mostly to escape from Mew, who is bound to be looking for him as it hardly ever lets him out of her sight. Chapter 1, The Flock of Spearow and Fearow. A small brown bird flew over Ash and Pikachu's head. Ash immediately recognized it as a Pidgey. Even though Ash knew a lot about Pidgey, due to Mew, he pulled out the Pokédex, mostly because Professor Oak wanted him to analyze any new Pokemon he came across during his journey. Pidgey came on the small screen of the Pokédex and a male computer voice talked. Pidgey, the tiny bird Pokemon. Pidgey are usually peaceful creatures and prefer to use sand to blind enemies in order to get away. They are very common and are useful for beginning trainers to test their Pokemon skills. Ash nodded. He knew the Pidgey around here were very weak and easy for beginning trainers to capture. Still, even though they are weak, they still needed to be weakened before he could throw a Pokeball and catch it. Alright Storm, use Thundershock on that Pidgey. Ash ordered, knowing flying types like Pigday are weak to electric types like Pikachu. Unfortunately, Storm refused to help Ash. I'd rather Thundershock you. Like I said, I'm not about to betray my fellow Pokemon. The boy looked at the stubborn Pikachu. He should have known Storm wouldn't help him, but how was he going to catch any new Pokemon if his only one refused to cooperate with him? Ash tried to think of a way to get Storm to cooperate long enough for him to catch a Pokemon that will listen to him. From what he learned about Pikachu during his time as a Piku, they are shy and stubborn around people. They live in forests and love electricity. Storm told him earlier Pecha berries were his favorite. Hey, if you help me capture a Pokemon, I promise to give you all the Pecha berries you could eat. Ash promised. Storm looked thoughtful. Eating all the Pecha berries he could eat sounded nice, but he decided it's not worth it to do what this freak kid said. I can find my own Pecha berry. Why don't you try to catch that Pidgey yourself? I'll just watch you mess up from that tree. Storm replied as he ran up a tree and gave Ash a big yawn. Ash grumbled, there's no way he could catch a Pokemon by himself. Ash then heard scampering on the ground. Opening his eyes he saw a purple rat-like creature sniffing around for food. Rattata. Ash opened his Pokédex. Rattata, the rat Pokemon. They have sharp fangs that can gnaw on almost anything. Despite having such a fierce appearance, however, Rattata lives peacefully with the Pidgey. Ash knew Rattata a lot better than Pidgey, because Mew had turned him into one before. He remembered his teeth itched so bad he gnawed on everything he saw. He chuckled when he remembered literally chewing a boulder in half with those teeth. A Rattata's fangs are not to be underestimated. The Rattata looked at Ash and sniffed him, then it smiled and said, "Hey Ash. I haven't seen you since the cold times, how have you been?" Ash looked at the Rattata. How did it know him? Then he recognized this Rattata. It was the same one he befriended when Mew turned him into a Rattata during winter last year. "Remy? Is that really you?" Ash smiled at his old friend, who's a female Rattata. "I thought it was you, your scent was familiar." "Long time no see, Ash." Remy the Rattata said with a smile. Remy had seen Mew turn Ash back to human once before, but the Rattata didn't know Ash was truly human. She thought he was the Mew's child, so she has deep respect for him as Mew was the creator of Pokemon. Ash knew that as a Pokemon trainer it was his duty to catch new Pokemon, but as an old friend of Remy, he'd rather not keep her in captivity of a Pokeball, especially since Storm really seems to dislike it. Remy looked around curiously and said, "Where's your Mema? You two are hardly ever separate." When Mew turned Ash into a Rattata, she turned herself into a Pidgey and stuck by him. Ash gave the Rattata a nervous look before telling her, I decided to leave the nest and see the world. I just hope Mema understands." Then Remy noticed the Pikachu sleeping lazily on the tree branch. "Hey! I've never seen a Pikachu out here before, what's he doing up there?" Ash glared at the electric mouse. "That's Storm, he's my Pokemon but he refuses to cooperate with me." "Your Pokemon? Oh, so that's why you're still human, you've decided to try out becoming a Pokemon trainer. That's so cool. A Pokemon being a Pokemon trainer." Remy said excitedly jumping around. "Yeah well, it's not so great when your one and only Pokemon refuses to cooperate with you. Storm tried to zap me a few times and won't listen to anything I say to him." Ash sighed. Remy frowned and nodded. She knew Pikachu were hard to handle, but this one seemed incredibly stubborn. "Maybe I could help you, Ash. I'll let you capture me, so just hit me with one of those capsule ball those humans always use to capture us." Ash looked at Remy with a confused look. She actually wanted to be captured. He never heard of such a thing. "But I can't do that to you, Remy. What about your friends and family? I wanted to catch Pokemon I don't know so I could befriend them, but I feel like betraying you if I catch you, Remy." Remy giggled. I know. You know us Rattata always lived in fear to hide from others and to survive. We really hated the idea of being captured by human trainers. But you're different Ash, because you're my friend and I want to help you. Besides, my family are a bit busy. Actually, instead of capturing you in a Pokeball, how about you just follow me until I can catch my own Pokemon? One that'll actually listen to me. Ash glared at the electric rodent on the tree. Remy sighed, but decided to do so. Ash lowered his arm and she ran up to his shoulder. At the same time, Storm opened his eyes and was surprised to see Ash had a Rattata on his shoulder. "What the? How did you catch that Rattata?" Storm asked in surprise. "I didn't capture her, Storm. Remy here is an old friend of mine, she promised to help me catch my own Pokemon since you refused to do so." Ash answered. "So you're Storm. Why do you refuse to help Ash? Didn't you know he's the child of Dash?" Before Remy could finish, Ash quickly put a hand over her mouth, careful of the sharp fang in front. "I don't want him to know of Mema, it's a private thing." Ash whispered to the rat Pokemon, who nodded in understanding. Ash wanted his Pokemon to like him for who he is, not because of what his Mema was. Storm looked at Remy and started blushing. Ash took notice and chuckled. "It looks like someone has a crush on you, Remy." Remy chuckled too. Storm looked away, thankful that he already has red cheeks to cover up his blush, but it didn't stop them from noticing. Human. Must destroy. Human Pokemon. Must Datary. Ash, Remy and Storm heard someone say as if rabid. What was that? Storm asked nervously, not liking that voice. It sounded like a Spearow. Ash said seriously, remembering that Mew told him his parents died because a flock of Spearow and Fearow suddenly attacked them with no apparent reason. Remy gasped, oh no, they're back. The Fearow flock are back. The Fearow flock. What do you mean? Ash asked the trembling Rattata on his shoulder. They come every once a year in spring to pick on the weaker Pokemon here and steal all the food. They are very territorial and will attack humans and their Pokemon without warning. Nobody knows why they hate humans and their Pokemon so much, they just do, she explained. My parents must have came out here when the Fearow flock was here. Ash said grimly as he looked around for any of the oncoming birds. Pika! Storm screamed as a Spearow dived at him. Storm was hanging onto the tree. Storm! Zap it with your Thundershock! Ash called out. The Pikachu didn't hesitate as it let loose a jolt of electricity at the offending Spearow, shocking it to the ground. Ash took out his Pokédex. Spearow, the bird Pokemon. Unlike the peaceful Pidgey, Spearow has a bad attitude and will not hesitate to attack. Ash took out his Pokeball ready to capture it, but the Spearow suddenly called out, human here. Get him now before he escapes. Suddenly, hundreds of Spearow and Fearow came flying out of a big tree, heading straight towards them. We can't fight them all. Run! Ash cried with Remy still on his shoulder and Storm coming up right behind him. Looking back, Ash knew they couldn't outrun them forever as the angry birds were closing in fast. Ash held Remy and gently placed her near the bushes with Storm running ahead. I'm sorry, Remy, but you stay here and hide until the Fearow flock is gone. Ash said to her before standing back up. Wait Ash, what if you get killed? Please take me with you. Remy begged with tears in her eyes. She didn't want her friend to be chased and possibly killed by the Fearow flock. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Remy. Ash said quickly before running as fast as he could just before the Fearow flock caught up to him. Remy hid in the bushes as she watched all the Fearow and Spearow passing her to get Ash and Storm. The little Rattata just cried silently to herself, hopping and praying that somehow both Ash and Storm will make it out alive. Ash managed to catch up with the running Pikachu, but both of them were soon caught up by the Fearow and Spearow. They were jabbing their beaks on both Ash and Storm. Storm was weakened greatly and didn't have the strength nor energy to keep going or to zap them. Ash had better stamina as Mew put him through a lot more than just being pecked by Spearow and Fearow. Leave him alone. Ash screamed at the birds as he rushed in to pick up the weakened Pikachu. Storm was barely conscious, but he knew Ash was carrying him and running from the fearsome Fearow flock. Ash couldn't see where he was going due to the Spearow pecking near his face and he fell down a waterfall while holding on to Storm tightly so he wouldn't lose the weakened Pikachu. Ash managed to swim away from an oncoming Gyarados and tried desperately to find shore and a way to Viridian City where there's a Pokemon Center to help Storm. Ash saw something that looked like a lure. It's perfect. The boy grabbed the lure tightly as someone on the other end tried to pull him up. Ash held on to the Pikachu, hoping the electric mouse can hold its breath a little longer. Finally, the person managed to pull Ash and Storm to shore. It was a teenage girl with orange/red hair and she looked disappointed to see she caught a human instead of a Pokemon. Then she noticed an unconscious Pikachu in his arms. A Pokemon. Are you okay? She asked gently to the injured Pikachu. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Ash said sarcastically, but the girl didn't get his sarcasm and snapped at him. Not you. Look at what you've done to that poor little thing. Is it breathing? She asked in concern after yelling at him. Hey, I didn't do anything. We were attacked by the Fearow flock. And I'm sure he's still alive, I just have to get him to the Pokemon Center in Viridian City. Ash answered, a little miffed she accused him of hurting Storm. Well, Viridian City isn't too far. Just keep going that way and you'll be there. And what's this about a Spearow flock? She asked. Ash didn't have time to answer when he saw all those Spearow and Spearow coming after him from afar. It was obvious they weren't letting him go that easily. They're coming back. You need to go hide. I'll lead them away and get to Viridian City as soon as possible. Ash said quickly to the girl as he sat on her bike and put Storm in the basket. What are you doing? That's my bike, she hissed angrily at him. I'm sorry, but I really need to borrow this. I'll give it to Officer Jenny when I reach Viridian City. You can pick it up from there. Ash quickly as he pedaled away as fast as he could while making sure Storm didn't fall off. While Ash was pedaling on the bicycle as fast he could, Storm was looking at the exhausted human. Rain began to pour from the dark clouds above. Oh, don't rain now. Ash grumbled as he pedaled faster while the ground beneath him was getting muddy and harder to cycle on. Why does he go so far to save me? Why didn't he just ditch me when those Spearow and Spearow tried to peck me to death? After all the trouble I've caused him and all those things I said to him. He's still trying so hard to save me. Storm thought when he noticed the trouble Ash was going through to save him. Hang in there, Storm, we'll get to the Pokemon Center soon. Ash said determinedly to the barely conscious Pikachu. Unfortunately, those Spearow and Spearow soon caught up to him. They pecked Ash's head. The boy was never so glad to be wearing a hat or his skull would have been pierced a long time ago. However, this caused Ash to lose control of the wet bike and caused him and Storm falling down. Lightning struck as Ash looked up to see Storm lying beside him. Storm. I'm sorry about all this. If I hadn't tried to run away from home, none of this would have happened. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want my Mema. Storm's eyes widened. Did this human just say Mema? He thought only Pokemon called their parents that. Humans use the term mom and dad for female and male. Mema referred to both in Pokemon term. Ash saw those angry Spearow and Spearow closing in on them. He knew there was no time. Ash took out Storm's Pokeball and set it in front of the Pikachu. Storm, get in the Pokeball. I know you hate going in there, but it's the only way I can save you. You hate me, so this will be the last time you'll see me. Just get in the Pokeball and don't come out until it's safe. Ash said to the Pikachu with tearful eyes. Storm looked at Ash as the boy stood up in front of the flock fearlessly. Was the boy really going to kill himself to save him? Storm couldn't believe this. The boy couldn't throw his life away just to save one little Pikachu. Spearow, do you know who I am? I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. I may not be truly related, but Mew is my Mema. Ash announced, believing he'll die right here and now, he might as well let the truth out. Storm was even more surprised than ever to hear Ash was indeed raised by a Pokemon, and Mew no less. Now he felt ashamed more than ever. If Mew let this human boy, Ash, to call it his Mema, then it must have saw him as its own child. Pokemon only allow humans to call them Mema if they see them as their own kit. The Spearow and Spearow didn't seem to care that Ash was Mew's adoptive son. Most likely they don't believe it. 7 years ago, you attacked and killed my real parents and Mew took me in. It's too bad that I decided to run away, but I can't change the past. So I'll take my punishment from all of you. Come and get me. Ash cried out as all the Spearow and Spearow charged at him. Storm wanted to help Ash. He wanted to stop those birds from ripping him apart, but his body was much too weak to even move. What was he going to do? He didn't want Ash to die, especially since the boy will die thinking he hated him. The truth is, Storm was insecure with humans due to an incident when he was a Piku. Something invisible whispered something to the weakened Pikachu. Do you wish to save my little Ashie? It sounded high-pitched and cute. Why did it say, my little Ashie? Storm didn't have time to think about this as Ash was about to be ripped to shreds. Yes, I do. I want to save him, please. Storm cried out. The invisible creature gave a satisfying smile, even though nobody could see it, and held on to Storm. Storm felt energy coming from the creature and started running towards Ash and the incoming Spearow flock. Ash was surprised to see Storm jumping from his shoulder to the front of the Spearow flock. The invisible creature somehow summoned lightning to strike the electric mouse. When it did, Storm felt so much power that it had to discharge all that extra energy, resulting in a literal explosion of electricity. The Spearow flock were nowhere to be seen. Ash and Storm were unconscious after the explosion. The invisible creature turned visible to reveal it to be none other than Mew. The Mew waved its small hand and the storm clouds dissipated, leaving the clear starry sky. Mew looked at the Pikachu. I thank you for your bravery and for saving my little Ashie. Then she looked at her son with a warm motherly smile. She wasn't angry at him for running away. In fact, she knew he would. Oh Ashie, when will you ever learn you can't hide anything or run from your mama? I knew you were planning to go on a Pokemon journey and running away from me a long time ago. I suppose it's not time for you to truly become my child, at least not yet. I'll be watching you and I wish you the best of luck on your journey. No way was I letting those Spearow and Spearow do to you what they did to your human parents 7 years ago. Be careful, my little Ashie. After saying that, Mew patted his head and gave him a light kiss on his cheek before disappearing. Presumably turning invisible again or teleporting elsewhere. As the morning sun rises, Ash and Storm both woke up at the same time, looking at each other's tired eyes. They both smiled at each other fondly. Well, we beat them. Ash said weakly as Storm nodded, too weak and tired to speak. Mew was close by, however, and decided to let her son see a little gift before he continues his journey. He deserves it after such bravery yesterday. There was a rainbow and thought this was a perfect time for Ho-Oh to appear. Mew used transform and turned herself into Ho-Oh, one of her favorite transformation as she and Ho-Oh were old friends when she visited Johto years ago. As Ho-Oh, Mew slowly flew over her child and his Pikachu, going towards the rainbow the rain caused last night. Ash and Storm looked up to see the Mew turned Ho-Oh flying towards the rainbow. The Pokédex claims there was no data on such Pokemon. Even so, Ash knew this Pokemon. Mew actually had him meet Ho-Oh every week in the summer near the bell tower as they were good friends. Ho-Oh was like Ash's secondary father. What's Ho-Oh doing here? I thought he was back in Johto. Ash wondered. Storm would have asked Ash about this, if he could talk and remembered that Mew was Ash's mema. The little Pikachu remembered Ash saying that the Spearow flock killed his real parents 7 years ago. Mew must have pitied him and adopted the boy. Ho-Oh disappeared into the rainbow. Ash picked up Storm and began walking. He was relieved to see he was close to Viridian City, it was just down the hill. Storm liked Ash's cheek, the same spot Mew kissed him. Ash gave a smile, glad to know Storm liked and trusted him now. Ash continued to walk down the hill towards Viridian City while Storm finally let himself fall unconscious, knowing he was safe in Ash's arms. Chapter 2, Team Rocket. Ash was now running as soon as he got to Viridian City. He had a feeling he forgot something when he was passing Officer Jenny's station, but shrugged it off as he wanted to get Storm to the Pokemon Center as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone pulled Ash's collar, stopping him from running any further and almost choking him. Hold it. Just where do you think you're going with that Pokemon, young man? It was Officer Jenny and she seemed to think he was stealing the Pikachu. Hey! It's my Pokemon and it's hurt and I've got to get it to the Pokemon Center right away. Ash exclaimed, a bit offended she would think he'd steal a Pokemon. He could never do that. Jenny looked at the Pikachu and at Ash. I'm sorry, I thought you were stealing it. Just show me your ID and you can go. You know that it's unusual for a trainer to be carrying a Pokemon in his arms instead of in a Pokeball. Ash nodded as he held out his Pokédex and showed Officer Jenny his ID. She nodded in approval. So you're Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Just out of curiosity, have you seen this phantom Pokemon everyone keeps talking about that was seen in Pallet Town? She asked him. Ash's sweat dropped. Was this really the time to be asking such questions? Look, I really need to get Storm to the Pokemon Center. Please tell me where it is so I can find it. Jenny smiled and said, "Oh, don't you worry about that. This is a Pokemon emergency, I'll have you there in no time at all." Ash soon found himself on Officer Jenny's motorcycle. Now Ash really feels like he's forgetting something. Something about cycling and Officer Jenny? The nagging thought went away, however, when Jenny stepped on the gas and Ash held on to Storm tightly so the Pikachu wouldn't be sent flying. Ash didn't notice a certain orange/red-haired girl was behind him and she was beyond miffed as she ran after them, already knowing where he was going. Officer Jenny soon saw a huge building with the big letter P on it. There is it, get ready Ash. That's the Pokemon Center. It's huge. Ash had seen a few Pokemon Center before when his mema took him to a few cities, but never one so big before. This is where it gets tricky, now hold on tight Ash. Jenny warned right before her motorcycle was literally sent flying and landed right in front of Nurse Joy's counter. A perfect landing. We have a driveway, you know. Nurse Joy said when she saw Jenny leaving skid marks on her nice clean floor. This is a Pokemon emergency. Jenny said quickly. Ash stood up and showed the unconscious Pikachu in his arms. Please help him. Looks like a Pikachu. Nurse Joy hurried over to the computer and typed. I need a small stretcher for an electric rodent, stat. Right away, Chansey said as they came strolling in a stretcher. To Officer Jenny and possibly Nurse Joy, all they heard was, Chansey. Ash sighed, it's not easy being the only human around able to understand Pokemon. The Chansey gently placed Storm on the stretcher and pushed him into the emergency room. We'll have Pikachu better in no time. Nurse Joy assured the boy. We'll leave it in your capable hands, Nurse Joy. And I think I better move my motorcycle. Jenny laughed nervously. Next time use the driveway. Nurse Joy chuckled as Officer Jenny left. Is there anything I could do, Nurse Joy? Ash asked. You could try being more responsible. As a trainer, you shouldn't keep making your Pokemon battle until it's in this condition. Now we have to heal your Pikachu. Nurse Joy scolded him. What? But you don't even know what happened. I didn't make Storm keep battling, we were dash, but he was interrupted. No excuses, young man. It's your responsibility as its trainer to be more careful next time. Now sit in the waiting room, your Pikachu will be better in no time. Nurse Joy said as she went into the emergency room. Ash let out a sigh, can't believe she scolded me. Those Spearow and Fearow attacked us. Then again, maybe it is my fault for running away from home in the first place. Ash sat in the chair. He was still sleepy from all the chaos that happened yesterday. He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Ash opened his eyes to see Mew in front of him. He couldn't move his body for some reason. Just because you ran away from home, Ashy, doesn't mean I'm no longer with you. Mew said to him. What? What do you mean, Mema? Ash asked. I'm always with you, my little Ashy. I'll be watching you as you go on your Pokemon journey and perhaps someday you'll become my true child, she smiled warmly at him. You mean you knew? Of course, you can never hide anything from your Mema. Just remember, when you get into trouble, I'll always be there for you, Ashy. Mew said with a motherly smile as she rubbed his cheek gently. Ash soon woke up and saw Storm still hasn't come out of the emergency room. He sighed and wondered how long it'll be. Ash wondered if his Mema was here. She does have the ability to turn invisible after all. Ash sighed as he looked at the computers. I should call Professor Oak. It didn't take long for Professor Oak to answer the call. Hello. Ash, is that you? You're already in Viridian City? Yeah. I made it here all right. Ash said. I'm glad to see that. You know, when you left here with Pikachu I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle it. Though I still bet my grandson $1 million that you've caught a new Pokemon by the time you got to Viridian City. Ash's sweat dropped. Professor Oak will be losing a lot of money. Well. Money isn't everything, right? That was all the answer Professor Oak needed to realize Ash hadn't caught any new Pokemon before arriving. Oh, why do I even bother? But I did see a really big and rainbowy bird Pokemon flying over the rainbow. Ash almost slipped up. He didn't want Professor Oak to know just how knowledgeable he was with Pokemon, especially legendary Pokemon since not many knew about them. Oh, don't be silly, Ash, there's no way you could have seen such a Pokemon. Trainers searched their whole lives and never seen it. Oak, of course, didn't believe Ash's tale. Ash get the feeling he could tell Professor Oak the truth about his mema being Mew and no one would believe him. Professor Oak then put on a serious look on his face. Now listen, Ash Ketchum, you can't be a good Pokemon trainer without any Pokemon. You really need to start capturing Pokemon if you ever hope to catch up with your rival. Just how many Pokemon does Gary have? Ash dared to ask. Oak thought about it and said, he's already caught 10 Pokemon. 10. Ash shouted in shock, he could hardly catch one. Now this had the boy in a slump. Then Professor Oak's doorbell rang. Oh, there's my pizza. It's been nice talking to you, Ash, best of luck out there. Then he hung up. Just then, a familiar and angry voice shouted, there you are. Ash jumped when he saw that orange/red hair girl. She was angry and she was holding her bike. Or what used to be her bike. It was all charcoal now. What happened to your bike? Ash must have forgotten he had the bike with him when Storm exploded that large electric bomb. What happened to my bike? You happened to it, you little loser. This is what's left after you stole it to save your Pokemon. Now you're going to pay me back every cent it cost me, she yelled angrily at him. Ash's sweat dropped when he realized she's one of those tomboy girls. I'm sorry about your bike. I promise I'll pay you back when I can. My name is Ash, by the way. I'm called Misty, but right now I'm your worst nightmare if you don't pay me back my bike right now, she snapped at him. Look, I have my Pikachu to worry about right now. He's in the emergency room. Ash said worriedly. Misty has a soft spot for Pokemon, she went from a frenzy. Fury to a worried girl when she realized that the Pikachu was in the emergency room. As if on cue, the doors opened up and Nurse Joy, along with Chansey, came out with Storm on the stretcher and had some kind of energy light bulb strapped to his head. Storm, are you alright? Ash asked in concern. Storm, your Pikachu, is fine. It's just resting right now, good thing you brought it here so fast. Nurse Joy assured him with a smile. Thanks a lot, Nurse Joy. Ash thanked her as he petted Storm. So you nickname your Pokemon? Not a lot of people do that. Misty noticed Ash was calling his Pikachu Storm. Just then, Officer Jenny was making an announcement and sounded a little frantic. Attention! We have signs of Pokemon thieves in the city, please be on the lookout and be extremely cautious. Sounds bad. Ash started to say when two Pokeballs came crashing down from the ceiling. The Pokeballs released a gray, ball-like Pokemon with a poison symbol on its belly and the other released a purple rattlesnake, coughing and eekins. What's going on? Misty yelled over the smoke the coughing conjured up. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. To protect the world from devastation, a woman's voice said. To unite all people from within our nation, a man's voice said, and they kept suching with each line. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blast off to the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Then a cream cat with a gold coin on its forehead jumped and landed on its 2 feet. Meowth, that's right. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. Misty yelled irritated. The little girl has no idea what we're saying, James. Jessie said mockingly. Perhaps we should enlighten her. James also said mockingly. It's like a poem. I think they want to steal rare Pokemon. Ash guessed. The little boy is corrected. We came here for rare and strong Pokemon, the talking Meowth said. Ash was surprised that the Meowth can speak human language. He must have worked hard to learn how to speak it. Ash always thought only Chatot can speak in human language and that bird is only found all the way in Sinnoh. Then you came in the wrong place, this is a place for weak and sick Pokemon. Nurse Joy pointed out. Team Rocket wasn't at all discouraged. Perhaps, but we wouldn't be surprised if there was some rare and valuable Pokemon in this dump. Jessie said with a sinister smile. Okay, you're really starting to bug me. Ash was getting irritated and hoped they wouldn't find his mema. Did you hear that? Jessie chuckled. The boy is bugged. James smiled sinisterly. Meowth, then let's squash him. Meowth grinned evilly. Coughing. Ekans. Yes MSTR. We will obey. Ash heard the coughing and Ekans say before they started smashing everything in sight. This way, quick. Nurse Joy called to Ash and Misty. The 2 kids followed Nurse Joy while pushing Storm's stroller into a room filled with Pokeballs. The lights went out. What happened? Misty asked in concern. They must have cut the power. But we got our own Pika power. Nurse Joy smirked. The emergency lights came on as dozens of Pikachu were running on a wheel using their electric powers on the generator. That's smart, not many Nurse Joy uses Pokemon power. Ash noted. Nurse Joy quickly turned on the computer. We have to save these Pokeballs before they find us. I'll transport them to Pewter City. Ash saw the mechanical hand taking each Pokeball one by one and the machine transported them to Pewter City one by one. The boy knew this was too slow, there's no way they could transport all these Pokeballs before Team Rocket found them. Ash's fear came to reality as coughing busted down the door and broke the shelf that kept the Pokeballs. Now they're all over the place. Quick, pick up those Pokeballs, cried Nurse Joy. Ash started picking them up when Misty shouted, this is war. Don't just hold them, throw them. Ash quickly figured what she meant. Okay, here goes. Go Pokeball, he threw the Pokeball in his hand, it released. A Pidgey. You called? The Pidgey said looking at its opponent. The Ekans just hissed at the Pidgey and it flew away in fear. I'm not fighting that thing, it cried before returning itself back in its Pokeball. Ash tried another, but it was empty. Joy sighed and said some are indeed empty. We'll never beat them that way. Misty cried. Okay, I'll try this one. Ash threw another Pokeball and was relieved when there was actually a Pokemon in it. Not so happy when he realized the Pokemon was a Rattata. Ekans was one of Rattata's worst predator. I'm ready to fight and bite, the Rattata said determinedly. Until it spotted the snake Pokemon it would be facing. Food. Ekans hissed, scaring the poor Rattata before it returned itself back in its Pokeball for safety. Ash briefly wondered if Remy would have fought this Ekans regardless of it being her worst predator. They're just too strong. Ash groaned. Now hand over all the rare Pokemon you've got and we'll be on our way. Jessie demanded. Alright, just leave it to me. Water's my specialty. Misty threw her own Pokeball and released. A floundering Goldeen. Goldeen can be tough. If they were in water, otherwise they're as useless as a Magikarp. Wow. She's all washed up. James said when he saw the pathetic floundering Goldeen. Misty returned the Goldeen into the Pokeball. Everyone knows water types are at a disadvantage without water. Technically that's not true, mostly the fish Pokemon needs water. The rest usually have legs to walk on land. Ash corrected. Misty glared at the boy and said, "We don't have time for such things. Just get Storm and get out of here." Ash then understood, she was providing a distraction so he and Storm could get away. Pushing the stretcher with the Pikachu on it, Ash ran with Coughing and Ekans right behind him. "Come back. We catch you." They sounded like primitive cavemen, but Ash knew most poison types are like that until they evolve and speak better. Unfortunately, the stretcher ended up hitting the burnt bike, causing Ash to fall and Storm to wake up. Storm saw Ash was on the floor and saw an Ekans and a Coughing coming after him. Immediately the Pikachu knew the situation was dire and Ash needed his help. "Pikachu, come help." Storm called out his fellow Pikachu from the generator. They came jumping onto the stretcher in a big pile. They all used Thundershock on Jesse, James, Coughing and Ekans. Meowth was the only one who escaped. "Do I have to do everything around here?" "Watch out Pikachu, you're mine," Meowth said as he stalked towards them. Storm came on top of the Pikachu pile, still had that light bulb strapped to his head. Ash took notice of Storm. "Storm, glad to see you're okay." Ash smiled. Storm then said, "Ash, I need more power. Think you could provide some so we could really show these punks a thing or two?" Ash nodded and went on what was left of Misty's bike and started pedaling hard. The electricity generated to the light and Storm hopped on it. The electricity pumped from the light bulb on his head and into his body. Storm can really feel the power now. Team Rocket all looked nervous as Storm got ready to let loose a really big one since the lightning with the Spearow and Fearow. "Here it is. My THUNDSHOCK." Storm discharged a thunder shock so powerful it could easily be mistaken as and rival a thunder attack. He continued to zap Team Rocket and their Pokemon until Coughing couldn't take it anymore and let loose some gas. When the electric shock touched it, it caused a huge explosion, destroying the entire building. Officer Jenny happened to have made it just in time to see sparks fly. Literally. Too late. But not for the fireworks, she said to herself, amazed and wondered what just happened. The next morning, Ash, Storm and Misty had all left to go to the Viridian Forest. Nurse Joy's building may be destroyed, but all the Pokemon were safe and somehow her computer was still intact. She was talking to her sister in Pewter City. "The Pokeballs you sent all arrived here safely," her sister said with a smile. "Thanks sis, that's a relief to hear," Nurse Joy said in relief. "Those kids sure are something, aren't they?" Jenny chuckled. "Oh yeah, they'll be coming your way, sis. If they could get through the Viridian Forest," Joy said worriedly. The Viridian Forest was like a maze and has poisonous bug-type Pokemon like Weedle or Beedrill. "Don't worry, from what I've seen, they'll be just fine," Officer Jenny assured the nurse. "I hope you're right." Joy smiled back. And so, Ash, Storm and Misty continue their quest. Wait. Why is Misty following Ash? Oh right, he owed her a new bike. Chapter 3, The Forest of Viridian. Ash, Storm and their newest companion, Misty, were walking through the Viridian Forest. Storm wanted to ask Ash a few things like why Misty was following them and if Mew really adopted Ash. Ash told Storm he couldn't talk to him with Misty here, otherwise she'll find out his little secret of being able to talk to Pokemon. "What's so bad about her finding out you could talk to us?" Storm asked him again while Misty was busy looking around the forest nervously. "She'll find it suspicious and I don't want to have to lie if I could help it," Ash whispered to the curious Pikachu. Ever since Storm found out about Ash being raised by the great Mew itself, he's been asking questions to Ash like there's no tomorrow. "Come on, Ash, let's get out of here before any creepy bug-type Pokemon shows up," Misty said with a cringe. Ash gave Misty a look and said, "I thought you liked Pokemon." What's so bad about bug types? Nothing, I'm afraid of them, okay, she admitted grudgingly. Ash nodded in understanding. People have their phobias and fears like Pokemon do. The Viridian Forest was the worst place on Kanto for poor Misty since it's filled with bug types. Hey Storm, doesn't your kind live here too? Ash asked his Pikachu with curiosity. Yes, we do, but we mostly hide ourselves very well from outsiders. Storm briefly explained while Ash pretended to guess what he was saying. Suddenly, Misty let out a horrifying scream, causing Ash and Storm to jump and scream themselves. They both looked around frantically. What happened? Where's the fire? Ash asked looking around frantically. There's a bug Pokemon. Misty was shaking as she pointed at a small, green caterpillar. Oh, it's just a caterpie. For a second I thought someone was getting mugged or something. He began laughing until he saw the fierce murderous look in her eyes and immediately shut up. She's kind of cute. Ash and Storm heard the caterpie said and noticed it. Make it, he was looking at Misty. Ash took out his Pokédex. Caterpie, the caterpillar Pokemon. Caterpie's horn is smooth and if someone touches it, it will charge at them. Caterpie also uses its string shot to cover itself or its enemies. Ash sighed, how could a caterpie fall in love with a human? Let me try something. Ash took out an empty Pokeball and threw it at the caterpie. The caterpillar Pokemon turned red and immediately was sent into the Pokeball. The Pokeball wiggled a few times before it stopped and there was a click. Ash jumped for joy as he picked up the Pokeball that held his very first captured Pokemon. Alright. I caught a caterpie and my very first Pokemon. Way to go, Ash, and you didn't even need my help. Storm cheered. I think it's because caterpie is already a weak Pokemon, that is until I train it and catch a whole bunch of new friends. Ash grinned widely. That's great. Just please don't let it out of the Pokeball. Misty said shakingly. I need to give Caterpie a name now. Let's see. Caterpie evolves into Butterfree, right? How about Flutter? Ash suggested. Not that good in my opinion, but an okay name for a Butterfree since they flutter their wings so much. Storm commented. Sorry Misty, but I've got to train Flutter and the only way to do that is to let it out for some experience. Ash said to Misty. Alright. Then I'll just stay way over here. Misty said nervously as she stood 5 feet away. Make that 10 feet away from Ash. Ash opened the Pokeball to release his new Caterpie. Flutter looked around curiously. Hey Caterpie, I've decided to call you Flutter if that's okay with you. It's okay with me. I hope to become a Butterfree soon someday, the Caterpie said with stars in its big, black eyes. Alright, then we'll train until you evolve, Flutter. Now what's the best training method for a Caterpie? Ash wondered looking around the forest. Flutter then spotted Misty and immediately ran towards her, scaring the poor girl. Flutter nudged its head on Misty's shaking leg showing affection. Wow, Misty. Looks like Flutter really likes you. Ash giggled and so did Storm. Great. Just keep it away from me. Misty cried in panic trying to crawl away. Flutter looked hurt that Misty just crawled away from him like that. Aw, come on, Misty, you're hurting Flutter's feelings. Ash didn't like that Misty did that. He understood she's afraid of bug types, but hurting a Pokemon's feelings didn't bode well with him. Ash sighed, he knew Misty wouldn't dare get near the Caterpie, so he picked it up. Alright, let's train you up. Don't worry, Misty can be a hothead at times, but she's really sweet. Ash hesitated on sweet because he'd rarely ever saw the sweet side of Misty. For the rest of the day in the Viridian Forest, Ash had Storm and Flutter train. Ash needed Storm to level up as well because he didn't want him in the emergency room again after the Spearow and Fearow incident. There were random Pidgey around the forest, making it easy for the Pikachu, for the Caterpie. Not so much. The little bug type was too weak to do much damage on them, and Ash had to SWCH in for Storm more often to keep Flutter from getting too injured. Misty just silently watched. It was dark now, night had come. Ash decided to set up camp for the night and continue training tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have another day of training, then we'll see if we could catch more Pokemon or move on to Pewter City. Ash said to Storm and Flutter. We'd all get some sleep if you'd shut your big mouth. Misty snapped, obviously irritable that she has to sleep in the forest full of bugs. Yeesh, she's cranky. Good night, Storm and Flutter. Ash said as he laid down in his sleeping bag. Ashy, it's playtime, said a familiar voice playfully. May. Ash opened his eyes groggily to see the oh-so-familiar little pink cat floating above him. Come on, it's playtime again. It's been 3 days, so I want my playtime with my child. Mew said happily as she pointed her finger at Ash, causing his body to float. But it's almost morning, I don't want my friends to wake up and see me gone. Ash said frantically as he and Mew started floating away from the others, who were still asleep. Mew giggled and said, "Oh, don't worry about that, my little Ashy, I made it so morning never comes until playtime is over." Ash sighed and said, "You'd think with our relationship I would be a baby Mew and you are my real Mema." Mew gave a longing stare at Ash when he said that. What? Soon, very soon, I shall make you my real child, my little Ashy. Mew said happily and cooing like a Latias. It was then Ash finally realized what Mew intended to do to him before he left home. She wanted to fully transform him into a baby Mew, and I mean a permanent transformation. As in Ash's human DNA would no longer exist and would all be replaced with Mew's DNA and body. You mean? You'd turn me into a real baby Mew? Ash asked his Mema. Mew answered with a gleeful nod. Ash didn't know how to react. He's never heard of a human turning into a Pokemon permanently before, let alone a legendary Pokemon like Mew. She seriously wanted to turn him into her real baby? Let it out, you know you want to. Mew said with a knowing smile. Ash was trembling and he soon let out a loud scream, "I'm going TOBAMEW." Mew was giggling, happy to hear Ash was excited to be a Mew like herself. But I've decided the right time isn't here yet. I'll turn you into my real baby when the time is right. When is the right time, Mema? Ash asked eagerly and curiously. Mew chuckled as she tapped Ash's nose with her small paw and he laughed. Oh, don't you worry about that, my little Ashy. For now just enjoy your time as a real human Pokemon trainer. Just remember I'll always be your Mema and will protect you from danger. Right, thanks and I love you, Mema. Ash said as he hugged the little Mew, who cooed and enjoyed the hug. Oh yeah, if I turn into a Mew while still on my Pokemon journey. Then would I still be able to continue the journey? Ash asked. Of course, whatever you do before and after the transformation is up to you. I just wish you the best of luck like any good Mema would. Now let's play, I'm sure you'll love this game. Mew only played a simple game with Ash this time. She decided to give Ash a little taste of what it's like being in the body of a Mew by transforming him into a Mew himself. Ash felt all giddy. The two pink cats flew around the forest with no care in the world. For once, Ash never wanted Mew's game to end, and that's saying a lot. To be able to fly freely and relax with other Pokemon was so great. Of course most of the Pokemon were bug or flying types and they were asleep, but Ash didn't care, he loved being Mew too much to care. Unfortunately for Ash, Mew wanted him to continue his quest. Ash sighed as she turned him back human and set him down back on his sleeping bag. Ah, don't pout, Ashy. Someday you'll be a real Mew, my child. Just do your best out there, and remember, Mema's watching and rooting for you. Mew gave him a playful wink before he smiled. With that, Mew disappeared and the morning sun began to rise in the sky. I just can't wait to be a Mew, Ash said quietly to himself. As Ash was waiting for Storm and Flutter to wake up, Misty suddenly let out a very loud scream, instantly waking up the Pikachu and making the human boy jump 3 feet in the air. What's wrong? Did someone get mugged? Ash looked around frantically. No, but someone will soon. What is this thing doing sleeping near me? Misty screeched, pointing an accusing finger at the caterpie. Ash soon realized that Flutter must have been sleeping in front of Misty's face and she woke up to his face. Ah, Flutter just wants to be your friend, Misty. Well, if it wants to be friend it can get out of my face. If you're a Pokemon, get out of my face and into that Pokeball. Misty shouted at Flutter, causing the poor caterpie to feel awful. Misty! How could you say such things to Flutter? Apologize to him, right now. Ash scolded, but Flutter already put himself back into his Pokeball. Ash sighed, with Misty being so terribly afraid of bug-type Pokemon, it caused her to be mean to Flutter and really hurt the caterpie's feelings. Ash couldn't really do much about it until Misty can somehow overcome her fear and apologize to Flutter. Just then, a bird Pokemon came swooping down the sky and landed near them looking for food. Ash was surprised to see that it was a Pidgeotto. He held out his Pokédex. Pidgeotto, the bird Pokemon. Pidgeotto is the evolved form of Pidgey. It has sharp claws and is very fast. Unlike the more gentle Pidgey, Pidgeotto is quite aggressive. Approach with caution. Ash put away the Pokédex and wondered briefly if he should attempt to capture the Pidgeotto. He wasn't really planning on using a flying type until he catches a Dratini later on. Then again, he could always send the Pokemon over to Professor Oak. He really wanted to test his capturing skills on a more stronger Pokemon than a caterpie now that Storm is cooperating with him. Okay. Storm, get out there. I'm going to try to catch this Pidgeotto, Ash said as Storm got into battle position. The Pidgeotto flew up into the sky, trying to attack the Pikachu. Storm, use Thundershock. Have a taste of my Thundershock. Storm discharged a jolt of lightning at the bird Pokemon, causing it to become paralyzed. Ash took this time to throw a Pokeball at it. The Pidgeotto was caught into the Pokeball. The Pokeball wiggled a few times before there was a click and it stopped moving. Alright. I caught Pidgeotto. Ash jumped and cheered along with Storm. Wow, that was some pretty good strategy, using an electric type against a flying type. I thought you were going to do something stupid and use that caterpie against it. Misty commented. Please, I'm not that dumb. Besides, don't you think it's time you and Flutter made up? Ash said to Misty. Before Misty could reply, both of them heard a very familiar laugh. Looking around, they saw it was Jessie, James, and their talking Meowth. They said their motto, I'm not going to retype it, it's a waste of space. What are you guys doing here? The Viridian Forest don't have any rare Pokemon you're after. Ash said to them. Yeah, all there is here are some creepy bug-type Pokemon. Misty said with a cringe. On the contrary, there is a Pokemon here that we want. Jessie said as she and James both pointed at Storm. That Pikachu is the one we want. James said. Hand over the Pokemon, kid. Meowth demanded. Huh? Hey. This is my Pikachu, why don't you go find your own? Ash snapped. The only Pikachu we want is that one. Jessie said. That Pikachu is a rare and powerful one, it's the only one we want. James said. Stop giving away all our secrets. Meowth shouted, scratching both of their faces. Ash looked at Storm. Storm looked at Ash, both looked confused. Is Storm really that special? Ash asked them. Your Pikachu's powers impressed even me, it exceeded its evolutionary powers. Meowth didn't get a chance to finish as Jesse and James both started stomping on his body. Now you're the one giving away all our secrets. Jesse snapped. Stop talking before you tell them everything. James also snapped. I'm in charge, cut it out. Meowth shouted in pain. Am I really that special? The only reason we beat them in the first place was because we used that bicycle power. Storm said to Ash. Ash had a look of concern on his face. If they became that impressed with Storm because of that little power thundershock enough to steal him. I wonder just what they would do to Mema if they ever find her. Then he heard his Mema's giggling voice in his head. Don't worry, Ashy, they won't find me unless I want them to. How do you think your Mema's gone unseen by humans all these eons, she said in his head. Even though nobody could see her. Ash rolled his eyes at his Mema's playful antics. Jesse and James then released their two Pokemon, Coughing and Ekans. A double battle? Alright, then I'll use Dash. Before Ash could send out Pidgeotto and Storm into battle, Misty suddenly pipped up. Wait a minute, Ash. The Indigo League states only one Pokemon at a time can be used. What? But trainers can use 2 Pokemon at a time. Some even used 3 in Unova. Ash protested back. But it's against the rules here, in Kanto. Misty said firmly. Ash grumbled, following the rules may just make him lose if it's 2 against 1. Sometimes he wished he lived in Unova so he could sick 3 Pokemon at once on their butts. Alright Storm, let's dash. Coughing, use Sludge. James quickly called out. Coughing opened its mouth and icky black sludge tar came out, blinding Storm's eyes. Hey! That wasn't fair. Ash shouted angrily at them. Of course not, we're the bad guys. James stated simply. And bad guys don't play by the rules. Jesse smugged. Of course they don't, because only cowards cheat to win a battle. Ash gritted his teeth. How dare you call us cowards, little boy? Jesse snapped. Ash picked up the blinded Pikachu and handed him to Misty. Take care of Storm and don't let them take him. I'm going to see if Pidgeotto, Gale, can beat them. Ash picked the name Gale for Pidgeotto. Ash, be careful. Misty said. I believe in you, Ash. Storm called out. Go Gale. Ash tossed his Pokeball and Gale came right out flying. Ready for battle. Gale said flying around. Coughing, it's grime time. James said confidently as Coughing floated to the sky near Gale. Coughing let out another sludge attack on the bird. Gale was too fast, however, and dived down before it could get hit. Ekans, go get your dinner. Jessie ordered her snake. Ekans almost bit down on Gale, but he luckily managed to get out of the way before it had the chance. Gale, use Gust. Blow them both away. Ash ordered. Gale flapped its wings to create a tornado. Ekans, burrow underground. Ekans quickly went underground to avoid the tornado. Coughing was caught in it, but withstood it easily being a physical wall. Ekans came out of the ground and tackled the Pidgeotto. Coughing followed and tackled the poor bird down. Ash knew Gale was beaten and returned it back to the Pokeball before it could take any more punishment. Now hand over the Pikachu. Jessie demanded. Now hold on, I still have one more Pokemon. Ash said, though he knew he might as well throw in the towel. Flutter stood no chance against them. But Ash, a Caterpie's no match for them. Misty cried. Let me fight. I can take them. Storm cried out determinedly. Misty rubbed the sludge on its eyes. Sorry Storm, but you can't battle in that condition, she said knowing he wanted to fight. Before Ash could think about surrendering, he heard Mew's voice in his head again. Oh Ashy, don't be afraid to use Flutter. I'll lend it my power to help, she assured him. Ash nodded, knowing his Mema can most definitely give the power to the Caterpie and win. He threw the Pokeball to release the Caterpie. Why me? Why am I fighting these two? Flutter asked nervously, looking at their fearsome faces. What's that? A measly little bug? Meowth said, surprised to see such a weakling. Ha, ha, ha. Get the bug spray. Jessie laughed along with James and Meowth. Coughing and Ekans both launched at the helpless Caterpie. Ash noticed a small pink light twinkling right above the trembling Caterpie. It was then Ash realized Mew was there, powering up Flutter. With new confidence, Ash shouted, "Flutter, use string shot." Flutter shot out a sticky and silky string from its mouth. Now normally string shot could only slow down an Peanut, and a weak Caterpie should only be able to hit their noses, but for some reason, the strings kept going until it completely covered up Ekans's face and Coughing's entire body. Ash knew that was courtesy of his Mema's powers. Now tackle. Flutter headbutt the Coughing's body, using Mew's power-up, literally throwing it at the Ekans's covered head, causing both of them to be thrown back and hitting a tree. Jessie and James couldn't believe what they just saw. Beaten by a Caterpie. That really bugs me. Now watch a real Pokemon in action. Meowth said as he drew his claws. Using Mew's power one last time, Flutter managed to cover up Meowth's entire body with his string shot. It looks like Team Rocket is blasting off. James said, picking up the frozen Meowth. You may have beaten us today, but we'll be back. Jessie exclaimed as they returned Ekans and Coughing into their Pokeballs and ran away. Ash cheered as Flutter and Storm jumped for joy. You did well, Flutter, for our first real battle. What a victory. It's weird, I felt like a surge of energy suddenly went through me. Flutter said. Ash then winked to the invisible creature, who giggled in response. Way to go, Flutter. Storm cheered as he whipped the rest of the sludge off his face. Misty gave a small smile. You really do love Pokemon, don't you? Of course. Since Flutter here saved Storm, don't you think you should at least thank it? Ash said, holding out Flutter. Misty gulped. I guess you're right, this may be a good chance for her to end her fear of bug types. Misty tried to pet the Caterpie, so she slowly reached her hand toward Flutter. Until Flutter shot out string shot that caused Misty to jump back in fright. Flutter. Ash put Flutter down as he began surrounding himself with the silky string, slowly becoming a cocoon. It's evolving. Misty pointed out. Ash gave a huge smile. Flutter, this is awesome. It sure is, evolution changes a Pokemon's name and appearance, as well as make them stronger. Storm said as Flutter became bigger. Soon, the Caterpie was gone and in its place was a green cocoon-like Pokemon. Ash analyzed his Pokédex. Metapod, the cocoon Pokemon. Metapod is the evolved form of Caterpie. Metapod remains inactive and hardens the shell to protect the soft body inside while it awaits its evolution. Ash picked up his newly evolved Metapod. Glad to see you've evolved, Flutter, you'll be a Butterfree in no time. Thanks, I'm looking forward to it. Flutter said slowly, apparently Metapod don't like to speak very much. Hey Misty, you two were about to make up. Ash smiled to the girl. Well the Beedrill suddenly flew past Misty's face, causing her to shriek. Oh, I'll do anything, let's just get out of this forest, she cried. We still have to find a way out first, come on, maybe I could catch a few new Pokemon along the way. Ash said eagerly. Wait for me, Ash. Storm said as he happily ran up to his trainer. Mew, invisible, giggled as she watched her child running off carefree. Yes, he'll make a fine young Mew. Just remember, my little Ashie, I'll always be watching and helping you when you need it. Chapter 4, Samurai's Challenge and Remy's Bravery. It's a nice, peaceful afternoon in the Viridian Forest. That is, until a certain orange/red hair girl ruined it with her loud scream. Ash, no longer taking Misty's screams as someone getting mugged anymore, asked, "What's wrong now?" "I saw another bug, gross," she pointed. There was a yellow centipede/caterpillar Pokemon with a pointy stinger on its head and tail. Ash checked his Pokédex. Weedle, the hairy bug Pokemon. Unlike Caterpie, Weedle has a poisonous stinger on its head as a protection. A stinger, huh? Sounds tricky. Ash said, a bit concerned since he has no antidote nor Pecha Berry to cure any ill effects the Weedle may cause. "Maybe you should just skip this one, Ash. I'd rather not get poisoned in a place with no poison healing berries like Pechas." Storm was also concerned. Misty saw the Weedle trying to crawl up her legs. This caused the girl to scream and run away like crazy. "Don't just stand there, catch it." Ash looked up and noticed something moving in the air. It was definitely his Mema. Even though she didn't tell him anything telepathically, he knew she would use her powers to take away the poison if any of his Pokemon get struck by it. "No problem, Storm. That poison doesn't scare me," Ash said with confidence. "Fine, but it sure scares the thundershocks out of me. I'm sitting this one out." Storm was being stubborn again. "Fine, I'll use Gale then since he has an advantage over bug types." Ash sent out his Pidgeotto, which stood bravely in front of the Weedle. "What's this? Lunch?" Gale looked at the Weedle hungrily. "Now hold on there, Gale, I'm catching that Weedle. Use Gust," Ash ordered. "Fine. Here goes." Gale flapped its wings, creating a small twister around the little Weedle. Meanwhile, Misty was out in the forest trying to calm her nerves. That is, until a samurai suddenly came up from behind and put the sword in front of her face, almost touching her nose. "Greetings, O shrieking maiden. Are you perhaps the Pokemon trainer that comes from the town of Pallet?" he asked. "No, that's not me. I'm from Cerulean City," she nervously said. "Alas, my search continues. I'd advise you to refrain from any more shrieking, lest your goal is to attract a swarm of Beedrill," said the samurai as he set his sword and walked away. "Why would he be looking for? Wait. That's Ash." Misty gasped when she realized Ash is who this guy with the sword is looking for. Back with Ash, Gale had weakened the Weedle enough for capture priority. "Great job, Gale, now for the capture." Ash was about to throw his Pokeball at the Weedle when someone walked up to him. "Greetings, are you perhaps a Pokemon trainer that came from Pallet Town?" "Huh. Yes, I'm a Pokemon trainer that came from Pallet, but I'm a little busy right now," he said, not taking his eyes off the prize. That is until Misty came running in screaming. "Ash! You're about to get stabbed by a sword," she screamed. This caused Ash to spin around just in time to see the sword in front of his face, almost touching his nose. Ash could feel his Mema was not amused. He held up his hand to make sure she didn't do anything to this guy until he figures out what his goal is. "What are you doing with that sword?" Ash asked nervously. "No need to fear, I just want to challenge you to a Pokemon battle," the samurai said. "But I..." Ash turned around to see the Weedle was already walking away. "No," he quickly tossed the Pokeball at it, but it hit a tree instead and the Weedle got away. "Oh great. It got away." Ash sighed. "You're such a novice. You'll be defeated easily," Samurai said as he tossed out his Pokeball to reveal a fearsome brown beetle-like Pokemon with two thorny horns ready to crush. Ash took out his Pokédex. Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokemon. Pinsir has an aggressive personality, they use their horns to crush their enemies. Gale, return. Ash called back his Pidgeotto. Ash knew those horns were strong, but he knew something that's even harder than a Pinsir's horn and threw out another Pokeball. "Ash? I'm still sleepy. Flutter the Metapod wind. Your Metapod will be crushed in half." Samurai mocked. Ash, call it back, not even a bug deserves this. Misty cried. Flutter. You'll be crushed. Ash, use me instead. Storm cried too. It's okay, you two, everything is under control. Ash assured them. Flutter, use Harden. Flutter made his body harder than stone as the pincer picked him up with its horns trying to crush him. Flutter's body was too hard, however, the pincer's thorns broke into pieces. I told you it was under control. Ash smirked. Too easy, next. Flutter said with a yawn. If he had a visible mouth. Pincer return. You're quite clever for a novice, I see. Then here's my next Pokemon. Samurai sent out another Pokeball. Ash was surprised to see it was another Metapod. That's no good, a Metapod versus Metapod match would last forever. Flutter returned Ash. He was interrupted when he heard buzzing noises. Turning around, to everyone's horror, they saw a swarm of angry Beedrill coming their way. Ash and Storm were immediately reminded when the Spearow flock attacked them. Ash took out his Pokédex. Beedrill, the Poison Bee Pokemon. It's the final evolved form of Weedle, following its Kakuna form. Beedrill live in hives and swarms and will attack aggressively with its poisonous stingers if disturbed. Samurai quickly returned his Metapod. That Weedle that got away from you must have informed the rest of its kind. Time to go. Ash was about to return Flutter back in his Pokeball when one of the Beedrill dived in and took him. Hey! Put me down this instant, I'm not a Kakuna. Flutter shouted at the Beedrill that was flying away with him. All inactive Kakuna must be back at the hive was all the Beedrill kept saying while carrying Flutter further away. I'm not a Kakuna. Aren't you listening, you idiotic Beedrill? Help me, Ash, cried the poor Metapod. Unfortunately, Ash wasn't able to get Flutter back in the Pokeball before the Beedrill flew out of sight with him. Better start running, Ashy, more of those nasty Beedrill are coming. Ash heard his memo warned in his mind. But Flutter. Misty grabbed Ash's hand and began running along with Storm. They managed to catch up with Samurai and all four of them dived in some bushes as the Beedrill flew past them. PSST, Ash. Help. Ash heard Flutter's voice. Ash, Misty, Storm and Samurai saw they were in the Kakuna hive as there were several Kakuna attached to a tree. Ash saw his Metapod lying beside the tree, obviously mistaken as a green Kakuna. Ash quietly pulled out his Pokédex. Kakuna, the Cocoon Pokemon. Kakuna is the evolved form of Weedle. It is the transitional stage between Weedle and Beedrill. Kakuna usually remains inactive until they evolve into deadly Beedrill. Hang on, Flutter, I'll get you out. Ash whispered, trying not to disturb the Kakuna hive. Unfortunately, the Kakuna noticed him anyway and talk about bad timing. This happened to be the moment the Kakuna evolve into deadly Beedrill. The Kakuna's shell cracked as the body came out into the shape of giant wasp bees with huge stingers. They've evolved. Misty quietly shrieked. What do we do? Storm said nervously. Intruders alert. Intruders alert, the Beedrill buzzed as they dived after Ash and his friends. Run. Ash was forced to leave Flutter behind as he, Samurai, Storm and Misty all ran from the angry Beedrill. They managed to make it to Samurai's cabin and shut the door that kept the Beedrill out. Well, I hope you're happy. Because of your irresponsibility as a trainer, you've abandoned your Metapod and almost got us killed by those Beedrill. Samurai snapped at Ash. Ash glared at him. I didn't want to abandon Flutter, but I wouldn't be able to help anybody if I was stung to death by that angry hive. If you were like those other Pokemon trainers from Palette, then you would have been able to save your Metapod. Heck, you wouldn't even be so clumsy to lose your Pokemon in the first place. Samurai snapped back. Other Pokemon trainers from Palette? Does that mean you've battled with Gary and the others? Ash asked, wanting to change the subject. Samurai looked longingly at the ceiling as he remembered how great they were. Ah yes, now those trainers really knew how to raise their Pokémon. Each one was better than the last. Even though I've been defeated all 3 times, I was inspired to redouble my training and eagerly await the day I battle another trainer from Palette. Unfortunately, Novice here was a big joke and an even bigger disappointment. Novice, huh? Well, everyone's got to start somewhere. Ash said with a smile, much to Misty and Storm's surprise. Early the next morning, Ash snuck away from the cabin, trying to save Flutter from the hive of Beedrill and the Kakuna that hasn't evolved yet. Ah Ashy, you trying to take responsibility and save Flutter from those nasty Beedrill? Ash heard Mew cooed in his head. I have to, Mema. Flutter's my Pokemon and my friend, I'm not about to leave him here. Ash whispered back. Aw, you've grown up so fast. I could help you get Flutter back, you know. I could just stop time so there won't be any risk of waking them up while you get Flutter back, or I could just teleport Flutter safely back to you. Ash shook his head. I appreciate the offer, Mema, but this is something I have to do by myself. Well, if that's how you feel Ashy. But you better not get stung or Mema will have a little stern talking to with some Beedrill. Ash chuckled at that, Mew can be really protective of him. Before Ash could attempt to get to Flutter, however, 3 very familiar and very unwanted faces and voices appeared right behind him. Surprise, surprise boy. We picked a good day. Jessie said. Hand over Pikachu. James demanded. Otherwise you'll be playing my favorite game of scratch and sniff. Meowth threatened, showing his claws. Keep it down, you'll wake up the Beedrill. I don't have Storm with me right now anyway, and even if I did I would never hand him over to the likes of you 3. Ash hissed, trying to keep them quiet. Meowth jumped toward Ash's face with his claws, ready to tear the boy's flesh, but was stopped when a purple ball tackled Meowth right into the tree of Beedrill, waking them up. Arg! Ash started running towards the Beedrill, hopping to try and dive under them so they would go after Team Rocket instead. Ash managed to roll under them, but one of the Beedrill was going after him. Ah! Ash, a familiar female voice screeched and the Beedrill was tackled down. Ash looked to see a Rattata and it was hissing at the Beedrill. Remy, the female Rattata, gave him a big smile. It is you, Remy. How'd you get here? Ash asked as he hugged his Rattata friend. I followed your scent, Ash. I knew you and Storm would escape that Spearow flock. Where is Storm anyway? He's back at the cabin. Listen Remy, I need your help, I'm trying to get that Metapod away from that hive. Think you could take out a few Beedrill? Of course, you can count on me, Ash, the Rattata said determinedly. While most of the Beedrill were going after Team Rocket, there were still some left behind and they were going after Ash. Remy managed to keep them away from the boy using her powerful tackle attack. She's fast, agile, and able to take down all the Beedrill that dares to try and attack Ash. Despite Rattata being common and easily frightened, they have strong attack power, fast and agile, and can learn various of moves being a normal type. Ash managed to make it to Flutter. I'm here, Flutter, sorry about taking so long. Ash, oh thank goodness. These Kakuna and Beedrill were about to feed me leftovers of their. You know what? You don't even want to know. Now get me out of here before I lose my mind. Flutter rambled on, making both Ash and Remy sweat dropped. Geez, whatever happened to that calm and not wanting to talk Metapod? Ash teased a little. That Metapod had left when that Beedrill grabbed me. Flutter trembled. Ash picked him up and started running with Remy right behind him. Come back here. Ekans, get that twerp. Jessie yelled while running from Beedrill, releasing her snake. Fud. Ekans hissed when it saw Remy. The little Rattata trembled when she saw the Ekans. Ekans. I hate those, her fur bristled. Stand strong Remy, I need you. Ash knew Rattata always flee when it comes to Ekans, but Remy's the only Pokemon out here able to protect him. He left his Pokeballs, along with Gale and Storm, back at the cabin. Yeah, not his smartest move, and he told Mew he wanted to handle this himself. The Ekans shot itself at them, with its mouth wide open to gulp the Rattata. To Ash and Flutter's surprise, Remy didn't flinch or run away like most Rattata would do in this situation. Instead, she stood there, glaring at the incoming Ekans. Right before Ekans could clamp its fangs on Remy, she jumped at the last second and tackled its neck, bringing it down on the ground, and she bit its tail, hard with her sharp teeth and big buck tooth, causing the poor Ekans to cry in pain. Awesome, she just used bite. Never underestimate a Rattata's teeth. Ash said with a smile. Remy finally let go of the screaming Ekans and it fainted. Jessie couldn't believe her snake Pokemon was beaten by a rat Pokemon. The prey beat its predator. That's one tough and brave Rattata. Flutter noticed. Ash, look out for that Beedrill. Remy suddenly screeched when she turned back to Ash and Flutter. Ash and Flutter saw a Beedrill diving down on them. Remy would never make it in time. Samurai, holding a protective net surrounding him, Misty and Storm, came running in. Ash. Look out for the Tweendidle attack, cried Samurai. Get out of there, Ash, cried Storm. Mew saw her child was in trouble, but she stayed calm because she saw Flutter's determination. It was the same determination Storm had when she granted him enough power to blast those mean Spearow and Fearow away. Flutter jumped from Ash's arms and hit one of the Beedrill's stinger, breaking it. The Beedrill flew away in pain, leaving a scarred shell on the Metapod. Ash, horrified, caught Flutter and tried to see if he was okay. Flutter. Are you okay? Please say something. Ash cried in desperation. Remy, Samurai, Misty and Storm caught up to them. Ash. Flutter managed to say before the crack in his shell glowed brightly. Ash went from concerned and horrified to relief and excitement. He knew what this meant and he also knew Flutter will be okay. A appealing butterfly came out of the Metapod's shell and flew around freely and happily. I did it, Ash, I've finally evolved into Butterfree, he said happily. Ah, it's so appealing. Misty was no longer afraid of Flutter. Congratulations, Flutter, both Remy and Storm said at the same time. Ash took out his Pokédex as he smiled happily at his new Butterfree. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokemon. Butterfree is the final evolved form of Caterpie and Metapod. It has waterproof wings and can spread poisonous toxins using its wings. It feels so good to be able to fly freely. Flutter continued to fly around Ash carefreely. More Beedrill are coming. Samurai warned as swarms of Beedrill started surrounding them. Remy hissed at them all, but a single Rattata can't fight all these Beedrill. Flutter, on the other hand, may just be able to. Let me handle them. Flutter suggested. You sure you can? That's an awfully lot of Beedrill. Ash warned. Just use my sleep powder and they'll all be out like a light. Flutter said confidently as Ash smiled and nodded. Okay. Flutter, use sleep powder on all of them. Everyone watched in awe as Flutter the Butterfree flew around the place. As he flapped his wings, blue pollen spread through the air. Any Beedrill that inhaled the pollen soon passed out and fell fast asleep on the grass, along with Team Rocket. Mew, of course, was helping. She used her psychic powers to help spread the sleep powder and kept it from affecting Ash and his friends. You did it, Flutter, you put all of them to sleep. Ash cheered. Really, it was nothing. Flutter blushed from all the praise, but he was loving it. You were able to handle your Butterfree just after it evolved really well, I'm impressed. Samurai now has respect for Ash. Hey Ash, isn't that a Rattata? Misty asked when she noticed Remy beside the boy. Storm was blushing when he noticed Remy. Samurai looked at her curiously. That's odd. Even though Rattata can live just about anywhere, they don't normally live in the Viridian Forest. This one is alone, why is it way out here? Samurai asked, looking at the unusual Rattata. Ash knew the answer, but didn't want them to know, so he had to make something up and believable. Guess it got lost, then he mentally smacked himself for such a lame lie. Ash, I followed you here. I really want to join you in your quest. Please. Remy said to him seriously. You followed Ash all the way out here just so he could capture you? I've never heard of such a thing, especially from a Rattata. Flutter said, surprised at Remy's determination to be Ash's Pokemon. Catch her, Ash, it'd be an insult if you didn't after she traveled all the way out here just to help you. Storm said while still blushing. Hey Ash, I think it wants to join you. Misty may not be able to understand Pokemon, but she could tell Remy really wanted to join him. Another unusual thing, this is one fascinating Rattata. Samurai smiled. Ash let out a sigh and bent down to her level. He petted her and smiled. Okay Remy, you win. I'll capture you. Remy jumped for joy as she stood on her hind legs and hugged his face. Thank you, Ash. I promise to do my best for you. I'm sure you will, Remy. You're the bravest Rattata I've ever known, seeing you standing up to that Ekans and tackling those Beedrill. You deserve this. Ash gentle tapped her head with his empty Pokeball. Remy's body turned red and went into the Pokeball. The Pokeball didn't even wiggle before it clicked. Ash held up his Pokeball proudly. I caught Remy. After Samurai showed Ash, Storm and Misty the road out of the Viridian Forest and the path to Pewter City. Follow this road to Pewter City. Samurai told them. Thanks, but we never finished our battle. Ash said, remembering their unfinished match. Compared to you my friend, I am the novice. I'll redouble my training and maybe we could battle again someday. Samurai promised. Just promise not to fight in a forest filled with angry Beedrill again. Misty said. Well, goodbye. Ash waved as they left. Samurai smiled as he watched them leave. Mew giggled as she begun planning something. If Remy gets to be a part of my baby's team, I don't see why I can't. Now the only question is, what kind of Pokemon should I be? I've got lots of planning to do. With that, Mew giggled as she flew around invisible, noticing Team Rocket wrapped up like Kakuna. Just for fun and revenge for almost getting her little Ashy killed, the little legendary Pokemon woke up the Beedrill by pinching Jessie, causing her to shout. The Beedrill angrily stung all three of them while Mew kept laughing. Chapter 5, Mew's Little Game and Pewter City Gym Showdown. Mew has been thinking of what Pokemon to transform into so she and her little Ashy could communicate more often, but it was hard because there were so many different kinds of Pokemon to choose from. Why did I have to make over 600 Pokemon? Well, maybe I should choose from the ones in Kanto. Which narrows it down to oh wait, not including me would be I don't think I should be a Pikachu, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, or Rattata, because he already has those. Maybe an Eevee? Perhaps a graceful Vulpix? Oh, how about a cute Nidoran? This could take a while. While Mew was agonizing on what Pokemon she should transform into, Ash and his friends finally made it to Pewter City. Woo, we finally made it out of that forest. Misty said in relief. Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm glad we finally made it to civilization. Ash let out a breath of relief. Man. I'm tired. Where's the Pokemon Center? Storm the tired Pikachu said tiredly. This city is known for its rocks, said a man's voice. Ash, Misty and Storm looked down to see a man with a beard and a big hat covering his eyes. It was hard to see his face. Who are you? Ash asked. The name's Flint. I sell rocks here as they are Pewter City's representation, he answered calmly. Wow. You actually sell rocks. Misty wasn't very impressed. All these rocks looked the same, the only difference are the shapes and the price tags on them. Do you know where the Pokemon Center is? All my Pokemon are tired and so are we. Ash asked. Sure, follow me. Flint said, standing up and walking away. At the Pokemon Center, Ash handed his 3 Pokeballs and his Pikachu to Nurse Joy. We'll have your Pokemon revitalize in no time. Hey, aren't you Ash Ketchum? I heard about you and Misty from the Viridian City's Pokemon Center. Oh yeah, that whole incident with Team Rocket. Misty remembered. I'm glad to see you both made it here safely. By the way, Ash, you plan on becoming a Pokemon MSTR, right? She asked the boy. Of course, it's always been a dream of mine. Ash admitted. Then you might want to check out that poster over there. She smiled as she took the tired Pikachu and his 3 Pokeballs to another room. Ash turned to see a poster with 8 Kanto Gym badges and a hand holding a Pokeball. The title said, Pokemon League Challenge. Oh wow, so the Indigo League is this year. I'm going to try and enter it, he said eagerly. Misty, the ever so encouraging girl that she is, deciding to say, ha. You. In the Indigo Pokemon League? That's hilarious. What's so funny about that? Ash glared at her. In order to get in you have to win 8 badges from each Pokemon gym in the entire Kanto region. Gym battles are much stronger and harder than normal Pokemon trainers, there's no way you can handle such a skilled trainer, Ashy boy, she teased. Okay, first of all, only my Mema can call me Ashy. Second dash, before he could continue, Misty gave him a confused look. Your Mema? You mean your mom, right? She asked, not knowing only Pokemon referred their parents as Mema. Ash blushed heavily when he realized his mistake. Quickly shaking his head, he said, why yeah, of course. Anyway. I know how Pokemon Gym work. Oh really? Well if you're so confident, why don't you challenge the Pokemon Gym here, she challenged him, ignoring his earlier comment. I will. But I'm going to train my Pokemon first. I heard this gym uses rock and ground type Pokemon. Storm won't stand a chance. I don't have any Pokemon that's strong against rock types either. Ash sighed. Wow Ash, you're actually thinking about this one. You know, I could help you out. I've got Pokemon that's strong against both rock and ground types. Misty offered. Ash knew Misty is part of the gym in Cerulean City, therefore her specialty is water-type Pokemon, but she didn't know that he knew and he tends to keep it that way until she tells him herself. Ash remembered when his Mema offered to help him get Flutter back from the hive of Kakuna back in the Viridian Forest, but he wanted to do it by himself. Thanks Misty, I appreciate the offer, but I really want to do this by myself so I know I'll be ready for the big league. Ash said politely. Mew always told Ash that it's important to be polite. Ash had to be polite to Mew to keep her from making him swim in lava from an active volcano. She actually did that once to him when he got her mad. If you say so. Misty sighed. When Ash got his newly revised Pokemon back from Nurse Joy, he let all of them out of their Pokeballs outside. Gale the Pidgeotto. Flutter the Butterfree. Remy the Rattata, and currently the only female on the team. Storm the Pikachu. That makes a total of 4 Pokemon. Okay everyone. We're going to be challenging the Pewter City's gym. I heard he will be using rock/ground type Pokemon. Most likely Geodude or Onix. We're going to need some training before we take him on. Ash said. Ash, I'm sure you already know, but a Rattata's Fang can bite down on just about anything, including rock-hard Pokemon. Remy said with a confident smile. I know, I'm planning on using you in the battle, Remy. Now this will be a 2-on-2 battle, so I'll need another Pokemon as well. Ash said as he looked at his other 3 options, Butterfree, Bug/Flying type. Pidgeotto, Normal/Flying type. Pikachu, Electric type. All are weak to rock/ground type. Remy was the only Pokemon that's not weak to rock/ground type. This had Ash in a stump, wishing he caught a water or at least a grass type before coming here. I hate rock types more than anything. Their attacks hurt my wings and makes it hard to fly. Gale complained and showed deep hatred to rock types. I'm not so sure I would do any better against those rock types either. Flutter said grimly. Hey, I could fight for ya. I've been wanting to test my own skills against a Pokemon gym. Storm said eagerly. But Storm, these Pokemon are half-ground types. Your electric attacks would be useless in a battle against ground types. Ash sighed. The Pikachu jumped to Ash's face and said, so what? I have other attacks aside from my Thunder Shock, you know. Quick Attack isn't that much better since they're half-rock. Ash pointed out. Storm and Ash stared at each other in pure silence for a good 3 seconds before the Pikachu glared and said, you know what? If you had been a better trainer, you would have taught me useful moves against rock/ground types like Iron Tail or Dig. Ash grinned. Storm just gave him a golden idea. You know what, Storm? You're right. Remy, Storm, this'll be special training for both of you. We'll work hard until the both of you learn either Iron Tail or Dig, then we'll beat the gym leader for sure. Hey, what about us? Gale wind. Yeah, don't leave us out. Flutter also wind. Don't worry, you two. I'll be training you also, but I need to focus on one thing at a time. After we defeat the Pewter City gym leader, I promise to train you 2 extra hard to make up for it. Ash promised them and they smiled satisfiedly. Ha, ha, ha. Did I just hear you say you're taking on Brock, the gym leader? Flint must have heard Ash's last statement. Of course, my Pokemon and I will beat him and get a badge. Ash stated. Ha, 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 you'll beat him. Ha, ha, ha. Brock is a tough trainer, kid. You'll need more training if those 4 are the only Pokemon you've got. Flint mocked when he saw Ash's Pokemon. Let me bite the living daylights out of him, Ash. How dare he insult us like that? Remy hissed. Easy girl. That's why I'm planning on training Remy and Storm so they could learn Iron Tail and Dig. Ash said to Flint. Flint noticed Remy's fire in her eyes. You know, in all my years of traveling, I've never seen a Rattata with such fire in its eyes. If you're that determined, then let me show you something first. Ash returned all his Pokemon back to their Pokeballs except Storm and followed Flint. Flint had lead Ash and Storm to a house, where they see a young man wearing an apron with a bunch of little kids, most of them whining about what's for dinner and about their toys or torn briefs/skirt. That's Brock. He has many brothers and sisters as you can see. His mother died a long time ago and his good-for-nothing father left, leaving Brock to take care of them all. He can't go on his dream to become a Pokemon breeder because he's the only legal guardian. Flint explained. Brock wants to be a Pokemon breeder? That's too bad. I don't remember my mom and dad too well, I was an only child. Ash sighed, remembering his Mema and wished she could talk to him more often. He's really starting to miss her, which is ironic since the reason he started on this journey in the first place was to get away from her. However, she's done nothing but help him from behind the scenes ever since. How old were you when you lost your parents? Flint asked curiously. About 3. Then who took care of you? Ash stopped. How was he going to tell this man he just met that a Pokemon, a legendary Pokemon, Mew itself, raised him? It not only sounded ridiculous, it may endanger his Mema to some greedy people. I had a guardian, he didn't lie, but he really hopes Flint doesn't push the matter, he hated lying. Luckily, Flint didn't push the matter and changed the subject. So how are you going to get your Pikachu and Rattata learn Iron Tail and Dig? By training their tails and burrowing underground. Ash said. You sure do know a lot about Pokemon. I'd like to see just how you'll handle Brock tomorrow. Flint said with a grin before he walked away. Ash released Remy beside Storm. Alright you two, let's start by strengthening your tails. See those stones? Try to break them using only your tail. Here we go. I'm ready. Both rodent Pokemon continually smacked the rock-hard stone with their tails, having no success, not even a little crack. Ash sighed, progress was very slow. Okay, let's take a break from learning Iron Tail. Let's work on Dig. Storm, Remy, see if you could burrow yourselves underground. Storm and Remy tried digging through the dirt with their paws/claws, but they were only picking up dirt and were nowhere near making a hole big enough for their bodies. Ash grumbled. This will take longer than he thought. There's no way Storm and Remy could learn Iron Tail or Dig by the next day. Hey Ashy, need a little training help, a familiar voice spoke that caused Storm and Remy to snap up their heads to see a floating, cute little pink cat just above them. Emma? Why are you visible? Ash really hoped there was nobody around. Oh my Fong, it's Mew. Remy's fur were all static when she saw the creator of Pokemon. So it was true. Oh great and mighty Mew, we are not worthy. Storm began groveling. Mew giggled at the sight of the Rattata and Pikachu's reaction to her. Ash told Storm to stop it before talking to his Mema. Mema, what are you doing? Shouldn't you stop time or something before showing yourself? Ash asked. Oh don't worry so much, Ashy. I've decided to transform into a common Pokemon and help you in your quest. It'll be more fun and I can talk to my baby more often. Mew explained. Really? You sure you want to do that, Mema? Ash knew legendary Pokemon like Mew are not to be kept in captivity by mere trainers. You don't have to catch me in a Pokeball, I'll just stay outside like your Pikachu. People won't bother to catch me because they think I belong to you. I've thought about what I wanted to transform into, and I've finally decided, she winked. What Pokemon is that, Mema? Ash asked curiously. You'll see. Mew's body glowed and changed shape. When the glow faded, a female Meowth replaced the Mew. So, how do you like it? She asked them. A perfect Meowth transformation, oh great Mew. Storm said with respect. If you don't mind, great Mew, why a Meowth? Remy asked with respect. Team Rocket has a talking Meowth. Ash said. I know that. I haven't transformed into a Meowth very often, and I like how their Meowth can talk. So I've decided to turn myself into a female Meowth to exploit my knowledge on the Scratch Cat Pokemon. Besides, Mew are like cats too, she answered playfully. Great. I caught a Meowth. Sort of. Ash exclaimed. Why don't you give her a bow or something? Storm suggested. Later, for now I'm going to help you in your training. Ashy, I'm going to warp us to a special training place, I think you know where that is, the Mewtern Meowth said to Ash with a wink. What? But why go there? I'm not sure if Storm and Remy can take it. Ash said worriedly. Ash. What is Mew planning? Storm asked, getting a bit scared himself. You two rodents are about to fight for survival. Mew Meowth snapped her finger and in the blink of an eye, they were in a huge safari. Mew had transformed Ash again into a baby Kangaskhan while Mew herself became the mama Kangaskhan. Ash found himself in her belly pouch. Mew done this the most often when it was playtime, whenever they come to the safari, she really enjoyed being his mother. What are we supposed to do here? Remy asked. You two need to learn Iron Tail and Dig as soon as possible, right? Kangaskhan/Mew smirked evilly at them. Oh boy. You two better get ready for one of Mema's games. You won't be enjoying it, trust me. Ash groaned, speaking in Kangaskhan. Oh, don't be like that, my little Ashy. You'll be enjoying this too. Kangaskhan/Mew said sweetly while petting his head. What exactly will we be doing? Storm was getting scared now. First we're going to start strengthening your tails. Mema's going to put your tails to the test by sending in the pinchers, and it's your job to get them off by using only your tails. No thunder shock or bite, only the tail. Mema will take away your ability to use anything else. Baby Kangaskhan/Ash spoke like a military leader. What do you mean by pinchers? Storm asked, afraid to find out. Both Kangaskhan looked at each with a knowing smile, making both Rattata and Pikachu really scared now. Kangaskhan/Mew snapped her claws and two Krabby appeared right behind them and instantly grabbed hold of their tails tightly. Storm tried to use Thunder Shock by instinct, Remy tried to bite it off of her, but true to Ash's word, Mew blocked their other abilities. Storm couldn't zap the Krabby and Remy's teeth wouldn't bite down. I told you, use your tails to get them off. Their hold will only get tighter if you don't get them off quick, Baby Kangaskhan/Ash told them. This isn't training. It's insanity, cried Storm trying hard to get the Krabby off his tail. If you don't let go soon, you stupid Krabby, you'll be so sorry. Remy growled and hissed, not fazing the crab one bit. Remy sure is one feisty Rattata. Ash noted. It's rare that there would be such a feisty Rattata, she's a good partner. Mew smiled. After a bunch of screaming, cursing, and crying later, Storm and Remy's tails both glowed silver and turned metal at the same time and finally knocked the stubborn Krabby off them. Both Storm and Remy were exhausted and were sure their tails would fall off if they so much move a centimeter. Finally, you both managed to learn Iron Tail. Next is Dig, no time for a break. Ash said eagerly. Both mouse Pokemon glared at the baby Kangaskhan. Not so fast, Ash. We're tired. We're gonna collapse if this goes on. Remy sighed. Easily reminded. Mew snapped her Kangaskhan's claws, sending her energy to the exhausted Pikachu and Rattata, and just like that, the two were as good as new, like they were never training. Wow, I feel. Revitalize in just 3 seconds flat. Storm said as he moved his body around. That's the power of the mighty Mew for ya. Remy smiled. Now for Dig. You must be able to burrow yourselves underground fast. Mema will set up a barrier around you too and will make it rain rocks where you are. If you don't want to be pelted with rocks, I suggest you burrow underground, the only safe place from them. Ash spoke like a military general again. Why did our trainer had to be raised by Mew? Storm gulped. Mew trapped the two in a barrier and forced hundreds of rocks to rain on them. The poor Rattata and Pikachu were being pelted by rocks. They scrambled around trying to dig as fast as they could, but with the rocks continually pelting them, it was hard to dig up the dirt in all the pain. Ash felt sorry for his Pokemon, but Mew had done a lot worse to him before, at least they have stamina to withstand it better. After all the bruises, yellings, and hissings, the two rodent Pokemon managed to dig their way underground in record time. They could rival a Sandshrew now. Mew ended the rock storm and lifted the barrier. She used her powers to heal them up fully as well, like they were never pelted with thousands of rocks in the first place. Sorry I had to be rough with ya, but that's the way it is when you train under Mew. Ash said with a chuckle. Yeah well, I just hope we don't have to go through it again. Remy sighed. Well, you better get used to it. This is Mema's style. Ash also sighed. Storm looked at the baby Kangaskhan Ash in the pouch of Mew/Kangaskhan. Ash. Is it comfortable in that pouch? Of course it is. Kangaskhan always make sure their babies are nice and comfy. Mew answered for Ash while he cooed comfortably. Now after all that training, we're more than ready for Brock, right? Ash asked them eagerly. We're ready and pumped, both Storm and Remy shouted in unison. At the same time, Officer Jenny, the police ranger of the safari, saw a Pikachu and a Rattata screaming as if they were cheering or something. There was a Kangaskhan in front of them too and the baby looked as though it was talking to them. I didn't know there were Pikachu and Rattata here. Guess more Pokemon decided to move here, she smiled fondly at the thought before walking away. Mew sent them back on the outskirts of Pewter City. Ash was back to being human and Mew was a Meowth again. We better get some sleep, we have a big battle tomorrow. Ash said. Get some rest then, Ashy, wouldn't want you to be too tired for your first gym battle. Mew/Meowth smiled. That night, Ash and Storm were sleeping soundly in the Pokemon Center. Mew/Meowth smiled fondly at the sleeping boy. Soon, my little Ashy, you'll be my true child, she said softly before cuddling up to him like a real Meowth would before falling asleep against his body. The next morning, Misty woke Ash up along with Storm and Mew/Meowth. Hey Ash. When did you get a Meowth? Misty asked curiously when she noticed the Scratch Cat Pokemon. I just caught her. Her name is Naya. Ash said, it sounded a good name for a Meowth and it's similar to Vmema. That's such an ordinary name for a Meowth. Misty sighed. Whatever. Today's the day I take on Brock, the Pewter City's gym leader. Wish me luck, Misty. Ash said eagerly as he stood up with Storm and Mew/Meowth on each of his shoulders. I'm guessing Naya doesn't like Pokeballs either. Misty noted. You'd guess right, Misty. Ash smirked as he left the room. At the Pokemon gym, Ash entered the door, filled with both confidence and nervousness. Confident that the results of the training were successful, but nervous as it is his first gym battle. The gym was basically a big house made of stone. Inside was dark and gray. Ash, Storm and Naya, I'm calling Mew Naya, whenever she's in her Meowth form, could see a black teen, older than Ash, sitting on the other side. It was Brock all right. Who goes there? He asked when he turned the lights on. You're Brock, right? My name is Ash Ketchum and I've come to challenge you to an official gym match. Ash said determinedly. Brock looked at his Pikachu and Meowth. Is this your first gym battle? Gym battles are different from your everyday Pokemon battles. We are the official to prove trainers worthy for the big leagues. How long have you been with that Pikachu and Meowth? Ash said, I've been with Storm here for about 2 weeks. The Meowth. Let's just say I've known her almost all my life. I can see that. Your Pikachu is in its cutest stage. It can't win. Brock seems to be cocky. Hey. Just wait until I Iron Tail your Pokemon's face. Storm snapped, frustrated that he can't understand him. Besides, your Meowth doesn't look like it has much battle experience either. Perhaps you should come back after you've trained a bit more. Brock said. I'm not going to use Naya for this battle. I'll be using Storm and Remy, my Rattata against you. Now are we going to battle or not? Ash was beginning to lose his patience with this guy. How dare he underestimate his Pokemon before the battle even begun? Suit yourself. As a gym leader, I am to accept every challenge. Brock snapped his finger and a stadium of boulders took over the field, forcing Ash, Storm and Naya to the other side before getting crushed. Hope you have fun, Ashy. Naya smirked, eager to see how her little Ashy boy is going to handle his first gym battle. For my first Pokemon, Geodude. Brock sent out a rock Pokemon with 2 arms. Ready to battle, it said looking at Ash. Alright. I'm sending out Remy. Ash threw his Pokeball and the feisty Rattata came out, eager to fight. Who should I sink my teeth in first? She hissed, eyeing her first victim. Brock looked at Remy's eagerness. Interesting Rattata. I don't believe I've seen one with such fire in its eyes. This ought to be an interesting match. Geodude, use Tackle. Geodude charged at the Rattata. Remy stood her ground, awaiting orders from Ash. Jump and use Bite. Ash commanded. Remy gracefully jumped, avoiding the Geodude's tackle attack, then she landed on its head and sank her harder-than-diamond teeth into the poor rock Pokemon. Geodude whimpered in pain. "Don't take that. Throw that Rattata off you," Brock commanded. Geodude was more than happy to comply as it grabbed the biting rat Pokemon and jerked her off and threw her to the ground. Remy was still ready for more. "I must admit, Ash, your Rattata is very well trained. But let's see how much battle spirit it really has. Geodude, use magnitude." Geodude rocked the entire gym, literally. It was magnitude. Remy was feeling dizzy. "Can you still fight, Remy?" Ash asked in concern. "Come on, Remy. Don't lose to that rock head. We didn't train our tails off for nothing." Storm cheered. "I'm fine. I await your next order, Ash." Remy was still strong and determined. "I am Brock's wall. You can't bite me away," Geodude said calmly. "All right, Remy, time to put our training into good use. Use Iron Tail," Ash commanded. "Your Rattata knows Iron Tail." Brock was surprised that this novice of a trainer could teach Iron Tail to a Rattata. Remy charged at Geodude, her tail turned into steel and she whacked the Geodude's face hard. The Geodude fainted on the spot. "Good job, Ashy. You're well on your way to winning your first badge." Naya grinned a wide cat-like grin. This grin had Ash a little nervous. Mew would only smile like that whenever she had something exciting planned for him. Brock returned Geodude into his Pokeball. "Well done. Although I must admit I didn't expect your Rattata to know Iron Tail. That's the way of showing him, Remy." Storm cheered. "It seems your Pikachu really likes that Rattata. Let's just see if she can take on my best. Onix, go." Brock sent out his Pokeball. A huge rock snake popped out of the Pokeball, towering the little Rattata. Storm was scared stiff, but Remy was not intimidated. If she could stand up to an Ekans without batting an eye, then an Onix will be a piece of cake. "I'm impressed, Ash. Most inexperienced Pokemon would be frightened by Onix's size. However, that Rattata of yours isn't backing down," Brock said, examining Remy's bravery. "Ready to rock and roll," Onix said eagerly, looking at the tiny Rattata, who had no fear. "I'm so gonna destroy this overgrown rock snake." Remy hissed as her fur bristled, trying to look intimidating herself. Naya observed the battle. "Remy really is a unique Rattata. That's what I like about her. Onix may be big, but we're tougher. Remy, get ready," Ash said as Remy crouched and hissed, ready to battle. "Onix, use Rock Throw," Brock commanded. "Dodge it by going underground. Use Dig," Ash commanded. Remy quickly dug herself underground, avoiding all the rocks Onix was tossing with its strong head. Then Remy came out of the ground and the attack stopped and threw Onix to the ground. Amazing how a small Rattata can throw down a giant Onix. "So you have been training for this battle. Not only does your Rattata knows Iron Tail, it knows Dig too." Brock finally saw how well prepared Ash was. "I wasn't going to challenge you unprepared. Of course I've been training." Ash smirked. "Don't get cocky. This battle is far from over. Onix, bind it." Onix grabbed Remy with its tail and began squeezing her. "Arg! It hurts," cried Remy in pain. "Remy! Bite it!" Ash called out. Remy bit down on the Onix's tail, causing damage on the rock snake. Both Pokemon were squeezing/biting each other. Now it's become a battle of wits, who can last the longest. Onix soon let go of Remy. The little Rattata was weakened, but still determined. Iron Tail. Tackle. Remy's tail turned into steel and whacked Onix in the face, while at the same time, Onix tackled Remy to the rock-hard floor. Unfortunately, in the end, Remy's stamina wasn't good enough and she was out cold. Remy. You did well, return. Ash returned the unconscious, but brave Rattata into the Pokeball. You were a great warrioress, Remy. Storm said in respect. What's your next strategy, Ashy? Naya asked in wonder. I'm impressed, Ash. I never expected a little Rattata giving me so much trouble. Send in your last Pokemon. Brock said. Alright Storm, it's up to you now. Think you can handle it? Ash said, looking at his Pikachu. Storm looked at the big rock snake. The Pikachu shivered. He's awfully big. Storm said nervously. Come on Storm, I need you. Remy didn't back down and you shouldn't either. Ash tried to encourage him, it worked. Storm's cheeks sparked with new determination electricity. Right. I can't let Remy down after all she's did to get us this far. I'm ready, Ash. Storm went into the battlefield on all fours, ready to fight. Ash is starting to think Storm may have a crush on Remy after all. So it's the Pikachu. Its electric attacks are no good against Onix's ground type, I hope you know that. Brock said. I know that. I wouldn't send Storm in if I knew he couldn't win. Alright Storm, time to show them just how tough you are. Onix, use Rock Throw. Dodge by using Dig. Like Remy before him, Storm burrowed himself underground, avoiding the boulders. Then came back out, tackling down the giant. Onix. I see. You've trained your Pikachu to have such moves against my rock types too. Brock said with a hint of respect. Keep it up, Ashy and Storm. Naya cheered. Onix, tackle it. Storm was hit by its enormous rock head. Even though it hurt, Storm was still able to fight. Tackle it again. Don't take that, Storm. Iron Tail it right back. Onix and Storm went Rockhead to Steel Tail. Both of them hit the ground hard after the attack. Both Storm and Onix were greatly weakened. Ash knew, however, that one more Iron Tail should take the Onix down and Storm is still faster than the Rock Snake. Finish it Storm, Iron Dash. Ash was interrupted when a bunch of little kids stopped his hand and grabbed his body. They were Brock's little siblings. What the? Ash was confused at first, but then realized they were watching the battle and didn't want him to hurt Onix. We're not going to let you hurt Onix again, you big bully, one of them snapped at him. I'm sorry, but how am I a bully? This is an official gym match, isn't it? Ash asked, a bit annoyed that the kids are trying to stop the match, but he could sympathize as Onix is probably like a secondary big brother to them. He wouldn't want anyone hurting his mema. Not that many could. That's enough, all of you get off him. We're to fight until the end. Brock scolded them. But Brock, we know you worked hard raising your Pokemon that you loved so much. That's why we can't stand by and watch Onix get hurt by another attack, another kid cried. What should I do, Ash? Should I finish it? Storm asked, not sure what to do. We finish it, of course. One should never back down from a gym battle. Onix roared. Mema, what should I do? If I don't do anything, I won't get that badge. But if I do go through with it, then these kids will hate me and I'll be guilty. Ash mentally asked Mew/Meowth. Just do what your heart tells you, Ashy. Naya answered back mentally. Ash nodded and made up his mind. Ash got all the kids off him, gently of course, and said, Storm. Return. Storm turned to Ash, a little surprised, but nodded in understanding as the Pikachu walked away from the battlefield and back to Ash's side. What are you doing, Ash? Our battle isn't over yet. Brock was surprised that Ash would forfeit like that, especially after all the trouble the boy went through teaching his Rattata and Pikachu Iron Tail and Dig. It takes a trainer with great patience and skills to teach them something like that without technical machines, TM. It's fine, Brock. I'd rather face you without hurting your little siblings. Next time we fight, I'll be sure to win. Let's go Storm, Naya. Ash said as he walked out of the door with Storm and Naya by his side. Brock watched as Ash walked out of the gym. He knew if his brothers and sisters hadn't stopped the battle, he would have lost. There's only one thing left to do. As Ash, Storm and Naya walked along the river, they calmly chatted with each other. It's too bad you forfeited. We could have won. Storm sighed. My little Ashy can be too kind-hearted sometimes, but that's how I raised him. Naya giggled. Yeah, I just hope the next gym battle his siblings don't watch. I also hope Remy forgives me after all the hard work she did to get us as far as we did. Ash sighed, holding Remy's Pokeball. Hey Ash, somebody called from a short distance. Ash turned around to see Brock running towards him and hoped he didn't see him talking to his Pokemon. Brock? What are you doing out here? Ash asked him curiously. Brock stopped for a second to catch his breath before holding his hand, showing Ash the boulder badge. You forgot this. A badge? I can't take it, I didn't beat you. Ash said, surprised Brock ran all the way out here to give it to him even though he'd lost. Nah, I lost to you. We both know if my brothers and sisters hadn't stopped the battle, you would have won. I must admit though, I never expected you to have taught your Rattata and Pikachu such moves. Most challengers uses type advantages like grass or water types. You most certainly caught me off guard with those Iron Tail and Dig. I'd say you deserve this badge more than the others I've seen. Brock said with a respectful smile. Ash blushed from all the compliments. Brock then looked out in the lake. To be honest, I've been wanting to become the greatest Pokemon breeder. I study about Pokemon. I enjoy raising them more than making them battle. I've wanted to travel to learn more about Pokemon and breeding, but I have to take care of all my little siblings. Ash, I want you to take this badge and fulfill my dream, will you do that for me? Ash smiled and said, I would, but perhaps it's best if you follow your own dreams. Isn't that right, Flint? Naya had already told Ash about Flint's true identity and read his mind to find out just what he was planning. Ash saw Flint and had a smirk on his face. Brock turned, surprised to see this man. Flint was surprised Ash seemed to have figured it out. Nonetheless, Flint took off his hat and beard, showing his true face, which looked like an older version of Brock. Brock was surprised. My father? Yes son, it's me. I have left to become a great Pokemon trainer, but because I was such a failure I was too ashamed to come back home to my family. I must apologize for leaving you and my wife for so long. I'll take over the gym and watch over all your brothers and sisters. You go fulfill your own dreams, son. First, there's a few things I must tell you. Brock said seriously. After all these years I understand you'd want to get some things off your chest. So go ahead, but it wasn't what Flint had in mind. Brock wasn't going to burst out in a fit of rage at his long-lost father, instead, he gave him sewing needles and a big list. Brock then went on telling him the best way to take care of all his little siblings. Brock, of course, was talking supersonic speed, making it hard for anyone to understand him. Ash really hoped his dad would be okay. Later, that night, Ash, Storm and Naya were leaving Pewter City along with Brock. Hey Ash, is it alright with you if I go on with you on your Pokemon journey? Brock asked, a smile never leaving his face. Of course. The more the merrier. It's nice to have some human company. Ash said. But what about that girl who keeps following you? Brock asked, turning back to see Misty coming up behind them. Where had she been all this time? Don't forget Ash. I'm not leaving you until you pay me back for my bike, she snapped. Yeesh, such a stalker. Don't worry about it, you'll get used to her. Ash said to Brock. Ashy, don't forget to talk to your Memo once in a while, but as a Meowth, not a Mew. Naya said to Ash, and he nodded. So Ash now has his first badge. What new adventures awaits him and his newest company, Brock? Chapter 6, The Moonstone and Clefairy's Crush. It'd be an honor to train with you, great and powerful Mew. Storm still treated her as high royalty, which to Pokemon, she probably is. It's strange, but your Pikachu, Storm, almost look like it's worshipping your Meowth, Naya. Brock observed. Ash sweat dropped. Yeah. Storm has a strange habit. Storm, knock it off. Sorry Ash, but Mew is the creator of all Pokemon. It's only natural I'd treat her with respect. Storm said. Respect, not like a SLV. Ash sighed. Come on, which way are we supposed to go now? Misty complained. Well, to get to the next city we'd have to go through a cave called Empty Moon. Legend has it that there are Clefairy and Moonstone in there, said Brock. Oh, Empty Moon. Ashy, we haven't been there since last spring, have we? I'll bet a certain friend of yours would be delighted to see you again. Naya teased as Ash's eyes widened in horror and his face turned white. What's wrong, Ash? You look like you've seen a ghost type. Brock asked when he noticed Ash's sudden fear. It's nothing, Brock. Let's just get through Empty Moon as quickly as possible. Ash quickly said, trying to cover up his horrified face. Is something wrong with Empty Moon, Ash? You just suddenly went pale. Storm asked in concern for his partner. Really, it's nothing. You're lying. Remember what I told you about how Pokemon can detect lies better than humans? Storm said. Naya was only giggling, raising Storm's suspicions even more. Still, Ash wouldn't talk. They made it to the entrance of Empty Moon. Only to see a man being attacked by a bunch of angry Zubats. Attack! 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 They screeched while trying to bite the man's skin off. That man's in trouble, cried Misty. What's up with these Zubats? Ash took out his Pokédex. Zubat, the bat Pokemon. Zubats are blind and use supersonic to see. They usually fly at night and in dark places and hates to be in sunlight. Not these Zubats apparently. Storm, help that guy out. Thundershock those Zubats. Storm's cheeks sparked with electricity. The Pikachu jumped from Ash's head and zapped all those Zubats, forcing them flying back into the cave. Ash noticed Brock threw a Pokeball at one of the weakened Zubats and caught it. Ash didn't really want a Zubat, so he ignored it. Hey, are you okay? Ash asked the man in concern. The man seemed to have a lot of energy, despite being attacked by the Zubats. He quickly stood up with a big smile on his face and crushed Ash in a death hug. Oh, thank you so much for saving me. I thought I was done for, but then a hero and his Pokemon came and saved me. Storm, being the one in the middle of the crushing hug, could not stand being the sandwich anymore and zapped both Ash and the man, ending the death hug. Wow, your Pikachu has a powerful electric attack, I'm impressed, he said standing back up. Hey, why were those Zubats attacking you, mister? Misty asked. The man gasped. Never call me mister. My name is Seymour. Seymour the scientist. And I must shout that I am Alive. Thank you so much. This guy is nuts. Storm commented. Doesn't he remind you of a certain friend, Ashy? Naya teased him. Ash gulped, remembering why he was so dead set of coming here. Storm took notice of this and wondered why his trainer was so afraid. Now he was worried, if Ash could stare down at the Spearow flock in death in the eye without flinching, then what could be so scary in Empty Moon that made him go pale? Anyway, the Zubats were attacking me because they were confused. Seymour answered. Seymour took them inside Empty Moon to see the place was lit with lights. All the Pokemon around the area were acting weird, paras were planting their mushrooms everywhere. The hot lights were drying the sand shrew up. Even the geodudes and zubats were tackling the walls and such. These lights are man-made, but the Pokemon here need the dark, as you can see. They were put up just recently, and I'm trying to find the troublemakers behind this madness. Seymour explained with a worried expression. But why would anyone want to do that? Brock asked. I'm afraid it's because of the Moonstone. Seymour sighed. Moonstone? Misty asked. A moonstone is a rare rock that came from the moon. It makes certain species of Pokemon evolve. Ash explained. Wow, you're really informative, young man. I like that. Seymour said with a smile. Well, this place is called Moon. So of course the Moonstone would be here. Brock realized. The Moonstone was originated from this place. Don't you see? It belongs to the Pokemon, we humans must not take them. When I was a child, I always believed Pokemon came from outer space. They traveled here to Earth with the Moonstone. I still believe that, even to this day. Seymour said with stars in his eyes. Do they come from space? Ash whispered to Naya, knowing she's the origin of all Pokemon. No, but some do. Like Deoxys, she answered. You understand me, don't you? Seymour suddenly grabbed Ash's hand. Ash quickly nodded his head, this man was really hyperactive. Just then, Ash heard a voice that made his blood run cold. Moonstone, Moonstone, time to pray to the Moonstone. Ash quickly got behind Brock and Misty, trying his best to conceal himself. His friends looked at him, why did he suddenly hide himself like that? Just then, a small pink Pokemon jumped past them holding a rock in its hands. Brock realized it was a rare Pokemon and took out Ash's Pokédex to analyze it since the boy wasn't going to do it himself for some reason. Clefairy, the fairy Pokemon. Clefairy has many admirers for its cute charms. It's very rare and only found in certain areas. Misty looked at Ash and noticed the same fear in his eyes as she gets whenever she's near bug types. Don't tell me you're afraid of that cute Clefairy. Misty giggled at his silly fear. And it's a rare Pokemon, why don't you catch it? Brock suggested. No, both Ash and Seymour shouted at the same time, luckily the Clefairy either didn't hear or ignored them as she continued hopping down the path. Sorry, but it's best if you let it stay here. Seymour explained. Why yeah, what he said. Ash quickly agreed. Ash. You're acting like Misty when she was near Flutter when he was a Caterpie. What's going on? Storm tapped his foot and looked at Ash sternly. Naya only giggled, she loved teasing her little baby. Ash seems to be afraid of this Clefairy for some reason and Storm intends to find out why. Help me, cried the Clefairy from down the path. Hearing the cry for help, everyone, including Ash, though hesitantly, rushed to find the Clefairy, only to see a familiar talking Meowth towering over the shaking little Clefairy, clutching the stone in her hands tightly. Don't tell me you're scared of Meowth. Meowth taunted. Meowth. Meowth, both Ash and Storm growled. What are you guys doing here? Meowth demanded, until he spotted Naya on Ash's shoulder. Hey, when did you get that cutie? Save your love fest for later, Meowth. Jessie snapped, coming up from behind. We're here for the Moonstone. And that Pokemon have what we're looking for. James also came from behind and pointed at the hapless Clefairy. All these Pokemon are suffering because of all the lights you put up. You want a rock? Take one of these and get out of here. Brock snapped. Ash. Is that Ash? Ash froze when the Clefairy recognized him. Then she smiled widely that sent a chill down the boy's spine. Naya was giggling constantly. Storm kept looking at Ash and the Clefairy. These two definitely knew each other. It is Ash. Luna haven't seen Ash since last year. Come here, Luna wanna show Ash the moon stone. She jumped wildly up and down. This Clefairy's name is Luna and kept talking in third person. Most Clefairy talks like that. Luna seems to really like Ash, but Ash didn't seem too fond of her. Why is that Clefairy jumping up and down like that? I've never seen a Pokemon acting so hyper before. Seymour commented. Ash, we've gotta stop them from hurting Clefairy. Brock suddenly said, snapping Ash back to reality. Okay. This time we're doing a double battle. Ash said firmly when he saw Jessie and James releasing their coughing and Ekans. Ash and Brock threw their Pokeballs, releasing Flutter the Butterfree and Zubat Brock just caught. A Zubat? Flutter noticed it flying beside him. Hey there. I'm gonna beat these three to the ground for messing up my home. Zubat screeched angrily at Team Rocket. Boo, getting feisty. Naya giggled. Ekans and Coughing were charging at them. Flutter had nostalgic in his compound eyes, remembering those two coming at him back when he was a cater pie. Flutter, use gust to blow them away. Zubat, flap your wings to increase Flutter's gust. Both Flutter and Zubat flapped their wings hard, creating a strong wind to blow back Ekans and Coughing. Storm and Naya turned to see Luna running towards Ash at high speed. Clefairy were usually slow, but this one could rival Eradicate. Ash. Come on, Luna wants Ash to see the moon stone with her, she kept yelling, dashing towards the boy. Ash was unable to focus on the battle due to the Clefairy's antics. Flutter got bitten by Ekans and Brock's Zubat got tackled by Coughing. Ash, focus. Brock quickly said. Seymour, Misty, get Clefairy, and get out of here. We'll keep Team Rocket busy. Ash said to them, mostly to get rid of Luna as she kept hugging his leg tightly, not wanting to let go. Aw, Ash. Luna don't want to leave without Ash. Luna wind. I can see why Ash didn't want to come here. Why is this Clefairy so attached to him? Storm asked Naya. It's a long, funny story. I'll tell you when things calm down, Storm. Naya grinned slyly. Luna, if you go with the nice man and girl, I promise to go see the moon stone. Ash said while gritting his teeth to make sure nobody else heard him. Ash promise? She asked, feeling so excited. Yes. Now go, he quickly said. Luna let him go and picked up the piece of the moon stone and followed Misty and Seymour out of the cave. Nobody saw, except Naya, Meowth quietly sneaking away to follow them. But Naya knew they'll be okay and rather watch her little Ashy battle. Use Supersonic. Brock commanded. Let's see how you like it when you're confused. Zubat said just before it let out a supersonic screech, directed at Ekans and Coughing. Ekans and Coughing were so confused they begun fighting each other. Ekans, Coughing, what are you doing? Jessie scolded. Don't attack each other, attack the enemy. James also scolded. Now Flutter, use Whirlwind. Blow them all the way out of the cave. Ash pumped his fist high. Roger that. Flutter flapped his wings as hard as he could, blowing Team Rocket and their Pokemon out of the cave. Team Rocket's blasting off again. James cried. You may have won this round, but we'll be back. Jessie also cried. Woo, we did it. Now all we have to do is catch up with Misty, Seymour and the Clefairy. Brock said in relief. Ash sighed, not wanting to go back with Luna. Aren't you forgetting something, or someone, Ashy? Naya spoke up. Ash looked at Mew/Meowth and soon realized what's missing. Where's Meowth? Meanwhile, outside of Empty Moon, Luna was hopping around eagerly while holding the piece of the moon stone. She was really excited and couldn't wait to show Ash the really big moon stone. She was jumping up the rocky hill. Clefairy, come back, cried Seymour as he and Misty were trying to keep up with her. Meowth suddenly jumped in front of her with a wide grin. You ain't going nowhere. No, stay away. Luna want Ash to see Moonstone, she cried, both worriedly and sad that she may be unable to finish the Moonstone and show it to the one she admires the most, Ash Ketchum. Eh? You know the twerp. Well, whatever, I want the Moonstone. Meowth hissed. Not knowing what else to do and having no battle experience, Luna jumped down from the cliff and landed on Seymour. They all fell into the stream of water. Meowth hissed as he landed in front of them, ready to pound like a cat on a mouse. Give me the Moonstone, he demanded as he showed his claws to Seymour. Seymour trembled and gave a nervous smile. And now Meowth. I'm sure we could talk this over. No, we can. Meowth snapped as he jumped towards them, ready to scratch. Misty, however, wasn't about to let Meowth have his way. Not so fast, Meowth. She tossed her Pokeball into the water. It released a brown starfish-like Pokémon with a pink round jewel on its center. What are your orders, Miss Misty? The Pokémon said eagerly. Spearow, use Swift. Misty commanded. With no hesitation, the Spearow shot out star-like projectiles at the Meowth. Hitting him, but he wasn't giving up. Now use Water Gun. Spearow switched from shooting star projectiles to spraying a geyser of water at the Scratch Cat Pokémon. Meowth had his mouth wide open and began gulping down the water. Meowth's stomach grew bigger and bigger, bigger than a fully blown Jigglypuff until Spearow stopped. Meowth was literally blown away as he sprayed out the excessive water from his body. Nice job, Spearow. Return. Misty returned her Pokémon back into the Pokeball just before Ash, Brock, Storm and Naya reached them. Is everyone okay? Ash asked, a bit tired from running all the way out of the cave. We're fine thanks to Misty the Mighty. Misty bragged. As expected from the gym leader of Cerulean City. Ash grinned. Ash. Luna jumped out of Seymour's hands and landed right on Ash's face and happily hugged his tightly. Ash, not expecting the sudden impact, fall on his butt as the Clefairy continued to glomp him. Everyone, except Naya of course, stared in surprise and shock. Wild Clefairy like this one were known to be very shy around people, so why is this one so attached to Ash? Later, as the sun began to set, Brock was making Pokémon food for the Pokémon, obviously. So tell me, how did you and Ash meet? Storm asked Luna curiously. It was so long, but it felt like only yesterday. Luna said, looking longingly at the boy she likes so much. Ash was talking to Mew/Meowth about something. Luna went on telling Storm the story. Apparently, Mew decided to have Ash play in Empty Moon. Ash was turned into a Selpha, the baby form of Clefairy. Luna happened to be walking and saw them herself. Ash as a Cleffa looked helpless, so she decided to take him in. Mew was invisible and secretly followed them. Ash had played with Luna, but explained he wasn't really a Cleffa and that his Mema just temporarily turned him into one. Luna didn't care and kept playing with him. She began hugging him and using the random metronome around him. Metronome tend to become something dangerous to Ash, like causing a thunderbolt, zapping him, or barbeak him with lava plume. Sometimes it would turn into a hyper beam and knock him out cold. Storm's sweat dropped, now he knew why Ash feared Luna so much. After all she's put him through, he was lucky he didn't have a Clefairy phobia. Plus it looks like the Clefairy seems to have a crush on him like Flutter had on Misty, but the Butterfree got over it. Luna here's been crushing on the boy since last year. So Mema, how do you think I should train you? I mean, I've never had to raise you myself, you're always raising me. Ash was having a private conversation with Mew/Meowth while Brock was feeding the Pokémon. Well, you don't have to really. I just wanted to stay by your side and be able to interact with more than just you. Come to think of it, I've never actually traveled with human Pokémon trainers before, so this will be a new experience for me. Naya said excitedly. I wonder what other Pokemon I should catch. I've decided to catch an Eevee and Dratini, that's for sure, but what else? Ash wondered. That is if you could find those two. They're very rare. Pokemon Ashy. I mean, if you want, I could just teleport them here, but you want to do this yourself, don't you, Ashy? She said with a grin. Hey Ash, what about Aura Sky? Didn't you two become friends 6 months ago? Remy asked. Yeah, she's out of her Pokeball right now. Aura Sky. Sounds like a dragon-type name. Storm said, perking his ears when he heard Remy say that. Oh that's right. Aurasky's a Dratini. I remember we met back in the Safari Zone 6 months ago. Her mother, Dracia the Dragonair, allowed me to play with her. But I'm not so sure if I want to capture her as I don't like catching my friends. Ash sighed. He didn't really want to catch Remy either, but she insisted on being his Pokemon to help him. Ash made friends with a Dratini? Storm sounded shocked. Storm shouldn't be that surprised. Ash tends to make friends with a lot of Pokemon, even rare ones. Oh, he's so noble and brave. Luna blushed as she looked at the boy. Wow. So what were you doing anyway? Storm asked when he saw the piece of the moonstone still in the Clefairy's hands. Oh, Luna almost forgot. Luna must take this last piece of the moonstone back to the really big moonstone. It's almost time for the special ceremony to pray to the moonstone as Clefairy do every year and hope to evolve into Clefable. Luna really wanted Ash to see it. So Storm helped Luna bring Ash and friends over. Storm could see the excitement in the Clefairy's eyes. She really wanted Ash to see this. The Pikachu was curious to see this ceremony himself. Hey Ash. Get everyone back into their Pokeballs. Luna wants us to see the Moonstone ceremony. It's a once-in-a-year thing, you know, annual. Storm said to Ash, not bothering to hide his excitement. Moonstone ceremony? That's today. Ash looked thoughtful. He missed the last ceremony when Mew took him here as a Cleffa. Come on Ashy, it'll make Luna very happy. And I'm sure everyone would like to see this special ceremony. Naya winked at him as Ash blushed. Wait. You wanted to see it too, Ash? Storm asked, eyeing his trainer slyly. That's right. Little Ashy here threw a tantrum when he found out he missed it last year. Naya giggled, causing Storm to laugh and Ash to blush. Mema. You're embarrassing me. Ash grumbled. Mew always enjoyed teasing him, especially in front of other Pokemon. So Ash want to see it? It's about to begin. Follow Luna. Luna said very excitedly as she began hopping away. Hey. Don't run ahead. Guys, Clefairy's going somewhere. We better follow it. Ash almost slipped up, but was able to recover. Okay, let's hurry. Brock said as everyone returned their Pokemon back into the Pokeball except Storm and Naya. Everyone followed the happy hopping Clefairy deeper into the woods. There was a hole in a big stone wall. Luna slowed down and went in. Everyone followed and saw a huge stone in the center of a pedestal stone. Wow! Is that the moonstone? It's ginormous. Seymour was so inspired. Ash, watch when Luna puts the final piece in. Luna said to Ash as she jumped to the big moonstone and put the small piece beside the other little pieces. When that was done, the entire moonstone began to glow. Everyone watched in astonishment as more Clefairy began coming in. They smiled as the moonstone glowed. The moonstone is completed. Time for the ceremony, Clefairy friends, said one of the Clefairy. All the Clefairy, except Luna, began jumping around the moonstone and sang as if they were dancing. So what's going on now, Luna? Storm asked the only Clefairy not dancing and singing. This is part of the glorious ceremony. Once Clefairy friends completes the moonstone, Clefairy dances and sings. Then decide who should evolve into the majestic Clefable and who should stay as Clefairy. Luna explained happily, knowing her precious Ash was listening. What are they doing? Misty asked curiously, unable to understand Luna. I think they're dancing and singing to the Moonstone. Then decide who evolves. Am I right, Storm? Ash made it look like he was guessing. Storm nodded. Very clever, Ashy, using guesses to cover it up. Shadow the Zorua taught you well. Naya smiled. Ash had learned deception from a Zorua once when they visited Unova 3 months and 2 years ago. Still, he doesn't like lying too much, but he will whenever he has to. Wow, you seem to know a lot about Pokemon Ash, I'm impressed. Brock smiled. Of course. The Clefairy uses the Moonstone to induce evolution. They pray to the stone that came from outer space just as they have. Seymour announced happily. Ash just shook his head at the man's antics, still at least he's happy. Ash think Luna will evolve finally? Luna asked her crush as she blushed a little. Ash shrugged, not sure if she will evolve tonight or not. Luna sure looks excited though, and something told Ash she was looking forward to something other than the evolution. Another Clefairy stopped dancing and walked over to Luna. Luna not dancing? Why? Luna looked at the Clefairy and said, Luna want to evolve and be strong. Luna wants Ash to let her travel with him. Ash, Storm and the other Clefairy looked at Luna when she said that. I may not speak Clefairy very well, but did she just say she wanted to evolve to be strong enough for Ash to capture her? Storm asked, not sure if he interpreted that right. Is that right, Luna? You want to evolve for me to capture you? But why? Ash asked, grateful Brock. Misty and Seymour were too preoccupied with the ceremony to notice he was talking to the Pokemon. Because Luna hears Pokemon trainers only take in strong Pokemon. Luna believes she will be strong when she evolves into Clefable, so Ash would want to take her with him, she explained with a smile. Ash sighed and said, look, I don't care if you evolve or not, I don't want to capture my friends. Luna then became disheartened. But Ash, Luna wants to travel outside of Empty Moon. Luna cannot think of a better way than to travel with Ash, the Child of Mew. Please Ash. Luna promises to be strong for you. Ash sighed, it was like Remy all over again. Ash tries his best to avoid catching his friends, yet whenever they see him, they always want him to catch them. Maybe he should change his name and his appearance. Come on Ashy, Luna here really wants to go with you. And you let Remy go with you, why should Luna be any different? Naya suggested. Remy? Who's Remy? Another friend? Then why not take Luna too? Luna asked curiously and really hopes he changed his mind. Ash thought about it, Clefairy are very rare and they can learn many moves. They have great stamina though they are a little slow. Before Ash could give an answer, 3 familiar laughs stopped him cold. No, it couldn't be. All of them, including Brock, Misty and Seymour, turned around to see Team Rocket at the entrance. They must have followed them here. So this is where the Moonstone has been. Jessie said. All the Clefairy stopped dancing to look at the intruders. Seymour really didn't want them to take the Moonstone. Stop. This Moonstone belongs to the Clefairy, don't take it from them. Seymour demanded as he stood between them. Seymour was shaking unfortunately. What is that? Jessie smirked. He's shaking in his boots. James also smirked. How pathetic. Meowth also smirked. I'll show you, troublemakers. Seymour charged at them recklessly. Seymour, don't, cried Misty and Ash, but he wasn't going to stop. Seymour was running at them with his eyes shut. Seymour, however, was easily knocked back by them. They released Eakins and coughing. We can't let them take the Moonstone. We need to protect the Moonstone, let's go Storm. They are so in for it now. Storm hissed as he got ready for battle. Onyx, let's go. Brock released his giant rock snake. Time to rock and roll. Onyx roared with the little Pikachu on top of his head. Show them that size doesn't matter. Ekans, use dig. Jessie demanded as her snake went underground. Coughing, use smokescreen. James commanded. Coughing spew out a heavy mist of black smoke, causing everyone in the area to choke. Knowing they wouldn't be able to see anything until they got rid of the smokescreen, Ash quickly released Gale the Pidgeotto from the Pokeball. Quick, use Gust to blow the smoke away. Here goes. Gale flapped his wings to create heavy wind to blow all the smoke away. By the time the area was completely smoke-free, the Moonstone was gone and there was a giant hole left in its place. Team Rocket took the Moonstone, cried Misty. The battle was just a diversion while they planned their escape. Brock said grimly. Ashy, I read their minds. Those nasty Team Rockets are not too far from here, you better get them before it's too late. Naya said. Brock, you get Onyx to stop them while we try to catch up with them. We have to get the Moonstone back. Ash said to Brock. All right. Onyx, you heard him. Go stop them. Brock said as Onyx nodded and went underground himself. Ash and the others hurried outside to find them. Seymour, having lost his glasses when Team Rocket knocked him over, was looking for his glasses. Luna picked up his glasses and gave it back to him. Hey, why aren't you going after those bad guys that stole your Moonstone? It's precious to you, isn't it? So it's your job to get it back from them. Do you understand me? Seymour said to them as the Clefairy listened. Human speaks the truth. Clefairy must get Moonstone back. It's too dangerous for Ash to fight them alone. Luna announced as all the Clefairy agreed. Meanwhile, Onyx managed to knock over Team Rocket when they were sliding down the hill. Naya glared at Team Rocket, angry at them for interrupting the ceremony she wanted her little Ashy to see. These guys will be so sorry for interrupting that ceremony. Ash was just as angry. I'm with you there, Ash. Storm was also angry, sparks leaked from his cheeks. Coughing, roll and tackle. James just commanded his Coughing to do a Euro ball, but in a weaker way. Amazingly enough, Coughing was strong enough to tackle Onyx to the ground, but Coughing was buried in the process. Onyx, cried Brock. Just then, Seymour's head popped up from the hole. Then the Clefairy, including Luna, came jumping out of the hole. They all stood in front of Team Rocket. What's going on? Jessie demanded. Metronome, they all said as they began wagging their fingers in a rhythmic way. Wave your fingers around, what comes out knows no bound. When it comes to metronome it may fail or strike right home, they all sang as they waved their fingers as if they were dancing. What are they doing? Jessie asked. Waving their hands around. James asked too. This way and that, this way and that. Meowth said as they all followed the waves as if under a spell. This is an attack the Clefairy use called the metronome. I've never seen the Clefairy use the metronome before, what happens nobody knows. Seymour said. Alright, let's hope it's a good one. Ash smiled. Mew/Meowth watched, anticipating what attack may come from the metronome. Mew uses metronome herself too, but then a forewarning came to her and she gasped when she realized what the metronome will be. Ash, she cried. Ash flinched as Mew would only call him Ash if something serious was about to happen. Take cover, the Clefairy are going to explode. Ah! We must take cover. Ash yelled. Though not sure why Ash was screaming, Misty, Brock and Storm wasted no time trying to take cover. Whatever had Ash spooked can't be good. Explosion, they all yelled when the metronome was complete. All of the Clefairy's body glowed and literally exploded in Team Rocket's face. Team Rocket literally blasted off into the sky. It looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again, cried James. That metronome is nothing but trouble. I give it 2 thumbs down. Jessie screamed. Me too. James agreed. Meowth 3e. Meowth also agreed as they blasted off into the horizon. The Clefairy all landed safely, but they blew up their moonstone in the process. Luckily, it was part of the ceremony for the moonstone to be broken into tiny pieces, and the pieces will fall on a Clefairy and evolve it into Clefable. The moonstone. Seymour was in awe as the pieces fell slowly on each Clefairy. Now watch, my little Ashy, this is the main event of the ceremony. Naya said joyfully now that the danger had passed. Ash and Storm as well as Brock and Misty watched in awe as the moonstone pieces began evolving the Clefairy. When the piece of the moonstone landed on a Clefairy, its body began to glow, it grew in size. When the glow faded, a bigger Clefairy with larger wing-like limps on its back. Ash took out his Pokédex. Clefable, the fairy Pokémon. Clefable is the final evolved form of Clefairy. They have acute hearings and is sensitive to feelings. It is known that Clefable are one of the rarest Pokémon in the world. Ash then noticed Luna was jumping around, trying to get a piece of the moonstone to touch her, but unfortunately it seems it wasn't her destiny to evolve this year. Whenever she got close to a piece, it landed on another Clefairy and evolved it into a Clefable. Luna wanna evolve too, so Ash will take her. Luna said sadly as no moonstone pieces landed on her. All of the pieces were gone now. The chosen Clefairy were now Clefable. About half of the Clefairy has evolved while the other half, including Luna, were still Clefairy. Luna's ears dropped. Luna didn't get to evolve this year either, she said sadly. There's always next year, Luna, one of the Clefable said. But Luna want to evolve now, so Ash would let her go with him. Luna's eyes started to water. Ash. Maybe you should just capture her. She really wanted to go with you. Storm said, feeling sorry for the Clefairy. Ash let out a sigh. Well, he did already capture Remy, and a Clefairy would be very useful in his journey. He nodded as he made up his mind. Naya, having read his mind, smiled warmly. Ash took out his empty Pokeball. Hey Luna. Want to come with me? Luna became surprised and turned to Ash. Luna didn't evolve, Ash still want to take her. Of course, you don't have to evolve to be on my team. I'd rather raise my Pokemon slowly rather than have them evolve so fast. Ash explained with a smile. Luna smiled brightly as she jumped and hugged Ash's face like he's her precious doll that she just found after losing it for so long. Hey Ash, what's up with that Clefairy? Brock asked when he saw Luna glomping him again. I've decided to take her with me and I'm going to call her Luna. Ash said as he held up the Pokeball about to tap her with it. Wait a minute, the Clefairy should stay here. Seymour protested. No, Luna wanna go with Ash. Luna whined. It's okay, you may go with him. We know we can trust the Child of Mew, one of the Clefables said with respect. I think they're okay with it. Ash assured Seymour before tapping Luna's head with the Pokeball. Luna's body turned red as she went into the Pokeball. Just like with Remy, the Pokeball didn't wiggle before it clicked. I've got a Clefairy. Ash cheered along with Storm and Naya. The morning sun began to rise. Ash took Luna out of her Pokeball to say goodbye to her family and friends. Clefairy and Clefable will miss Luna. Please don't push Luna too hard and be good to Ash, the Clefable said. Luna will be careful and miss her friends and family. Luna smiled as she waved to Clefable, presumably her parents or best friends. I've decided to live here, with the Clefairy. It's always been my lifelong dream to find the Moonstone. And maybe someday I could travel through the stars with them. Seymour said. Hope you have a happy life here then. Misty said. Luna, you ready to go? Ash said, more than ready to leave Empty Moon and head off to the next Pokemon gym. Luna's ready, Ash, she said excitedly as Ash returned her into the Pokeball. I'm ready to get out of this cave and on to the next city. Storm said tiredly as he climbed onto Ash's shoulder. The nearest city should be the Cerulean city. Naya said as she and Ash looked at Misty, both knew she came from Cerulean City and that she's a gym leader over there. They all waved goodbye to Seymour, Clefairy and Clefable as they continued their journey. Ash and his friends soon came across a sign that pointed to Cerulean City. Looks like Cerulean City is just up ahead. Brock noted. Great, it's time for my next gym badge. Ash said, though he secretly eyed Misty, who didn't look too happy. Hey, there's a note scribbled here. Brock said when he noticed something. What's it say? Ash wondered as he curiously read it. Gary was here. Ash is a loser. Now normally, Ash would have shouted Gary's name and started running towards Cerulean City, but Mew had always taught him to never let his rivals get the best of him or rile him up unless necessary. What an arrogant punk. We better get going before he gets too far. Ash grumbled as he started walking down the path. I'm surprised you're taking this so coolly. I thought you would have ran off after reading that message. Brock said as he followed him. Oh. I never wanted to end up back here. Misty sighed. Looks like Ash is about to see Misty's hometown. Will he be able to beat the gym? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 7, Waters of the Cerulean City. Misty ran up to Ash and Brock. Hey! Where do you think you're going? Misty cried. To Cerulean City, of course, where else? Ash pretended he didn't know Misty came from there, but he really didn't know why she didn't want to go back. Ah! Why would you want to go there? Misty cried. What's wrong? Trust me, you don't want a Pokemon from there. They're all scary ghost-like Pokemon, they look like monsters. Misty tried her best to look intimidating. Ghost Pokemon? I didn't know there were Ghastly, Haunter and Jengar in Cerulean City. When did it become haunted? Ash asked, knowing she was lying. Cerulean City is known for water Pokemon, not ghost Pokemon. I'm serious, Ash. We shouldn't go to Cerulean City. Misty snapped. Why not? I have to get a badge there if I want to compete in the Pokemon League. I know. Why don't we go to Vermilion City? It's near the ocean, there are appealing yachts there and it also have a Pokemon gym. Misty suggested, trying desperately to avoid returning to Cerulean City. I know that. But I want to go to Cerulean City first since it's closer. After I get the next badge we can head to Vermilion City. Ash said as he continued walking with Brock, Storm and Naya. Ah. Why me? Misty wind. Ash had finally made it to Cerulean City. So this is Cerulean City. It's not so bad. Ash, Misty's gone. Storm said when he noticed the girl wasn't with them. Looks like Misty disappeared. Brock also noticed. She really didn't want to come here, that's for sure. Ash said. I know why, but maybe you should find out yourself, Ashy. Naya said as she gave a cat-like stretch. Not being able to go wherever she wanted by flying or teleporting was something Mew was not used to, but she wanted to stay by her child's side. Ash then noticed a crowd up ahead. Hey, what's going on over there? Let's go see. Ash, Brock, Storm and Naya headed over the crowd. They saw a warehouse was broken in. What's going on here? Ash asked a person. Last night they said criminals broke into the warehouse and stole something, he answered Ash. Very suspicious. You two just happened to show up at this moment. Officer Jenny suddenly came into view. Officer Jenny. Who stole what? Ash asked, not at all surprised that all the Officer Jennys looked alike. Wait a minute, how did you know my name? She asked suspiciously. I met your sister back in Viridian City. Ash answered, though he regretted it. Ashy, she really suspects you and Brock right now. Naya warned him a little too late. Well then, if you met my sister-in-law, then you have dealt with the police before. Now maybe you just stopped to ask her for directions, or maybe you found a lost wallet and returned it to her. Or maybe you and your friend broke out of jail. Jenny suddenly took out HNDCFFS. Ivy never been in jail. Ash stuttered, this Jenny is a really high accusing officer. Neither have I, ma'am. Brock was also nervous. That's what they all say, she wasn't about to let them go. See, we just got into town and saw a crowd here and decided to see what's going on. Brock explained. Still the wrong thing to say. The criminals always return to the scene of a crime, she smirked. Ashy, show her your ID. Naya said to him. Why didn't I think of that? Storm sighed. Ash sighed as he took out his Pokédex. Look, this should clear things up. I'm Dexter. I am to help and guide Ash Ketchum in his Pokemon journey. If lost or stolen, I cannot be replaced. Dexter said, showing Ash's ID on its screen. And I used to be Pewter City's gym leader. Brock held up his Boulder badge as proof. Officer Jenny said, well, that's clear enough evidence for me. I'm so sorry for suspecting you. Now I'm suspicious of my sister-in-law, she sure has weird taste in friends. Hey, if you're free later, maybe we could go out on a movie tonight. Brock said, flirting with her. Oh no, don't tell me he's one of those guys, is he? Ash grumbled as he looked at Naya, who nodded with a sly smile. I'm usually busy until way past your bedtime. I'm going to be working around the clock to try and find the thieves and the things they stole. What did they steal? Ash asked out of curiosity. That's the strange thing, they didn't take any money, just a giant vacuum and a hose. But why would anyone want any of that stuff for? I don't know, young man, and I don't have time to be playing guessing games with you. So move aside. Officer Jenny finally lost her patience and tried to get the crowd to leave. Good thing I have my Pokédex and you had your badge. Ash said in relief. So what are you going to do, Ash? Challenge the gym leader here? Brock asked him. Sure am. I just have to find the gym first. Well, I wish you luck then. I have some stuff I need to do, if you don't mind. Brock said. Okay, I'll see you later then. Ash said as Brock went the other way. Oh Ashy, I know where the gym is, follow me. Naya said with a sly giggle as she ran off. Mema, wait up. Ash saw that smile, it's usually a smile whenever she's planning a game for him. Naya had indeed found the Pokemon gym. It was a huge building with a dugong picture in the middle to represent, Cerulean City Gym. Here it is. Let's go inside. Naya said, the smile never leaving her face. Mema, I know that smile. What are you planning? Ash asked. Suspiciously. You'll see soon, my little Ashy, she replied, grinning even more. Uh-oh, I sure hope it's not more intensive training. I really rather not drown in a pool. Storm was also nervous from past experience. Ash, Storm and Naya entered the building. Ash didn't expect to see a huge aquarium filled with water Pokemon and 3 young women diving into the aquarium pool. It seems they were doing a swimming show. There are mostly males here. Hey, what kind of Pokemon gym is this? Where's Misty? Isn't she one of the gym leaders? I was hoping to test my Pokemon on her. Ash sighed. We have time before your big gym battle, Ashy. Why not play with some of the water Pokemon and put on a show? Naya said as she turned back into Mew, her true form. Ash almost choked when she turned back. Mema. What are you doing? There are people here, someone's going to see you. Oh relax, Ashy. Everyone here is too busy drooling over those 3 girls to notice Lil ol me. Besides, it's time we put on a show of our own. Hope you know how to swim, Storm. Mew said, and before the Pikachu could protest, she snapped her fingers and both Storm and Ash found themselves underwater. Storm panicked, not knowing where the surface was, until Ash calmed him down. Calm down, Storm, Mema made sure we could breathe underwater. Ash said in Pokemon language. Storm opened his eyes to see Ash was a Vaporeon. Storm himself was a Chinchou, a Pokemon in Johto and Hoenn. Come on you two, it's time for our cue, a seal said to them quickly. Mew was there too, but as a lovely Lapras. Mew told Ash and Storm about what to do telepathically. They were to surround the three girl along with other water Pokemon and sprinkle water gun around them to be flashy. It feels weird being another Pokemon. Storm said as they were swimming in a circle around the three sisters. I'm already used to it as Mema turns me into a Pokemon once a day for 7 years. Ash smiled in nostalgic. It's been a while since he's been a water type and he loves being able to breathe and swim underwater. To top it all off, he's an Evolution. Vaporeon was one of his favorites, now if he could just find a real EV in a water stone. Ash and Storm saw one of the sisters jumped out of the water and landed on Mew/Lapra's back and did a perfect handstand while riding on her. Mew had completely changed everybody's memories to make them believe the three sisters always had a Lapras, Chinchou and Vaporeon so nobody would be suspicious. Ash knew this as Mew always done this too whenever she wanted to perform in front of people, as someone else of course. Ash was glad to see Storm was having a lot of fun in the body of a water Pokemon in water. Ash loved the part where he used acid armor to literally melt into water before rising back up along with the blue-haired sister. The audience went wild. The performance was a big success. After the show was over, all the water Pokemon that performed were to go rest in the aquarium. Mew turned Ash and Storm back into a human and Pikachu while Mew returned to the Meowth disguise. Ash looked around and realized Mew teleported them in the hallway of the gym. The three sisters he, Storm and Naya performed with, were walking down the hall, complimented on how the show went. Today was the best performance ever. Yeah, the crowd totally went wild when they watched it today. Well, practice makes perfect, of course. Hey, excuse me. Ash said to get their attention. Oh. Sorry, but if you want an interview you'll have to talk with the manager, said the blue-haired one. That's not it. We don't do autographs, the pink-haired one said. I don't want one. You know, you look totally familiar. Like we've seen you before, the yellow-haired one stated, looking at him. It could be that we just performed with you today. Ash inwardly smirked like Mew would after a fun game. Listen, I just came here for a gym battle. Ash said. Oh, another challenger. Well, we're the three sensational gym leader sisters. They lead the boy and his Pokemon to the arena. Alright, I challenge you all for the badge. Ash said determinedly. Ashy, you're going to be in for a disappointment. Naya sighed. Ash didn't have time to ask why because the sisters answered for her. Actually, we don't feel like having a gym battle right now. Why not? Because we just got beaten 3 times by these kids from a nowhere place called Palette. Looks like Gary and the others already went through here. Ash sighed, his rivals were getting way ahead of him. It was just one loss after another. My eyes were spinning from all the losses. We had to rush all of our Pokemon to the Pokemon Center. This is the only one left. The pink-haired one released the Pokemon from the Pokeball and it turned out to be a Goldeen. Hey there, sorry but I'm new, the Goldeen said. All you have is a low-level Goldeen. Ash and Storm glared. The sister returned it into the Pokeball. If it would evolve into Sea King, we could use it. But right now all it can do is its horn attack. But I came here to get a badge. Ash sighed. Say no more. Oh Seal, the yellow-haired one called and clapped her hand. A seal came out of the pool and jumped up. It stuck its tongue out that had a teardrop item. Why couldn't they just use the seal to battle? It looks tough enough to fight. Storm said. I'm a performer, not a fighter. Though I would like to travel and get stronger one day, the seal answered as the sister took the item from its tongue. This is the Cascade Badge. This is what you wanted, right? Take it, it's yours, she said, holding the badge up. Thanks, but I'd rather earn my badges. Ash said, not wanting to accept such a hollow badge. Just take it. You would have beaten us anyway, was all she said. Mema, what should I do? I don't want to just take it. Ash asked Mew telepathically. Oh, I don't think you have anything to worry about, Ashy. An old friend just came. Naya said aloud, smiling. As if on cue, a loud, obnoxious voice shouted, hold it right there. If you don't want to battle him, I will. Misty. Ash knew she was one of the gym leaders here, but he didn't know she would actually come back, seeing how dead set she was against coming back. That's right, Ash Ketchum. I am the fourth sensational sister, she announced, finally telling him she's a gym leader too, though he already knew. There are only 3 sensational sisters and 1 runt, the pink-haired said, and Misty growled at her. So you're related to them, Misty? Ash asked, pretending he didn't know. Yeah, unfortunately. So what you doing here? Didn't you shoot off your mouth saying you would never come back until you've become the Pokemon trainer you've wanted to be? The blue-haired one said. I guess I did say that. Misty said. Then I guess you couldn't become the great trainer you wanted to be and came back here, the yellow-haired one thought. Misty glared and said, that's not it. The only reason why I'm here right now is because he wanted to come, she pointed at Ash. Well, he's not someone I would choose for a boyfriend, but then you're no catch yourself, the yellow-haired one, YH, said. Boyfriend. He owes me a new bike, she snapped. Why not just let her battle with me? She is part of this gym after all. Ash suggested, wanting to avoid a cat fight between the 4 sisters. Well, I suppose since she is the only one of us who can actually battle right now. BH, blue hair, agreed. Now the 2 friends stood on opposite side of the pool arena. Hey Ash. Is it okay if I sit this one out? I rather not fight Misty. Storm said, though he felt a little ashamed of himself for not battling for his trainer, the boy who saved his life and willing to end his own just for him. Ash looked at his Pikachu. I suppose that's fine. You do have the type advantage, but if you really don't want to, then I'll just let the others battle. Ah, Storm, you're no fun. Naya sighed, a bit disappointed in the Pikachu. Go Stereo. Misty released her Stereo. Awaiting orders, Miss Misty, the Stereo was ready for battle. Ash pointed his Pokédex at it. Stereo, the star-shaped Pokémon. Stereo are usually found shining their jewels in the ocean at night. Alright, I've been wanting to test out Luna since I caught her and this is a good time. Luna, time for your first real battle. Ash tossed his Pokeball and the Clefairy came out, looking around in wonder. Oh wow, so much water. Ash, are Luna and friends on an island? Luna asked looking around. We're in the middle of a gym battle. I'm counting on you, Luna. Ash winked that caused the Clefairy to blush and became pumped. Luna fight. Victory for Ash, victory for Ash. Luna jumped up and down, ready to fight the Stereo. Stereo, tackle it. Misty ordered. Hiya. Stereo's entire body spinned around as it shot towards the Clefairy. Luna, quick jump. Luna, being the great jumper she is, jumped up and easily evaded the Stereo's attack. Luna remembered seeing Stereo's attacks against Meowth back at Empty Moon yesterday. Luna, use pound. Stereo is so in for it. Luna pounded the Stereo with her hand. Water gun. Stereo sprayed a blast of water at Luna's face. Hang in there Luna, shake it off and use double slap as payback. Time for a smack. Luna glared at the starfish Pokemon before slapping it constantly for about 4 times before it jumped into the water to get away. Now that Stereo's in the water, it's time for a counterattack. Tackle it from underwater. Misty commanded. Stereo wasted no time shooting up the water and hitting the Clefairy. Luna ducked her head after being tackled 3 times in a row. Luna, quick use sing. Just as Stereo splashed out of the water again, Luna took a breath and, sing my lullaby dreams that are in the sky pillow clouds of fluff watch the Jigglypuff soar through the sky hear my lullaby. Now that's a soothing song. Stereo couldn't stay awake after hearing the song and fell asleep on the floor, just an inch away from the Clefairy. Now use metronome while it's asleep. Ash hopped. It was a god move. Luna began wagging her fingers in the air. Wave your fingers around, what comes out knows no bound, and it comes to metronome it may fail or strike right home. Stereo, wake up, hurry. Misty called desperately. The metronome was complete and Luna's body shinned like it did back at Empty Moon. Ash paled. Oh no. SELFDSTRUCT, like last time, Luna exploded. Unlike last time, it was a tad weaker, but still powerful enough to cause both Stereo and Luna to faint. Ash sighed, oh well, at least you went out with a bang. He returned the unconscious Clefairy back into her Pokeball. That metronome is way too unpredictable. Misty shouted as she returned Stereo into her Pokeball. Who are you gonna use now? Storm asked Ash. It's time. Remy had another go at the gym. Ash said with a grin. Misty calls. Starmie. Misty released another starfish Pokemon, but bigger, was gray and had more limbs. Ready to battle, it said. Starmie, the mysterious Pokemon and the evolved form of Stereo. Starmie goes over the ocean, spreading the light of their jewel, the Pokédex informed. Go Remy. Ash released his Rattata from her Pokeball. Battle time. Remy hissed at the Starmie. Starmie, rapid spin. Remy got hit by Starmie's large body. Well, large compared to her own. Fight back with bite. Remy opened her mouth and bit down on Starmie's jewel, causing great pain for the mysterious Pokemon. With Starmie being part psychic type and with bite being dark, it was super effective, another reason why Ash chose Remy for this. Don't take that, Starmie. Get it off with Bubble Beam. Starmie blew off the Rattata with a powerful stream of bubbles. When Remy was off, Starmie jumped back into the water. With Starmie under the water and Remy only capable of using physical attacks, you're going to lose. Misty smirked with confidence. Come back up here and fight, you coward. Remy snapped as Starmie continued to swim in circles like a predator. Now think, Ashy, how are you going to fight a water Pokemon underwater with a Pokemon that can only use physical attacks? Naya said, hoping he would know what to do. Remy, I have an idea, but I'm going to need you to trust me. Ash said. Of course I trust you, Ash. Give the order and I'll do it. Remy said determinedly. Go underwater, Remy, he ordered. What? Are you crazy, Ash? Storm cried in fear that his trainer has lost it. Without protest, however, Remy dived into the water. You want to lose, Ash? Fine. Starmie, give it the final tackle. Misty commanded, sure she'll win. Starmie charged at the rat Pokemon at full speed. Remy glared it down, waiting Ash's order. Now Remy, bite it as hard as you can. Ash commanded. Just before Starmie could hit the little Rattata, she opened her mouth and bit down on its jewel as hard as she could. The hard teeth of Remy's mouth caused the jewel to crack and she threw the weakened Starmie out of the water and hit the wall. Remy jumped out of the water and shook the droplets off her fur and still looked ready for more. Starmie, however, was greatly weakened and the light of its jewel was flickering. Clever move. Luring your opponent into a false sense of security, prompting them to attack full throttle and letting their guard down before striking them where it hurts the most. I knew you could figure it out, my little Ashy. Naya cooed, happy how her child figured the strategy out so quickly. Oh no, Starmie. Misty was concerned for her Pokemon. Okay Remy, time to finish it. Tackle dash. Before Ash could give the final command, something huge broke down the gym's wall, completely interrupting the final blow to win the match. This is the second time this happened. When am I ever going to actually finish a frickin' gym battle? Ash grumbled angrily as he turned to see who interrupted his victory move. A huge machine had broken through the wall. 3 familiar people. Well, 2 people and a Pokemon were standing on top of it. Now that we're here, we can finally put this baby into good use. Jessie said with a grin. Time to collect our Pokemon. James said. Meowth, start the machine. Like, who invited these clowns? PH, pink hair, asked, surprised. Team Rocket turned on the machine. It put a long hose into the water and began skinning it up like a vacuum. A giant vacuum and a hose. Arg. I can't believe I didn't know it was Team Rocket. Ash mentally smacked himself for being so clueless. Hey. That's our pool. BH cried. You're right, I should give it back. Meowth said as he put it in reverse. The hose lifted up to the ceiling and spouted out the water, causing a flooded wave all over the gym. Mew transformed herself into a dugong and lifted Ash onto her back to keep him from drowning. Of course, as his mother, it's her job and her instincts to keep him protected at all cost. You've gotta save the Pokemon, cried Misty. Like what about my hair? BH cried. Time to SCKM up. Meowth said as he set it back to suction. The hose went back into the water and began skinning up. The water again. Seal was caught in the current and was SCKED into the hose. Come back Seal, cried the sisters. Help me, cried Seal. The Seal will be okay, we just have to focus on taking those nasty Team Rocket down. Mew as Dugong said with Ash still on her back. ASH, cried Storm. To Ash's horror, Storm was caught in the current and is now being SCKED into the giant vacuum. Mema, get me up that vacuum and get out of the water. Ash quickly said. Mew knew what he was planning, so she didn't hesitate as she bucked him up towards the vacuum and jumped out of the water as Ash shouted the command to Storm. Thundershock. Storm quickly zapped Team Rocket and the vacuum. It's time like these I want to go straight. James said after getting zapped. All 3 of them fell into the water. So this is how it feels to be all washed up. We'll never come clean. Jessie whined. They were SCKED into the vacuum and tossed out to the sky into the horizon on the other side. Seal made it out, clapping at the victory. Ash landed on the vacuum and put the thing in reverse just as it SCKED Storm in. The hose shot out the water and the Pikachu came out and was luckily caught by YH safely. Mew transformed back into Meowth. Seal came back in. Nice catch. Storm smiled. Those meddlesome Team Rocket interrupted our battle. I was so going to win too. Remy snapped, all wet from the giant waves. Oh yeah. Come on Misty, we still have to finish our match. Ash said. Actually, you've already won, Ash. You've definitely earned this Cascade badge. YH said as she handed him the badge. What? How come he gets the badge? He didn't win. Misty complained. True he didn't get the finishing blow, but let's face it Misty, if the battle wasn't interrupted, he would have won. PH said. That's probably true. Misty sighed, not wanting to admit she would have lost for sure if Ash had given the last command to Remy. Go on Ash, you've deserved it for winning the battle and for saving all of us. YH said as she handed him the badge. Alright, I'll take it. I won a Cascade badge. Ash cheered along with Storm, Naya and Remy. Outside of the gym, the sun was setting. You go ahead on your Pokemon journey. And please become strong because we already got all the beauty. BH said, teasing her. Misty glared at her sister. What's that supposed to mean? It means, good luck. You know we love you. YH laughed as Misty cooled off. Come back home any time, little sis. PH said with a smile. Seal then came out of the gym and looked at Misty. Hey, let me come with you. I've always wanted to go on a journey and evolve into a dugong. Hey Misty, I think Seal wants to go with you. Ash said. Are you sure, Seal? Don't you need to perform with my sisters? Misty asked, unsure about this. It'll be fine. Seal here has always wanted to go out and see the world. It's probably for the best if you take him with you, but you're going to have to leave one of your other Pokemon here to replace him. BH said. Oh, I don't know. Just leave your Starmie here. We could really use it, and I'm sure Seal could use the experience outside of the gym. PH said. Starmie? Oh. Alright. Please take good care of it, and I promise to take good care of Seal. Misty said as she gave them Starmie's Pokeball. Finally. I get to go out. Seal cheered as the sisters returned him into his Pokeball and handed it to Misty. That's so cool, Misty. You've got a Seal. Ash said with a smile. Yeah, but I sure am going to miss Starmie. Brock came over having finished his stuff. Hey Ash. How'd you do in the gym? See for yourself. Ash said proudly as he showed Brock the Cascade badge. Cool, let's go. And so, ends their adventure in Cerulean City, and Ash got his second badge. What more adventures awaits them? Find out next time. Post Chapter 7, Nidoran's story in the harsh training. Ash had won 2 badges, now he only has 6 more to go and he can enter the Indigo Plateau League. So we're off to Vermilion City, right? Ash said as they walked down the path. Of course. Vermilion City's got lots of great sights, the ocean and a huge luxury ship I've been dying to see. Misty said dreamily. Ash had seen Vermilion City before, it was an appealing city with little pollution and many great ships. A lot of rich people uses these ships. There's also a great gym at the city. I'm sure you could get your 3rd badge there. Brock said. Oh, Ashy. It's been a while since we've been to Vermilion City, hasn't it? Maybe we could get on some more of those fancy yachts. Naya had that same dreamily look in her eyes as Misty. Ash remembered the first time he and Mew teleported to Vermilion City. Mew was so fascinated by all the big fancy yachts that she decided to transform both herself and him into a wealthy family. Using her powers, she created the currency necessary to ride aboard the biggest luxury ship on port. Ash loved watching all the rich Pokemon trainers using their Pokemon for battling, showing off on a stage or just putting on accessories for a contest in a different region. The boy couldn't help but find himself daydreaming what the next yacht would be like and hope Mew would allow Brock and Misty to share the experience this time as he would like to share the experience with his friends. I see everyone here is excited to get to Vermilion City, but we have to find a way to get there first. Brock said, snapping them out of their yet dreams. Geez Ash, didn't think you'd be the type to enjoy luxury ships. Storm smirked. Come on, the sooner we get there, the sooner I can get another badge. Ash quickly said, trying to cover up the fact he was daydreaming. Actually, we should take the scenic route. Vermilion City isn't going anywhere, we should just enjoy the journey itself rather than the destination. Naya suggested to Ash. Naya's right, while traveling we should always enjoy the scenic route. I could always pass it off as getting lost. Misty won't like it, but it's worth it and I may find some new Pokemon along the way. Ash thought with a grin. Sometime during the walk, Ash decided to stop and train his Pokemon. Brock and Misty decided to take a nap. While the 2 humans were sleeping, Naya decided it was her training style time. The Meowth reverted back to Mew. Ashy, since the other two are asleep now and there's no one else in sight, let's give your Pokemon a little extra training, shall we? Mew suggested with a devious grin she was so infamous for. This made Storm gulped and sweat dropped. The last time Mew had him under her special training, he and poor Remy almost had their tails cut off by stubborn Krabby and pelted with sharp rocks. I guess we could. Come on out everyone. Ash released all 4 of his Pokemon from the Pokeballs, Flutter the Butterfree, Gale the Pidgeotto, Remy and the Rattata and Luna the Clefairy. What's up, Ash? Are we training? Flutter asked. We sure are. Ash nodded as Storm sweated. Ooh, what are Luna and friends going to do? Luna asked eagerly. They are always so eager until after the harsh training. Storm knew this well and so does Remy. Are we going to be training with Mew again? Remy asked nervously. Yup. Ash nodded again, causing Storm and Remy to almost faint while the other 3 jumped in eagerness, not knowing their doom. The legendary Mew itself? Oh great and powerful Mew, what is our training? Gale asked in great respect. Well Mema, any suggestions on what we need to work on? Ash asked the floating pink cat. Come now, Ashy. You're the trainer. You're supposed to figure out what your Pokemon needs to work on. I'm just going to provide the training method, she said with a smile. Okay, let me see. Ash looked at his current 5 Pokemon team. Why did she choose him? How could she betray me? A voice that sounded like a little kid said sadly. Ash and his Pokemon saw a light blue rabbit-like Pokemon walking towards them. It looked miserable. Oh dear, that poor Nidorann's been through a lot. Mew said in concern. Ash was surprised, Nidorans aren't usually found in this area. Opening his Pokédex, he scanned it. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokemon. This is the male species of the Nidoran. Its horns are longer than the female and filled with poisonous venom. It uses its stiff ears to listen for danger. Ash looked at the injured Nidoran, male, in curiosity. The one in the Pokédex was purple, but this Nidoran was blue like its female counterpart. Then it hit Ash. Hey! Isn't this a shiny Nidoran? Forget about that, Ash. This Nidoran is hurt. Storm hissed and Ash snapped out of it and bent down to the shiny Nidoran, male. Hey, what's wrong? What happened to you? Ash asked in concern as his Pokemon, including Mew, crowded the poor Nidoran. Veiny. Captured. Betrayed. Attacked was all the injured shiny Nidoran could say before he passed out. Mew put her paw on the unconscious Nidoran, reading his mind and healing his wounds. The Nidoran will be fine after a good rest. But it seems he went through a lot of pain before getting here. What happened to him, Mema? Ash asked, worried for the Nidoran. It's not for me to tell, Ashy. You better wait until he wakes up and let him tell you yourself. Until then, let's get your Pokemon stronger. Mew said, hopping to get Ash distracted until the shiny Nidoran, male, wakes up. Oh that poor thing. Luna hopes Nidoran gets well soon. Luna said softly looking at the sleeping Nidoran. Mew teleported everyone in the safari, which has become Mew's training area. She again transformed Ash into a baby Kangaskhan with her as the mother. Ash spoke like a general as they all trained. Mew had them raise their speeds by making vicious Tauros chasing them. Ash's words were, if you want to survive the stampede, I suggest you don't get caught. Remy and Storm were fast, so they were able to outspeed the Tauros stampede, but they had little stamina and tired out easily and got trampled. Luna was too slow and got trampled too. Mew disabled Flutter and Gale's ability to fly and they were trampled too. Mew kept them from getting too seriously injured. Next came Attack. Mew trapped all 5 of them in barriers. Ash's words, if you want to get out, you must break them. Otherwise you'll be stuck in there until you slowly go mad and try to eat each other. If you don't want that to happen, I suggest you break down the barriers. Let's just say it took about a day for them to break out and they were injured and starved. Ash and Mew gave them a big feast after that as a reward and to keep them alive. Mew had stopped time where Brock and Misty were so they wouldn't wake up to find Ash and his Pokémon gone. Next was defense and stamina. Mew used her powers to control the weather around them. She unleashed lightning on Flutter and Gale, they are to endure it as they are weak to electricity. She caused fissure and earthquakes for Storm as ground is his weakness, Storm is to endure it as well and keep out of the cracked earth. As for Remy and Luna, they are to endure powerful fighting-type punches from a Hitmonchan Mew made. After for about 2 hours of painful enduring, Mew dissipated everything and healed them all. Just before teleporting them all back to where they were. Ash was back to being a human and Mew was. Mew. I'm sorry if I was too tough on y'all, but that's how it is when you train under Mema. Ash said. It's fine, Ash. No pain, no gain. Flutter said. I feel stronger already. No bug will beat me. Gale said, stretching his wings. Luna tired, but happy to be stronger without evolution. Luna said while moving her arms around. That was tough, but at least we're still alive. That's good enough for me. Remy said. I'm eager to see the results though. Let's hurry up and find a trainer to battle. Storm said eagerly. Then they heard a mm. Brock and Misty weren't waking up, it was the shiny Nidoran, male. They all crowded around him, but gave him enough room to breathe, they didn't want to scare him more than he is now. Where am I? The Nidoran asked looking around a bit nervously. Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you. We healed you. Well, Mema did. Are you okay? What happened to you? Ash asked calmly. Oh. Did you capture me when I was weakened? Nidoran asked. No, I haven't. I didn't think you'd want to be caught. Ash said. You're different. Because of my unusual colors, most trainers would kill for a chance to capture me. I actually threw myself in front of you when I realized you were a trainer, hoping you would just capture me and end my struggle, the shiny Nidoran, male, said weakly. What do you mean? Storm asked. My name is. Well, I don't have a real name. But I'm known as Prince Nidoran. My male Mema was royalty, he's a Nidoking, same with my female Mema who's a Nidoqueen. For generations, the Nidoran family were to grow up and evolve to become the next Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Not long ago, I hatched and everyone was surprised to see I was a different color. At first they thought I was a Nidoran female, but when they confirmed I was indeed male, they were stunned to see my color was just like the female counterpart. As I grew up, many of my so-called friends made fun of me, calling me a freak because I'm a male yet I had the color of a female. I thought I was going to be alone for the rest of my life. Then I met her. Princess Nidoran female. She was just like me, she was purple instead of blue despite being a female. She told me we were shiny Nidorans, that's why our colors were so different. We became quick friends and hung out a lot. For a while, I thought I finally found someone who would be my friend forever. But then. One day. It happened and everything changed. My home was attacked by humans wearing these black uniforms with a big red R in the middle. They destroyed the forest, captured all the Pokémon and started building their shelters there. Princess Nidoran and I managed to get away before they found us. For about a week, both of us stuck together and tried to find another home. But then. A Pokémon trainer. A boy about your age, he had a Squirtle and seemed arrogant, appeared before us. I panicked when he saw us. The boy knew we were shinies and wanted to catch us. His Pikachu attacked us with a powerful thunderbolt. I tried to take the hit for Princess Nidoran, but she pushed me out of the way and took the hit for me. I tried to fight back and used Horn Attack on his Squirtle, but it was too fast, I couldn't hit it. I tried to help Princess Nidoran up, but she said she didn't want to go with me and was waiting for the boy to throw his ball thing at her for some reason. I didn't pay attention and his Squirtle drowned me in a powerful surf attack. The boy threw one of those balls at us. Princess Nidoran pushed me out of the way again, but I think this time she did it to get into the ball instead of saving me. When the ball hit her, her body turned red and disappeared into the strange red and white ball. It wiggled a few times before it stopped with a click. Angered by this, I used Horn Attack at the boy's Squirtle, catching it off. Guard. The boy threw the ball with my best friend in it and released her. She looked at me and asked why I didn't let him capture me. Before I knew it, the boy made her attack me. I ran away, not wanting to fight her. I managed to get away, but I was lost and alone. Wild Pokemon attacked me and I couldn't find any food. I don't know how long I went on like this, but when I saw you training your Pokemon, I knew you were a Pokemon trainer. I hated to be alone and miserable anymore. If freedom means being alone, then I'd rather be caught. So I threw myself at you. Ash nodded. That was the whole story. Sounds like Gary found him and the Nidoran female before he ran away. This poor Nidoran has been through a lot. Mew was right. Do you really want me to capture you? Of course. There's no point of me living out here. I won't survive for very long. So please, do me a favor and capture me. I only ask one request, take care of me and make me stronger. Nidoran said. Poor Nidoran. Ash is kind, Ash will care for Nidoran. Luna assured the blue Nidoran, male. If you really want to, then I'll capture you and fulfill the promise. I'll even give you a name, Nidosaur. Do you like it? Ash asked. Nido.soar, I like it. Yeah, Nidosaur. Nidosaur nodded. Okay, just let me tap you on the head and you'll be mine. Ash tapped Nidosaur's head with his empty Pokeball and the shiny Nidoran went inside. The Pokeball soon clicked. Alright, I've caught a shiny Nidoran male. Ash gave a victory pose as his Pokemon cheered. Mew transformed back into Meowth. What's all the racket? Misty asked sleepily. Apparently all that noise woke Misty and Brock up. I just caught a shiny Nidoran male. See for yourself. Ash released Nidosaur. Brock and Misty's eyes bulged out of their sockets when they saw he had indeed caught a shiny Nidoran male. Hey, doesn't this make your sixth Pokemon, Ash? Gale asked, knowing Naya is only observing Ash and is not really his Pokemon. Yeah, looks like the Pokemon I catch from now on would go to Professor Oak. Though I could always SWCH it with a push of this button. Ash said as he looked at the white button on his Pokédex. Nidosaur, I promise to make you strong and someday we can enter the big leagues together. Ash promised him. He finally found a good type for his real team. Now if he could just find out what fire type he wanted. This is amazing. I never saw a shiny Pokemon before. Brock said, obviously amazed by this. Ash looked on ahead, eager to train his newest member and to continue the training his current team. He also wants to find a strong opponent to see how well the results are too. Chapter 8, Two Legendary Trainers. Ash, Storm the Pikachu, Naya the Meowth, secretly Mew and Ash's Mema, Brock and Misty continued on the road towards Vermilion City. Ash trained his Pokemon, especially Nidosaur, whenever they took a break from walking. Brock and Misty were impressed as they watched him train them. Ash, don't you ever train Naya? I mean I never seen you use her. Misty asked. Naya's just an old friend. She won't be battling. Ash answered. They met a few Pokemon trainers up ahead, but they were only amateurs. Ash easily defeated them with just Storm, but he sometimes uses Nidosaur to let him gain experience in battling other trainers. One trainer used a Rattata and Ash let Remy fight it as a Rattata versus Rattata thing. The Rattata used tackle on Remy, but she didn't even feel it. It only took one tackle attack to take down the Rattata. You did well, Remy. All that training really paid off. Ash said happily to his Rattata. Thanks, but all these battles are too easy. When are we actually going to get a challenging one to really test our skills? Remy asked eagerly. Don't know, maybe when we get to the next gym. Ash assured her as he returned her into his Pokeball. You're good. You might be better than AJ. Do you have any badges? The boy asked. Well. Who is AJ? Ash asked, not really wanting the boy to know he had badges as he knew that would be like bragging and he dislikes bragging because it reminds him too much of Gary. He's this tough trainer. He's known to be the savage Pokemon trainer. He's never lost a single match, ever. Do you think you could beat him? The boy asked. Sounds like a real challenge, we should try it, Ash. I've been dying to test the results of all that training. Storm said eagerly on his shoulders. I think I know where this savage trainer is. Naya said after she read the boy's thoughts. You sure you want to try this challenge, Ash? This AJ person sounds tough. Brock warned him. Just don't cry when you lose. Misty said with a sly smile. Thanks for the encouragement. Ash said sarcastically, never understanding why she likes to tease him more than his own Mema. They came up to the unofficial Pokemon gym. There was an electric sign board that says, wins, 98, loses. It was true, this guy truly is undefeated. I wonder what kind of Pokemon this AJ person has. Ash said curiously. Well, he is the savage Pokemon trainer, so they're going to be savages. Brock said. He's got 98 wins. You may have 2 badges, Ash, but he won almost 10 times more battles than you have. Misty said slyly to him. That doesn't matter. I still want to try my luck. Ash said eagerly, not letting Misty's comments get under his skin. Heads up Ashy, the savage trainer is here. Naya warned him. As if on cue, a tough male voice said, Are you my next victim? You must be AJ, the savage Pokemon trainer. Ash said. That's my job, but beating wimpy trainers like you is my hobby. Ready to lose? AJ was definitely confident. Why do they always underestimate us before we even battle? Storm hissed, not liking this guy's attitude. I must warn you, Ashy, this guy is no joke. He's very strong, so you better be ready for him. Naya warned him. AJ opened a giant wooden door into the arena. Misty and Brock were impressed by it. A Butterfree came down and took AJ's backpack. What's that? Ash asked. Those are the wild Pokemon I just caught, I've got more inside the tent. AJ explained. If it's alright with you, I'd like to see what kind of Pokemon you have and what training method you use before our match. Ash asked. AJ took a second to think about it and said, sure, why not? It'll give the victim some idea of what's waiting for him. Why did you postpone your match, Ash? Don't you usually want to battle as soon as possible? Brock asked. Yeah, why the sudden change of heart? Misty asked. I have to ask that too, Ash. Storm also asked. AJ is very strong, I can feel that powerful aura around him. So I'd like to see what kind of Pokemon he has before I try to battle against him. I was taught to always learn about your enemy before you head straight into battle. Ash winked at Naya, who giggled in response. Wow Ash, you can be really smart. Misty said. When was I ever dumb? Come on, let's go into the tent. Ash felt a little insulted. Misty thought he was dumb. Before they even entered the tent, they heard AJ shouting. You call that a result? We have a battle coming up and you must not start slacking off. They all hurried into the tent. They were all surprised, except Naya of course, to see a lot of Pokemon training harshly in this gym. 3 Rattata were either balancing on giant ball, jumping through hoops of fire or keeping balance on a high tightrope. A Butterfree was sparring with a Beedrill. And a Sandshrew dived into a pool like it was nothing. All of the Pokemon wore a macho brace, Naya told Ash. This was AJ's training method. Wow, this training looks harsh. Ash said. Look who's talking. The way you and Mew train us, this place is like a day at the hot spring. Storm said, pointing at the exhausted Pokemon. Ash and Naya sweat dropped. The funny thing about that, it was no exaggeration. This place was harsh, but Mew's method of training was twisting dimensions and surviving weathers and vicious Pokemon. Yeah, this place was definitely like a day at the spa compared to Mew's method of survival training. To an amateur trainer, this place looked more like cruelty for Pokemon, but to Ash and Mew, this place was just a weaker version of their training methods. You could ask any one of Ash's Pokemon, they will vouch for him. Sandshrew came out of the water, twirling around. AJ slammed his WHP next to the Sandshrew and demanded, "Get back in the water." Right away. Sandshrew said as it quickly went back up on the high diving board and dived right into the pool. It came out of the water and shook off all the droplets like Remy did during the battle against Misty Starmie. Good work. AJ smiled proudly. Hey, your Sandshrew isn't bothered by water? Brock asked as they came over. Yup, you're looking at the only Sandshrew not affected by water. AJ said proudly. Aren't you being a little tough on your Pokemon? Misty asked, a bit concerned about his Pokemon. Nah, I only expect them no more than what I expect from myself. I train them all hard, but I trained Sandshrew the hardest because he was my first Pokemon. Together we dreamed of becoming stronger together. We've sacrificed many and gained so much more. Once I get my 100th win, I can start competing for badges. AJ rambled happily. Cool, you're getting prepared for the big leagues, aren't you? Wish I had time to do that, but... well, I didn't really. Ash sighed as he remembered the real reason he started this journey in the first place, to get away from Mew. Of course that plan was flushed down the toilet since Mew was right beside him in the form of a Meowth, so nobody would know who she really was besides Ash and his Pokemon. Glad to see a trainer not crying over how I abuse my Pokemon. As you know, I raise my Pokemon with lots of care as well as toughness. I make sure they all have a healthy diet as well if I want to get the results I want. AJ said. By the way, what is this? Ash asked, looking at Sandshrew's jacket, even though Naya already told him. It was for Brock and Misty's sake. It's a macho brace. I use it to bring out the best potential of my Pokemon. I invented myself, but I must warn you, inexperienced Pokemon cannot take wearing this kind of stuff, they'll get stuck. A bell rang. Break time. You wimps get a 15-minute break. AJ called to his Pokemon as they laid on the ground exhausted. Again, to anyone else, this would seem like Pokemon abusion or training overboard, but to Ash, it was still like a day at the spa in comparison. By the way, what kind of Pokemon food do you use? Brock asked curiously. I'm glad you asked. AJ smirked as he showed them all sorts of Pokemon food in a large cabin. While Brock and AJ talked about Pokemon food, Ash watched as Storm tried on a macho brace. Storm struggled a bit, but was able to still move around without too much trouble. Nice, usually inexperienced Pokemon would be curled up into a tight ball. Observe. Sandshrew said as he curled into a ball. Hey Ash, this jacket's a bit tight, but otherwise I think I can get the hang of it. Storm said to Ash while Sandshrew stayed in ball form to rest. Hey. I'd like Remy to see this place. Ash said as he released his female Rattata. Remy looked around and saw all the tired out male, yeah, they're all male, Rattatas. Ash explained this training system to her and her reply, "What a bunch of wimps. I'd like to see them go a day under Mew's training, then they can talk to me about pain and exhaustion." Ash and Naya chuckled and giggled at Remy's fiery attitude. She also put on another macho brace. "A bit tight, but it's not so bad," she said. A mysterious ball rolled over. It rolled to Sandshrews' ball form. "Is that Pikachu?" "Yeah, that hairy ball's gotta be him. Let's get it," and he was snatched up without anyone's notice. Ash turned to see AJ was coming back. He quickly got the jackets off of Storm and Remy, not wanting him to know how strong his Pokémon really are. "Well, you've seen my Pokémon and my training method. You ready to lose now?" AJ asked eagerly. "Oh, he did not just insult us," Remy hissed. AJ looked at Remy. This Rattata has more fire in its eyes than the ones I'm training. How unusual." Then the bell rang again. "Break's over. Get back to work." Then AJ looked around and said, "Where's Sandshrew?" "Sandshrew? Hey Storm, where is Sandshrew?" Ash asked, knowing his Pikachu was the last one to see it. "Last I saw he was curled up over there," Storm said, pointing at an empty spot where Sandshrew once was. "That's odd. Did he run away?" Misty wondered. "Sandshrew would never run away. Not after we're so close to our 100th win." AJ shouted passionately. "Maybe he was kidnapped," Ash suggested. "Ashy, you better step back," Naya warned. Ash quickly stepped back, just in time as Sandshrew busted out from the ground with an unconscious Meowth biting its tail. Whoa! A Sandshrew popping from underground with a Meowth on its tail. How funny. Remy chuckled. "Oh Sandshrew, I thought I lost you," AJ said as he and Sandshrew hugged each other happily. "Ash, I think Team Rocket stole Sandshrew. This is Team Rocket's Meowth, no mistake," Storm said as he pointed at the unconscious Meowth. "Of course, who else would it be?" "Hey, wake up!" Ash shouted at the Meowth. Meowth did wake up, and looked around groggily. "Where am I?" "Huh." Meowth then jumped when he saw all the Pokémon and humans staring down at him. How am I going to get out of this one?" "Prepare for trouble. Make that double." Everyone turned to see Jesse and James. "So these are the criminals who stole Sandshrew?" AJ said, glaring at them. "Actually there was a mix-up. We wanted Pikachu, not your second-rate Sandshrew," Jesse said. "Second-rate?" AJ glared harder. "I'm not second-rate," Sandshrew hissed. "Besides, we only want powerful Pokémon. All of yours are a bunch of wimps," James said. "Wimps are they?" AJ didn't like the way they talked about his Pokémon. "That's it." Ash was about to get Storm to blast them away when AJ stood up in front. "Hold it. I'll handle this. Team Rocket had totally insulted my gym and they're going to pay for it. Let's step outside." AJ glared at the trio of troublemakers. Out in the arena, AJ had Sandshrew ready for battle. "By insulting this gym, they will be punished for our 99th win. Good luck, AJ." Ash said as AJ smiled at him before turning back to the battlefield. Coughing. Ekans. Sandshrew, attack. AJ slammed his WHP beside his Pokémon. Roger. Sandshrew ran towards them on all fours. Coughing, sludge attack. Ekans, rapid. Sandshrew easily evaded coughing sludge. Then it curled into a ball when Ekans tried to wrap it, but it slipped out from its grasp. It's so strong. Brock valid. No kidding. Misty was also impressed. Meowth, don't just stand there. Jesse and James snapped at the Scratch Cat Pokémon. Meowth couldn't resist the ball of Sandshrew, he went around chasing it like a cat with a yarn. "Stop playing around, Meowth!" Jessie shouted. "Just biding my time." Meowth then bit down on Sandshrew. Only to have his teeth break. Ah! The moment of TOTH. Finish it, Sandshrew. Use Fissure, drill that ground till it splits. AJ commanded. With pleasure. Sandshrew spun around and put his hand on the ground. For about a second, nothing happened, but Naya and Ash knew otherwise that the earth around them was cracking. The entire ground soon split in half, everyone had to keep themselves from falling into the bottomless pit. The same could not be said for Ekans, Coughing and Meowth. They were beaten badly. "That's it. I forfeit the match," cried Meowth running away along with Coughing and Ekans. "Come back here, Meowth." Jessie and James ran after them. "Now the sign says, wins, 99, loses, now we only have one more to win before we can start competing for badges. Ash, let us have our battle now." AJ said looking at Ash. "Ash, let me fight the Sandshrew." Storm said with a determined look. "You sure you want to, Storm? Your electric attacks will have no effect on it." Ash said. "I know, but I really want to go against a type advantage. This will prove the results with the training with Mew. So please Ash." Storm was eager to try out his skills against this powerful Sandshrew. "Okay then. Is Sandshrew strong for one more battle?" Ash asked AJ. "Of course. Sandshrew is ready for anything as always. Let us battle now," AJ said eagerly. The two trainers stood on opposite sides of the battlefield. "Sandshrew, get ready." "Ready and willing." Sandshrew said, more than ready to fight. "Storm, go." "Here I go." Storm charged at Sandshrew. "Sandshrew, go." Sandshrew and Storm were charging at each other. The Sand Mouse vs the Electric Mouse. Ash doesn't stand a chance against that Sandshrew, especially with Storm. Misty really didn't have any faith in the boy. "I don't know, Misty." Storm seemed pretty eager to fight the Sandshrew despite seeing how powerful it was during the battle against Team Rocket. At least Brock had some faith. Naya watched with pride as she knew whose Pokemon was stronger. "Go underground, Sandshrew." AJ whipped the ground right as Sandshrew dug underground. "Storm, listen for it. Don't panic," Ash said calmly. Storm's ears twitched as he listened for Sandshrew's movements underground. AJ whipped the ground and Storm saw cracks under him. "Iron Tail the ground, now." Storm's tail turned steel and he whacked the ground as hard as he could. Sandshrew, who was under Storm, was hit by the Iron Tail right in the head. "Ow wow. That hurt," cried Sandshrew in pain. "Don't take that wimp's attack." "Attack!" AJ demanded using his WHP. Sandshrew curled into a ball and began rolling at the Pikachu, looks like a rollout attack. "Dig underground, Storm." Storm did no hesitate as the Pikachu burrowed underground, causing Sandshrew to miss his target entirely. "Oh yeah. Now use Fissure, there's no way that Pikachu can escape." AJ smirked, thinking he's won. "Hurry, use Thundershock," Ash called. Sandshrew spun around and landed on the ground with his hand. The ground cracked like it did with Team Rocket. AJ believed he really won, that is until he saw lighting coming out of the ground. Storm was in the sky, he had used a powerful Thundershock to propel himself into the sky right as the ground split. Sandshrew quickly jumped into the sky and tackled Storm right in the weak spot, making it a critical hit. "Storm, you okay?" "I'm still good to go." Storm was not down yet. "Your Pikachu's really strong, I must admit, but it's still no match for my Sandshrew." "Now finish it, Sandshrew, roll out." Sandshrew curled into a ball and rolled toward Storm at high speed. Ash saw AJ had fallen right into his trap. He knew he could get Storm to use Iron Tail to hit it back like a baseball, and at that speed, Sandshrew would hit the wall and faint. Meaning he'll win, but... Ash knew AJ and Sandshrew worked really hard to get 100 wins, and if he beat him now... Storm. Thunder Shock. Storm looked back at Ash, shocked that he would tell him to use a useless move right now, but when he saw the look in Ash's eyes, he knew why he did that. Sighing and briefly wondered why he had to get such a good-hearted trainer, he uselessly zapped the Sandshrew, which of course had no effect, and hit Storm in the weak spot again. Storm still had enough stamina to fight, but called it quits by pretending to faint upon impact. We did it, Sandshrew. We've got our 100th victory. Now we can start competing for badges. AJ was so happy he was crying, and so was Sandshrew, and the two hugged each other. Yay, finally. Sandshrew cheered happily. I knew Ash didn't know what he was doing. Misty sighed. Brock knew, however, he was watching closely and knew Ash through that battle, like he had with him because of his siblings. Ash, you could have won if you had Storm used Iron Tail on Sandshrew when he was speeding at you. Why did you do that? Brock asked him. What are you talking about, Brock? I couldn't have possibly beaten AJ, he is undefeated after all. Ash feigned ignorance. Brock knew, however, that Ash was lying through his teeth. He could have beaten AJ, but he chose to lose. Ash. You've got a good heart. I knew Storm was the stronger Pokemon. I'm proud of you for allowing the boy to go on his journey now. My little Ashie is growing up before my eyes. You have the heart of a Mew, that's my little Ashie. Naya said proudly as Ash blushed, glad AJ, Brock and Misty couldn't understand her. Ash picked up Storm and said, sorry if I was hard on you, Storm. Hope you could forgive me. Ah, it's fine, Ash. Just try not to throw over a battle again unless necessary. Storm sighed as he gave a smile, glad that his trainer was so kind. After all, he did almost throw away his life to save him against the Spearow flock. Well, Sandshrew and I will be leaving this place now. When I return, I'll be the #1 Pokemon MSTR. AJ stated proudly. Why don't you come with us? Ash invited. Thanks, but Sandshrew and I have our own journey. Let us meet again in the big leagues. You really gave me a run for my money back there. AJ said. Right. We'll meet again, in the Pokemon League. Ash and AJ shook hands and went their separate ways. Ash. Did you really lose, or did you lose on purpose? AJ asked just before they walked away, freezing the boy. No way, Ash just didn't know what he was doing. Misty snapped at Ash, who just rolled his eyes. Ash. The next time we meet. I'll win fair and square, believe it. AJ said, giving the boy a knowing smile. So AJ knew Ash threw the match for him and Sandshrew. Ash smiled, I'll be waiting until then. Chapter 9, Learning Experience. Ash, Misty, Brock, Storm the Pikachu and Naya the Meowth, secretly a Mew, were walking along in a forest and right now it was foggy. Don't forget Ash, you're not leaving my sight until you pay me back for my broken bike. Misty snapped. Hey! Enough about your bike already. Ash snapped back, losing his patience with her constantly complaining about her bike. She's more angry than usual because they were lost. No Ashie, you must be patient and pull it. Do you want me to make you swim in a volcano again while it's active? Naya warned. This is why Ash tries to keep himself from arguing with Misty, because his memo won't hear it, but he could only take so much insults from the loud-mouthed girl before he snaps. Maybe if you two didn't start arguing, we would have already been in Vermilion City. Brock sighed. Actually, the real reason why they're not in Vermilion City right now, was because Ash lead them the long, scenic route like Mew wanted. The two of them wanted to get the most out of the journey before they reached their destination. Then Brock sat down and began pulling things out of his backpack like a machine, and surprisingly there was a neat table complete with napkins, plats, silverware, and empty glass cups. I think we could all use a break. How about I set us up some grub? Ah. There's nothing like a cup of cerulean coffee. You kids are too young for this stuff, but it's really quite good. Brock said, holding up a coffee maker. Wow, Brock. You really sure have packed quite a lot of stuff. Ash was stunned he could even fit all this in that backpack. So, instead of coffee, how about some plum juice? Brock set down plum juice. No way. I'll pass. The last time Ash had plum juice, he had to go to the bathroom for hours, not to mention Mew kept teasing him for weeks about it. How about some herbal tea? Misty suggested. Anything else? Ash didn't mind tea, but he was in the mood for something else. Now hold on, I happen to have my official Pokemon tea set. And a good combination for tea and coffee would be water. And I happen to have a fresh bottle of Empty Moon water. Brock took out a big bottle of water that had Empty Moon's picture on it. Brock. You're scaring me. Storm said, not caring if he couldn't understand him. And for the special course, we're having French crepes. Brock said in a French-like accent. Oh, I love French things, they're so romantic. Misty said with stars in her eyes. However, I can't cook crepes and I can't boil water if I don't have a fire. One of you is going to have to go into the woods and get some firewood. Brock said to Ash and Misty. Brilliant idea, Brock. And I'm going to sacrifice the excitement for looking for firewood to keep you company. Misty said quickly. That girl can have such a way with words. Ash grumbled as he ended up going. Misty can be such a trickster. Storm sighed. Ah, don't be like that, Ashy and Storm. Looking for firewood can be exciting. That is, if we do it my way, of course. Naya smirked as she turned back into her original form, Mew. Oh. What are we playing now, Mema? Ash asked, feeling a bit nervous. Storm was a lot more nervous as he is not used to Mew's games. Let's see. Gathering firewood could be more fun this way. Mew winked and begun changing Ash and Storm again. Ash opened his eyes to see a Bulbasaur in front of him. The Bulbasaur looked surprised when it saw Ash. Hey Ash? What happened to us? The Bulbasaur asked nervously. Wait. Storm. Cool, you're a Bulbasaur. Ash pointed out. And what are you supposed to be? You look like an evolved form of Eevee again, the Pikachu turned Bulbasaur said looking at him. That's because he is. I've turned my little Ashy here into a Leaf Eon, the grass type of the Eevee evolution. Only capable in Sinnoh's Eterna Forest and Unova's Pinwheel Forest. Mew explained as she transformed herself into a Meganium, the final evolved form of Chikorita, a Johto starter. So why are we grass types, Mema? What better way of cutting down trees for firewood than using razor leaf or leaf blade? Go on, try it, Ashy. Okay. Leaf blade. Ash's tail turned into a sharp blade of leaf. With it, he sliced the trees nearby and turned them into firewood as they neatly stacked on each other. That's cool. I'm going to try razor leaf. Storm shot out small yet extremely sharp leaves at the trees, cutting them down and into firewood, also neatly stacked on each other. Mew, as Meganium, did razor leaf and vine WHP. Pretty soon, they had enough firewood for the year. Mew said she would put the extra firewood into a pocket dimension until they need it again as she returned Ash Human and Storm into Pikachu. Alright, let's get these firewood back to camp. Ash said as he started picking some up. Wait a minute, Ash. I see some light over there. Storm said as he perked up his ears and tail, pointing behind him. Indeed, there was an unidentified source of light. Come on, let's go check it out. Ash said as Mew transformed back into Meowth. A few kids wearing uniform were gathered. One of them, perhaps the smallest one among them, was running on a treadmill. The other students had pictures and holding candles. Okay, now name this one of them said holding up a picture of a Pokemon. Is it a Zubat? The boy couldn't really see so well in the fog. Listen, just because it's foggy out here doesn't mean your brain has to be in the fog. The boy looked again and found out what it was. It's a Pidgey. Lucky guess. Now tell us about Pidgey. Pidgey's moveset, at level 1, Tackle. At level 5, Sand Attack. At level 12 before he could finish, they interrupted him. Everybody knows that, now tell us, what level Pidgey evolves into and what's the name of its advanced form? The boy don't seem to know. You better come up with answers quick or you'll have to run faster. After a few seconds of not answering, the treadmill got faster and the boy slipped and fell to the ground. I'm sorry. I forgot, they all groaned. You forgot. And you call yourself a Pokemon Tech student? How embarrassing. Hey! Leave that kid alone. Ash snapped as he, Storm and Naya rushed to the scene. What's going on here? Ash snapped. None of your business, kid. We're just teaching. But this school don't need wimps who doesn't even know Pidgey's advanced stage. Well, if this school has arrogant students like you, then its standards must be really low. Ash snapped. Let me zap them. Storm hissed as sparks flew from his cheeks. These kids thinks they know everything, they don't even know about the other regions or that I even exist. Naya grumbled, obviously annoyed by these so-called know-it-alls. You tell them, Ash, a familiar voice shouted. Misty. What are you doing here? Just came to help out, but if you don't want it, then you could fight them all if you want. I'll just stay by the sidelines waiting to drag your carcass in the end, but no need to worry about that, just show them you're tough. Misty said. Ash glared at both her and the tech students. We don't fight, it'll only give our school a bad reputation. We'll see you later in class, Joe, one of them said to the younger boy, whose name is Joe. Hey! Maybe you guys are afraid to face me. Ash shouted at them as they walked away. The only thing we're afraid of is how badly we'd beat a wimp like you, one of them said before leaving their sight. Who do those guys think they are anyway? Ash grumbled. They're from a private school called Pokemon Tech. It's where trainers could learn about Pokemon and get into the Pokemon League without having to get badges, though it's a big waste of time as they made the classes so difficult that hardly anyone could pass. You'd have to be a genius or a psychic type just to pass a test there. You'd be better off getting lost trying to collect badges than trying to graduate from an impossible school. Naya explained, at the same time showing strong dislike towards the school. Brock read the flyer Joe gave them, telling them basically the same thing Naya told Ash earlier but in more details. At the same time, Storm wanted to try the treadmill. I wonder what'll happen if I push this button. Storm climbed up and pushed it, causing it to start. Not expecting it to vibrate, the Pikachu fell and was forced to run to keep from falling. Brock, not paying attention, pushed another button and the treadmill got much faster. Storm tripped and fell on his back. Naya, who was watching the entire time, was giggling at the Pikachu's pain. What a troublesome machine. Storm snapped as he kicked it, only to have his foot hurt. Storm wailed around with a hurt foot. Naya was laughing now. So where is this school? Ash asked, trying to ignore Mew laughing and the Pikachu crying. It's right over there. Joe pointed as the fog began to clear, showing a huge building right in front of them. And today's lesson in the fog has ended. Tomorrow, snow, said an announcer. Joe let out a sigh while everyone else was looking at the school in shock. Oh well, guess they'll make me a snowman again. Do they always treat you like that? Ash asked, not liking how this boy was treated. My friends are just trying to help me. Joe said. You call them friends? Misty couldn't believe her ears. With friends like that, who needs enemies? Brock didn't like it either. But they helped me learn that Pidgey evolves to Pidgeotto at level it learns Wing Attack at level 31 and learns various tricks as it advances. Finally, at level 36, Pidgeotto will evolve into Pidgeot and can learn speed attacks and can go up to Mach 2. If you knew so much about Pidgey, then why didn't you just answer them? Ash asked. Sometimes I pretend I don't know all the answers, because if I do they make the questions much harder. But I have to stay here because my parents worked hard to earn the money to send me here, but the classes are so hard that many students are held back for many years. Joe pointed at a man reading a book. Everyone's too ashamed to go home without getting a diploma. That guy, he's a beginner like me, but because he's so much older than everyone else, none of the students bother to help him like they do with me. See? I told you one would be wasting their time here. That guy's been here since he was your age, Ashy. Naya said to Ash, who gulped feeling really sorry for the poor guy. Oh please, Ash here could easily ace all the classes. He's been showing knowledge about Pokemon since he first got me. Storm said with confidence. So what do the teachers say about that kind of help? Misty asked. They don't even know about it, or if they do they pretend not to. Giselle is the top student here. Joe said showing them her picture. Brock immediately fell in love with her picture. Oh, she can violate my rights any time. Oh please, she's not that good looking. Ash sighed. Hey. If she's treating you so bad, how come you're carrying her picture around? Misty demanded. I hate the way she treats us, but I like the way she looks. Joe explained. Such a pretty girl. Brock kept staring at the picture. Misty lost her patience with him. While you're slobbering over that dopey picture, I'm going to find this little witch and straighten her out. Misty then started storming towards the school like a giant. Miss Top Student, what's so great about her? She grumbled. I agree with the girl, let's go find this top student. Naya agreed as she too started stomping towards the school. Oh boy, looks like Mema's about to blast this place down. Wait me, Naya. Don't go blowing up the school now. Ash cried, running towards the angry Meowth, knowing her all too well that she does indeed have the power to destroy this place or teleport it to another dimension. Oh Ashy, I'm not going to blow it up. I'm just going to make the entire place suffer my wrath. Naya stated like she was talking about the weather. Mema. That's worse. Ash screamed, trying to keep her from going overboard like she did with a place that no longer exists. Did Ash just call that Meowth Mema? Joe asked Brock. Ignore it. Inside the school, Joe was showing them around while Ash held onto the Meowth before she tried doing something out of the ordinary. In a simulator room, Joe said, here is the simulation. This is where the students can learn the type combination with their Pokemon. Giselle don't care if you beat her or not, because experience is all that matters. Beginners are the same as having 2 badges. Middles are 4 badges and advances are 6. Once you graduate, you can compete in the Pokemon League. I want to challenge this Giselle, I have 2 badges. Where is she? Ash demanded, hoping this battle would calm Naya down. You shouldn't. I hate to say it, but she'd wipe the floor with you. Even though I'm at the bottom of my class, even I'm better than someone with only 2 badges. Joe said, starting to get that stuck-up attitude the other students have. Before Ash could reply, Misty pushed Ash out of the way. Hold it. I come from the Cerulean City Gym, are you saying you could beat me? Ah, Cerulean City, water Pokemon. Joe said as he turned on the simulator. How'd you know that? Misty asked. I always beat them on this simulator, see? Joe used a simulated Weepinbell and defeated the simulated Seal. What is this? A simulation is one thing, but this is real life. Let's battle. Misty snapped. You'll be sorry. Joe was too overconfident. But Joe, Misty's Pokemon are at a high level. Ash tried to warn. Doesn't matter, I have the type advantage. Joe said as he led them to a bigger room. Misty, you sure you want to use Seal? Ash asked when she told him who she's using. This is a good chance to train Seal, besides, I have the Cerulean City Gym's reputation to defend. Misty smirked as she released Seal. Oh, finally a battle. Seal clapped his fins together. Too bad your water Pokemon can't beat my grass. Go, Weepinbell. Joe released his Pokemon. What's this? A battle? The Weepinbell didn't look very strong. Watch this, Ashy, that little wimp of a plant is going to get its leaves kicked. Naya said, still showing deep irritation to this place while Ash just chuckled nervously in Sweatdrop, really hoped she wouldn't try to destroy this place. Now Seal, use Aqua Jet. Misty ordered. Here I go. Seal's body was covered in water and he shot across the room and hit the Weepinbell right in the face. The weak grass type fainted right on the spot. Yeah, it was cast aside with one Aqua Jet. That's it. That was too easy. Seal pouted. Joe was shocked by this. Huh. But Weepinbell is strong against water Pokemon, how did this happen? Though it's true Weepinbell is strong against water type, her Pokemon has a lot more experience and therefore defeated you. Type advantages are important, but the levels always determine the outcome, said a girl's voice. Giselle. Joe felt embarrassed after that horrible loss. So you're Giselle? Ash pointed. Ah yes, I am Giselle. The top student of the beginner class. It's too bad not everyone could have my beauty, my talent and my humble attitude. People call me a movie star, but I'm just Giselle. Giselle gave a pageant-like pose. Grr. Come on Ashy, at least let me make her as ugly as a Grimer or smell like a Trubbish. Naya growled like a Growlithe, despite being a cat Pokemon. Now Mema, wasn't it you who taught me patience and to let go of your anger? Ash teased, oh the irony. Naya responded by grumbling and turning her head away, but then realized something and looked at her son with so much pride you'd think he gave her the world. What? My Ashy, you're teasing me now. That's a first. You're becoming more and more like a Mew, I'm so happy. Naya said with tears of pride and joy. Ash then began to blush and turned away from her as he felt her happy eyes burned a hole at his face. Ash, I'm going to shock her if she says one more thing about herself and her oh so much knowledge of Pokemon. Storm hissed, he too was getting angry with this girl's attitude and her know-it-all talk. It's my duty to help others and work in harmony, but you, Joe, are a weakling. If you don't start getting stronger soon, then your fellow students will turn their backs on you for good. Giselle snapped at Joe, then she turned her back on him and started walking away. Hold it. A true friend wouldn't walk away when someone needs help. Misty snapped at her. You're one to talk. If you really want to fight, then I'll be more than happy to battle. For your Seal, I'll send out. Giselle did a graceful pose before she threw her Pokeball and released the Pokemon inside. It was a Graveler. A puny Seal. What an annoyance, it said looking at the Seal. Graveler. But rock/ground Pokemon are doubly weak to water Pokemon. Brock protested. That Graveler's at a much higher level though, so it doesn't matter. Naya pointed out to Ash. Graveler jumped and tried to land on Seal. Seal, Aqua Jet, get away. Yikes, what a heavy rock. Seal said as he got away with Aqua Jet. Seal, use Water Gun. Seal shot out a stream of water at Graveler, but the rock/ground Pokemon didn't even feel it as it tackled Seal so hard he was pushed out the window and landed into the pool outside. Seal, everyone hurried outside to the pool. Misty fished the unconscious seal out of the water. Now we're near the water, your Pokemon specialty. You could use a different water Pokemon if you'd like. Giselle said, still confident. Oh, and I'm sure you'll use another Pokemon that's weak to water. Misty snapped sarcastically. Well, as I've said before, while types are important, the levels always decide the outcome. It also depends on how well the trainer themselves train the Pokemon. I hope you're learning from this, Joe. Giselle said, looking at the younger boy. Hey. I've heard enough about this. Textbooks are fine, but nothing compares to real experience. Ash snapped, getting tired of this girl's attitude. Oh. And how many badges do you have? How long have you been traveling? Giselle asked him. I've got 2 badges and I've been on this journey about 2 months ago. Ash answered. Giselle gasped and said, You've got 2 badges and been on this journey for 2 months and you let your Pikachu and Meowth walk freely? You haven't been able to tame them? Maybe your Pokemon are training you. Okay, I'm going to zap this girl now. Storm hissed. Even if you don't, I will. How dare she insults my little Ashie like that? Naya hissed as well. Hey. I'm training them. They're also my friends. Ash snapped. Well, if you're that confident, then let's have a battle. Giselle challenged. Let me at her. Storm jumped up and down. Now hold on, Storm, I've been wanting to have Nidosaur battle a trainer. This looks like a good time to try it. Ash threw his Pokeball and released his shiny Nidoran, male. I'm ready. Nidosaur said eagerly, wanting to see how strong he's gotten too. All the students, including Joe and Giselle, gave a big gasp when they saw it was blue. Is that really a male Nidoran? Why is it blue? Guess your school didn't teach you about shiny Pokemon. They're very rare, their colors are different from all the others. Ash explained with a grin. All the students began grumbling amongst each other. Giselle rolled her eyes and said, well, different color or not, it's still a Nidoran, male, so for your Nidoran, I will use this Pokemon. Giselle did a fancy pose, then threw her Pokeball to release the Pokemon. It was a cub one. Oh great, she uses a ground type, sighed Ash, knowing poison types like Nidoran are weak to ground. He didn't bother using his Pokédex, because it'll make him look dumb to them. Battle, ready for battle, I'm going to battle, the cub one said quickly. Shut up and battle. Nidosaur did not like the way this cub one talked. It seems Nidosaur shares the same fiery attitude as Remy. Naya commented. Cub 1, use Leer. Nidosaur, you use Leer too. Both Pokemon glared at each other, it's turned into a glaring contest. Enough of this staring contest. Cub 1, Bone Club. Take this. Cub 1 whacked Nidosaur with his bone, causing a massive headache for the poor blue Nidoran, male. Ow. That really hurts. Nidosaur growled. Don't take that, Nidosaur. Use Horn Attack. With pleasure. Nidosaur stabbed the Cubone's stomach with his horn, causing pain for the little ground type. Bonemerang, now. Have a taste of my bone. Cub 1 tossed his bone and his Nidosaur, twice. Nidosaur was down. Oh. That really hurts. Come on Nidosaur, I know you can take it. You can't let yourself down, you're stronger than this. Now come on, we must fight back. Ash encouraged him as Nidosaur slowly stood back up. Come on Nidosaur. Show that girl who's boss. Storm shouted. Now Poison Sting. Nidosaur jabbed the cub one with its horn, but with poisonous venom on it. The cub one looked weak and ill, it was poisoned. Oh cub one. Now finish it off with Horn Attack. With pleasure. Nidosaur knocked out the cub one with its horn. Oh cub one, the cub one began crying. We did it. Ash, Nidosaur, Naya and Storm all cheered. It's okay, please don't cry. Giselle returned the crying cub one back into her Pokeball. That's odd, none of our textbooks says a little poison type like Nidoran could handle a strong ground type like cub one. Giselle was really surprised. Well, like I said, nothing compares with real experience. Ash said. That was cool. Joe said with an admired smile. Don't copy it, it was just a fluke. Misty said while Ash glared at her. But it was a cool fluke. Joe said. I hope this teaches her a lesson. Naya said. Just then, there was a mist coming up. Everyone looked around until they saw Team Rocket. And why did their Meowth fall from the sky and splashed into the swimming pool? I love a splashy entrance, he said after coming out of the pool. I've heard of Team Rocket, you two got the worst scores of the entrance exam in history. What an embarrassment. Giselle said to them. Oh yeah? Well, we'll show you. Jessie snapped. We're not losers anymore. James snapped too. Okay, then how about you two fight against all of us? Giselle, along with all the other students, smirked evilly at them. The two of us against all of them? Jessie said fearfully. But the rules say 1-on-1. James quickly said. Bad guys don't play by the rules. Everybody threw their Pokeballs at them, not even releasing their Pokemon, instead they officially hit them like baseballs. Ow. From now on we'll play by the rules. At least for a little while. They all ran away. Later, as the sun was setting, Joe and Giselle were talking. I think I'm going home and start from scratch with my Pokemon, just like Ash. It would be better if I got some real experience. Joe said. You do that. I think I'm going to do that too. There are just some things you can't learn in a textbook. Giselle agreed. Is it alright if I keep your picture with me? Of course. I have pictures of my friends. Do you have mine? Well, we're friends now, aren't we? I wish you the best of luck, Joe. Giselle and Joe shook hands. See? Why can't we get along like that, Misty? Ash asked after watching how well Giselle and Joe got along. I'll tell you why. It's because he doesn't owe her a bike. Misty answered as Ash held up his arms. Well, at least they learned their lesson. Nothing beats true experience. Naya said with a smile. Ash and his friends took one last look at the school they learned so much. Or rather, the school Ash had to save from. Mew's Wrath. What other exciting adventures awaits them? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 10, Bulbazura the Babysitter. Ash had lead Misty, Brock, Storm the Pikachu and Naya the Meowth, secretly a Mew, into a thick forest. Ash and Naya were enjoying the tall grass and the forest scenery, but the same could not be said for the rest of them. Admit it, Ash, we're lost. Misty snapped. Nobody said we're lost. No one has to say it for it to be true. Then why are you bugging me about it? Chill. Brock tried to break the argument. Mema, where are we going anyway? You said you wanted me to meet an old friend? Ash asked Naya telepathically. We're almost there. Think you and Misty could hold out until then? Naya giggled, enjoying their arguments. Hey, isn't that an oddish? Storm pointed suddenly. There was indeed a weird plant-like Pokemon, it looked like a weed, but its body was like a seed with feet. The Oddish was drinking water from a spring. Oddish, the weed Pokemon. This Pokemon is typically found roaming the forest, spreading pollen as it goes, said the Pokédex. Hey, since it's near water, how about I catch it? Seal needs more experience anyway. Misty said as Ash just shrugged, not really caring too much about catching an Oddish. Go Seal. Seal clapped its fins together when it was out of the Pokeball. Oh, such a dense forest. Seal, use icy wind. Seal blew out very cold and icy wind at the Oddish, causing it to slow down and freeze. That's CCC cold. Oddish ummed in pain. Now use headbutt. Seal lowered his head and head-butted the Oddish, sending it in the air and fell on the ground, just barely conscious. That weakened it, time to catch it. Pokeball, go. Misty threw the Pokeball, only for it to be tackled away from the Oddish. Everyone looked up to see another grass/poison Pokemon. It looked like a small dinosaur/frog with a bulb on its back. It can't be. Ash was surprised as the Pokemon growled at them. He quickly got out his Pokédex. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokemon. A seed was grown on its back from BRTH. Scientists cannot identify Bulbasaur as plant or animal. Bulbasaur are extremely difficult to find and capture in the wild. How dare you hurt this Oddish, take this. Bulbasaur tackles Seal very hard, causing the poor water Pokemon to fall on the ground next to Misty. Oh Seal, are you okay? Misty asked in concern. Why? Do I always get hurt? Seal whined as Misty returned him into her Pokeball. Aren't you going to try and capture Bulbasaur, Ash? Brock asked, wondering why the boy isn't trying to get it. Huh? Oh right. Flutter, go. Ash released his Butterfree. Finally, I get a chance to fight. Flutter said, flying in the air. Flutter, use Sleep Powder. Ash should have used Confusion, but he didn't seem to be trying this time. Flutter flapped his wings releasing the Sleep Powder. Bulbasaur took a deep breath and blew the Sleep Powder back at Flutter, who got sleepy and fell to the ground, unable to stay in the air. Get up, Flutter. I'm trying. Flutter tried getting back up, but Bulbasaur tackled him into the air. Ow wow. Ash quickly returned Flutter back into his Pokeball. Run, Oddish. Back to the village. Bulbasaur said to Oddish. They both ran off into the bushes. That Bulbasaur. Ash had a thoughtful look. Ash, you usually do a lot better, what happened? Brock asked. Oh please, Ash always messes up. Misty snapped. Ash ignored them as he thought about the Bulbasaur. Naya had a knowing look on her face. Storm noticed, this happened before with Luna, but instead of fear, it's something else, like he's trying to remember something from a long time ago. What's wrong, Ash? Brock asked, waving a hand in front of the boy's face. Huh? Oh sorry, I was just thinking about something. Let's get going. They came across a bridge. Where is this place anyway? Misty asked. That's odd, I can't find this bridge on the map. Brock said looking at the map in confusion. Ash looked around, feeling a bit insecure about this bridge. A distant memory came to mind, but it was hard to remember. Is something wrong, Ash? Storm asked his trainer. Before Ash could answer, however, a strong wind started rocking the bridge, then the rope broke and the bridge had only one rope holding it. Ash, Misty and Brock were hanging onto the bridge. Storm was holding onto Ash's head while Naya stayed calm and hung onto his shoulder. Brock couldn't hold on, unfortunately, and fell into the river. Brock! Naya, save him! Ash cried to the Meowth on his shoulder. How's a Meowth going to save him? Pull us up so we can find him. Misty shouted from under him. Don't worry, Ashy, Brock will be okay. I'll help you pull us up. Naya said, not worrying as she gave Ash enough energy to pull them up and onto the other side safely. Come on, we can't rest now, we've got to find Brock. Misty said to Ash. Okay, let's go. They ran beside the river downstream. Ash wasn't really focused though, he seems to remember something about the bridge. Because he wasn't paying attention, he didn't notice the ground beneath him gave away and he fell into a pit hole. Whoa! Looks like a pitfall. Misty said when she saw him fall. What's up with you, Ash? You don't usually fall for stuff like this. Storm said, worrying about how his trainer kept losing his focus lately. Man, this hole was cleverly hidden. Would you help me out? Ash was a bit embarrassed, he really needs to focus. You really need to be more careful, Ashy. Nia giggled. After getting Ash out of the hole, they continued walking through the forest, still trying to find Brock. How far downstream do you think the river could have taken him? Misty wondered, worried for their friend. Ash, again, lost focus. Something about a broken bridge and pitfall traps kept bugging him, there's something very familiar about those and he wished he could figure it out. Again, because he wasn't paying attention, his foot hit a root and a net suddenly popped out of the ground, scooping them up and trapped them up in the tree. Who put a net in a tree? Misty cried. Wah! How did this happen? We gotta get out. Ash tried wiggling, but to no avail. Nia remained strangely calm. Storm sighed, knowing Ash triggered the trap because he wasn't paying attention again. Serves you right, a voice said from the ground. It's Bulbasaur. Misty said, causing Ash to look down to see it was indeed Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur looked at them and walked away. I hope Brock's okay. Misty said. Ash, what's going on with you? You've been losing focus ever since that Bulbasaur showed up. Storm demanded. First a bird breaks, then we fell in pit traps, now we're stuck in a tree. Why does all this seem so familiar? Where have I seen this before? And that Bulbasaur. I feel like I've met it somewhere before, but where? These thoughts were plaguing him. Are you remembering something, my little Ashy? Nia said, causing Ash to look at her. Wait. You knew about all this? Where? Where are we? Why does everything seem too nostalgic for me? Ash demanded Nia as the Mew/Meowth giggled. Misty looked at Ash like he was crazy. What are you talking about, Ash? Have you gone nuts? Sorry, Misty. I'm just worried for Brock, he quickly said before mentally talking to Nia. Spill it, Mema, where are we going and why does everything keep giving me flashbacks? It wasn't a question, it was a demand. He. So you haven't figured it out yet, Ashy? I suppose it's not all that surprising as you were only 4 years old at the time. Maybe. When you see it, you'll remember. Nia said. Storm looked at Nia and Ash, she must know something about what's been bothering Ash as of late. Ash sighed, he knew Mew, whenever there's a surprise, she would never spoil it. She would always want him to find out for himself. Maybe the river carried Brock all the way out to the ocean. Then maybe some pirates found him and brought him up their ship. Ash did always have a wild imagination. Perhaps Mew have rubbed off him. You have a crazy imagination. Misty snapped. Ahoy! Why are you hanging up in that tree? A familiar voice called from the ground. It was Brock, he was safe and on dry land. Brock? You're okay, both Ash and Misty yelled in relief. Brock cut the rope and dropped them and the net down, a bit too harshly. Thanks. But next time please drop us a little more gently. Misty said, rubbing her head as Brock apologized. Whatever, I'm just glad he's okay. Storm said after rubbing his fur. Woo, what a drop. Nia giggled, not looking least bit hurt from that drop. So what happened to you? Ash asked his friend as he led them down the path. Well, I was being washed down by the rapids. I thought I was done for, but then someone grabbed my hand and pulled me to shore. The person who saved me was an appealing girl, her name is Melody. Brock had that dreamy look in his eyes. They're closed. Aren't they? Whatever. Melody, huh? Why does that name sound so familiar? Ash wondered to himself. Naya eyed him with a sly smile. They soon arrived in a big field with a single cabin, a pond, and a lot of wild Pokemon. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. Brock led them to the only other human in the place. Melody, I'd like you to meet my friends, Ash and Misty. Brock introduced. So you're Brock's friends, he's told me so much about you. Melody smiled sweetly at them, she seems to be in her early adulthood like Brock. Ash looked around the village, for some reason, he felt like he was in a daycare or something. It was all so nostalgic. Ash tried to think, but couldn't, for the life of him, figure out why it was all so nostalgic. Wow, look at all of them. Do all those Pokemon belong to you? Misty was astounded after seeing so many wild Pokemon in the same area, looks like they're all eating now. Oh no, they're all wild Pokemon. Here the Pokemon don't battle one another, they just relax and try to enjoy themselves until they recover. Melody confirmed. Brock smiled and said, actually, this place is for a place for Pokemon to come whenever they've been injured or abandoned. It's sort of like a Pokemon health spa, if you get what I mean. So is this like some kind of hidden village? Ash asked, saying something for the first time since they got here. Yes, it is. It's hidden so people don't try to steal these defenseless Pokemon. Melody explained. Wow Ash, this place is like a daycare. I wish I could have been raised here when I was a Piku, there's so many little Mons here. Storm chuckled, looking all the young Mons playing and running around. Mon is Pokemon terminology for kid or being, like how humans use people or person. Did you know that my little Ashy was raised here once? That's probably why he's experiencing some déjà vus. Naya giggled. Ash looked at Naya and Storm. Wait. I was raised here before. When? I told you, you were only 4 years old. Look around, maybe something around here would trigger a long-lost memory. Go on, have fun, meet some new friends and other Mons. Naya spoke like a mother getting her child ready for her first day of school. Well, that would certainly explain all those nostalgic feelings, but that doesn't explain much about the Bulbasaur and Melody. Brock told Melody they'd promised not to capture any Pokemon around here and wanted to help out. Melody told them she set those traps, the bridge, the holes, and the nets, so greedy people or Pokemon trainers wouldn't find the village. As an apology for trying to capture Pokemon earlier, the 3 trainers decided to help around the village. While Brock and Misty were taking care of some of the Pokemon and Naya and Storm were playing with the little Mons, Ash decided to do a little exploring. I remember this place now. Back when I was only 4 years old. I remember crying to Mema that I was lonely and wanted to play with kids and Mons my own age. Mema gave me a big smile and said, "Don't cry little Ashy, I know the perfect place for you," then she teleported me into a forest as a. Ash thought long and hard about this one. I can't remember what she turned me into, but it was a little Mon, that much I know. I also know it was something really rare, because I remember all those shocked faces when the other Pokemon saw me. I think I saw Melody too, but she was only a kid at the time, probably about my age right now. She loved playing with us and I think her grandmother took care of all the Pokemon. Ash tried to think of another memory about this place, there were more, but that's all he could remember at the moment. Just then, a loud and demanding voice snapped Ash out of his thoughts. Get out of this village now, trainer. Or I'll chase you out with my Vine WHP. Ash quickly spun around and was shocked to see the same Bulbasaur from before. Bulbasaur was growling at him. This village is not for any Pokemon trainers or humans, aside from Melody, to step foot on. How dare you violate this sacred sanctuary for Pokemon? Bulbasaur snapped angrily at him. Ash saw how angry and hostile this Bulbasaur was to humans. Briefly, the boy wondered if something traumatizing happened to the Bulbasaur, that is until the Bulbasaur turned and saw Misty talking to the same Oddish she attacked earlier. Sorry, I attacked you earlier, I guess I shouldn't have surprised you like that. Melody told me your old trainer got rid of you. Was it really because he thought you were too weak? Yeah. Damien's ruthless like that. There was this Charmander he got recently and I'm worried about it. Oddish said sadly, though Misty couldn't understand it. You know, some trainers can be very cruel, but not all of us are mean like that. You just need to find a trainer that understands you. Anyway, I'm sorry for what I did and I hope we can become friends. Misty sighed sadly. Oddish used its leaf to tap her on the face, as if telling her it's okay. You're sweet Oddish, I am sorry. I guess I just wanted a grass type on my team as all I have are water right now. Misty sighed. Oddish then gave a smile and said, hey, maybe I could join you. I've always wanted to travel, get stronger, and someday evolve into the graceful dancing Bellossom. It's always been a lifelong dream of mine to dash. Don't you dare. Bulbasaur suddenly charged and used Tackle on Misty, knocking her down. Ash rushed over there. Hey, why'd you attack her like that? She's trying to take Oddish again. I won't allow such deception in this village again. Bulbasaur growled hostility, still glaring at Misty as if he would charge at her again like an angry Tauros. Again? Did something bad happen? Ash asked curiously, though he had a strong feeling something did indeed happen before, but he still couldn't really recall the events. Please Bulbasaur, if I don't find a trainer soon, I may as well rot in this village and forest for the rest of my life. Oddish begged softly as the Bulbasaur stood protectively in front of her. You can't trust any outsider, Oddish. They'll just turn their backs on you and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Bulbasaur said. Sternly and looked pained as if he remembered something awful. Ash could see this Bulbasaur was indeed suffering from a traumatic emotional effect. It's like a battle scar, something from a long time ago, yet it would still badly affect him in the present. Just what the heck happened? That does it. If this Bulbasaur is going to be like this, then I'll just have Seal use Icy Wind on it. Misty snapped, obviously not taking Bulbasaur's sudden tackle attack too well. Melody suddenly ran in between them. Please wait. Bulbasaur was only trying to protect Oddish. Bulbasaur decided to guard our whole village ever since the incident. Bulbasaur is the bravest and loyalist Pokemon I know. So that's it. Bulbasaur must have thought I was trying to steal Oddish from the village. Misty realized. You mentioned an incident. What was the incident? What happened? Ash asked, knowing that incident is what's causing Bulbasaur to be this hostile to humans outside of the village. Melody gave a sigh and said, I'm sorry, but we don't like to talk about the incident. It brings up bad memories and we are not permitted to just let anyone know about it. Please forgive me. I understand. Ash sighed, though he wished she would tell him so he could get to the bottom of it all. It's really too bad. Misty also sighed. Oh Ashy, I believe our friends, Team Rocket is back for another round. Ash heard Naya saying cheerfully, why having the criminals of Pokemon coming towards them makes Mew cheerful. Ash will never know, perhaps she's just too playful most of the time. A large shadow loomed over the entire village. All the Pokemon and humans looked up in awe as they saw a giant thing floating towards them. Now that's what I call a Pokemon stadium. Storm commented when he saw what was coming. It was a giant stadium with balloons tied to the roof. Though it didn't have much of a roof. Jessie, James and Meowth were on top of it and a giant hose vacuum-like thing came out. Oh no, not them again. Ash groaned, really not in the mood for those three morons. Step up to the one and only Jessie's Team Rocket Stadium. Jessie announced. That flying stadium as my idea. James hissed at her. Then the hose began skiing like a giant vacuum. Come on in, we're not hosing ya, well maybe we are. Meowth chuckled. Hurry. Everyone into the cabin. Brock called through the suction. Everyone gathered up the Pokémon and rushed into the cabin. Misty tried to grab Oddish, but it was too light and she wasn't able to grab her in time. Oddish! Misty screamed. Help me! Oddish cried as she was close to the hole. Then a vine WHP caught the Oddish, saving her. Don't worry, I got ya. I won't let them take you like they did with him. Bulbasaur said proudly, but stuttered at the end as if feeling guilty. Misty, seeing that Bulbasaur saved Oddish, smiled. Ash told her to get into the cabin with a stereo while he hurried over to the struggling Bulbasaur, carrying the light Oddish. Ash helped by pushing Bulbasaur. Keep going, Bulbasaur. Ash encouraged him. Bulbasaur looked at Ash. You feel familiar. Have we met? Don't know. But let's get into the cabin first. Ash said between breaths. As soon as Ash, Bulbasaur and Oddish made it into the cabin, Brock shut the door. They always ruin our flawless plans. Jessie snapped. Ah, but this time they've gathered all the Pokémon in one place. James said calmly. Our super vacuum will SCKM up. Meowth said with eagerness. They moved the giant vacuum hose above the cabin, trying to SCK up the entire wooden house. The cabin was beginning to shake. So something like this happened once before? Ash asked the Bulbasaur. That's right. Only we were deceived and got stabbed in the back. We lost someone very precious and important. I refuse to let that happen again. Bulbasaur said determinedly. Brock, Misty and Melody were too busy checking the other Pokémon to notice Ash talking to Bulbasaur. Storm was too worried about the cabin being SCKED into the giant vacuum. Naya only calmly watched her little Ashy boy talking with the Bulbasaur. Ash nodded, some of his memories were coming back. Yes, something like this has happened once before, but we'll tell that story when we get to it. For now, Bulbasaur told Ash he's going to go back out there to stop that giant vacuum. Okay, I'll back you up with Gale's Gust Attack. Ash said as Bulbasaur nodded. Bulbasaur managed to get on the roof of the cabin. Take this. Vine WHP, he unleashed his attack and whipped that hose away from the cabin. Ash quickly ran out of the cabin and tossed his Pokeball and released his Pidgeotto. Gale, blow them away with Gust. Already on it. Gale flapped his wings and created a tornado. Jessie, James and Meowth could only watch haplessly as the twister came towards them. They were soon SCKED into the twirling wind. So what are we going to do now? Meowth yelled as they were blown everywhere. Challenge the wind surfing. Jessie yelled back. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. The tornado vanished over the horizon along with Team Rocket. Is everyone alright? Melody asked in concern. I just had the wind knocked out of me. Ash chuckled. We make quite a team. Bulbasaur said to the boy, apparently having no more hard feelings towards him. Hey Ash, you have a call from Professor Oak. Brock called from the cabin. Ash went into the cabin to pick up the video phone. Storm was busy playing with the little Rattatas. Just remember, if you want to be tough like Remy, you've got to shape up. Then he chased them around while laughing. Apparently the Pikachu told them about Remy's fiery attitude. Hey Professor Oak, what's up? Ash said casually to the Pokemon professor. Hey Ash, I heard you and Pikachu finally got along. Is that true? Professor Oak asked curiously. Yup, we get along like brothers now. I named Pikachu, Storm. Ash explained proudly. That's good to hear. Anyway, I called because I saw you've caught a shiny Nidoran male, is that corrected? Well. Yeah, but how did you know about that? Whenever you catch a new Pokemon, the Pokédex shows them to me. I also understand you've also caught a rare Clefairy and an unusual Rattata. Is it okay if you send them over to my lab for a while? I'd like to do a little research on them. Ash knew Pokemon professors like Professor Oak always jump at the chance to study any rare or unusual Pokemon. The shiny Nidoran and Clefairy were understandable, but why Remy? Rattatas are usually very careful with outsiders. Even the most bravest and feastiest of them would still be afraid of things like Ekans or Onyx, but I heard about yours able to stand down any enemy without so much as hesitating. I'd like to research on this if you don't mind. Ash wondered how Professor Oak heard about this, then dismiss it. Okay, I'll send over Remy, Luna and Nidosaur. Thank you Ash. I'll be sure to let you know when I can give them back to you. Just push that white button on your Pokédex and send them over, it should be quite simple. Ash opened his Pokédex and saw the white button, he pushed it. He selected Remy, Luna and Nidosaur's Pokeballs and they were transferred to Oak's lab. That's all there is to it then, Ash. Please take care of them Professor. I'm going to have to use them again soon. After that, Ash turned off the video phone and went outside. He saw Misty and Brock playing with some of the Pokemon. He was shocked to see Misty holding the Oddish and Bulbasaurs not attacking her. Guess what, Ash, Oddish here decided to join me. Melody told me Oddish here would like to get stronger and evolve one day. So I decided to take her with me, isn't this great? Misty was certainly excited about this. You sure Bulbasaur's okay with that? Ash asked, a bit concerned about Bulbasaur. It's fine. I know we can trust you guys and Oddish really wants to go with her. Bulbasaur said. Bulbasaur assures us that it's for the best. Melody said, thinking Ash can't understand him. At least Bulbasaur has finally come to an understanding with us. Brock smiled. Oh, but Bulby here must be taken in by someone for it to truly trust others again. Old wounds are the hardest to get rid of. Naya said, making Bulbasaur blush and Ash glaring at the teasing Mew/Meowth. By the way, Ash, do you think Bulbasaur would make an excellent addition to your team? Melody asked him out of the blue. Where's that question coming from? I think Bulbasaur should go with you. This village is far too small and the bulb on its back can't grow, it needs to go out into the world now. Besides, Bulbasaur needs to learn not all humans are bad, especially from that incident long ago. I know that you're the trainer for him, Ash. Melody said as she picked up Bulbasaur. You sure that's okay? What would happen to the village without Bulbasaur? Ash asked in concern. Melody sighed and said, it's true Bulbasaur's done a great job protecting this village, perhaps too great a job. You see these Pokemon shouldn't remain here forever and ever, after they recover, they're supposed to leave. However, it's too safe here, so none of them wants to go away. This is why I need you to take Bulbasaur with you, Ash, it won't be a burden I promise. I suppose I could deal with it. I've always wanted to see what lied beyond this small village. But first, I want to challenge you to a battle. Catch me like you would with any other wild Pokemon. Bulbasaur spoke up. Ash of course knew what he said, but he had to pretend he didn't, so he looked at Melody and asked, what did he say? Bulbasaur would join you on one condition, he wants to battle you in a Pokemon battle, she explained with a smile. Alright, if you want a battle, you'll get one. Storm, you're up. Ash looked at the Pikachu, who stopped playing with the Rattatas and nodded. Brock, Misty, Melody and Naya along with the other Pokemon watched from the sidelines as Ash, Storm and Bulbasaur got ready for battle. Storm, quick attack. The Pikachu shot towards the Bulbasaur like a speeding bullet, leaving a white streak in its wake. Storm hit Bulbasaur dead on. Bulbasaur was not one to give up, however, and quickly tackled Storm to the ground. Both Pokemon were really determined. Bulbasaur then used his Vine WHP to slap the Pikachu silly. Ow, 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 OW. Knock it off. Storm shouted in pain. Be careful, Ash. Vine WHP is Bulbasaur's strongest move. Misty exclaimed with Oddish in her arms. Shake it off, Storm. Use those vines as a wire, Thundershock. Ash quickly ordered. Get a taste of my THUNDSHOCK. Storm screeched as he let loose a powerful electric attack that went up Bulbasaur's vines and zapped the grass/poison type to a crisp. Normally, grass types would have a resistance to electricity, but the vines lead the electric attack into Bulbasaur's bulb, causing extra damage to him. Now's my chance. Heal Ball, go. Ash threw a pink Pokeball at the Bulbasaur and SCKED him into it. The Heal Ball wiggled a couple of times before a click signified its capture. When did Ash get a Heal Ball? Brock asked. Ash looked at Naya, who only giggled. He got it because yesterday night, when Brock and Misty were asleep, Mew decided it was playtime again. Mew turned Ash into a Pikachu, mostly to surprise Storm, and a Pokemon trainer happened to be passing by at the time and saw him. The trainer threw a random Heal Ball at him, but Mew, as a Raichu, deflected it with her tail and the trainer ran away, thinking he angered the Pikachu's mother. So yeah, Ash ended up keeping the Heal Ball and used it on the Bulbasaur. Ash released Bulbasaur, who was fully healed thanks to the Heal Ball, so he could say goodbye to Melody and the other Pokemon in the village. Take good care of Bulbasaur. Oh Bulbasaur, I'll miss you. Melody said sadly to him. I'll miss you too, Melody. Maybe I could find the blue baby Mew while on this journey and rescue him. Bulbasaur said sadly too. Ash and Naya perked up when Bulbasaur mentioned a blue baby Mew and rescue. Take good care of each other, goodbye. Melody waved along with the other Pokemon as the trainers, Pikachu, Meowth and Bulbasaur began leaving. Misty started teasing Brock about liking Melody after she put Oddish in her Pokeball. I remember now, you and I were like best of friends 6 years ago. Then this man came into the village and gave us food and such. He turned out to be with an evil organization called Team Rocket and tried to take me, which he did, but luckily Mema was there to teleport me away back home. Ash explained briefly, I'll make a full story about it at the end of chapter 12. Bulbasaur then turned to Ash. What? Are you saying you're that blue Mew? Naya giggled and briefly reverted to her original body, Mew, then quickly turned back before Misty and Brock noticed. Bulbasaur gasped when he realized Ash was indeed the same little Mew back then. Oh Child of Mew, I'm so sorry for not protecting you. From now on, I'll never leave your side. It's my duty to keep you safe from enemies. Bulbasaur pledged his loyalty all of a sudden. Wow, looks like Bulbasaur just became your new poke guard, Ash. Storm chuckled. Have you been eating healthy? Those mean Team Rocket didn't hurt you, did they? When I get my vines on them, they'll wish a Steelix was binding them. Bulbasaur already started nagging Ash worse than Mew ever did. Oh great, first Mema and now Bulbasaur the babysitter. I might as well just be a baby. Ash grumbled to himself. Then he smiled and said, from now on, your name will be Konoha. That better not be a girl's name. Chapter 11, Charmander, the sassy Pokemon. It's been 10 days since Ash, Misty, Brock, Storm the Pikachu and Naya the Meowth, secretly Mew, set off to Vermilion City. Now they were lost in the middle of a forest. I just can't go one step further. We've been looking for Vermilion City for 10 whole days. Misty roared in anger. We should probably find the main road again. Route 24 leads right to Vermilion City. Brock said looking at the map. Storm was just doozing off, not really caring. Naya looked around as her ears twitched. What's up, Naya? Ash asked when he noticed she was looking around. Ashy, look in that cave. There's a Pokemon in there. Naya pointed at a nearby cave. Curious, Ash went to look in the cave and was surprised to see a golden-yellow Charmander in there. That's right, this Charmander was a shiny like Nidosaur. It even had spiky hair on top of its head. Now this Charmander was unusual and not just the color. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. A flame burns on its tail since BRTH, it is said that a Charmander dies if its flame ever goes out, the Pokédex said. That's not necessarily true, a Charmander's flame can't be put out. It only goes out when the Charmander itself dies. Water does indeed weaken it though, that's why Charmanders stay away from water, people always misunderstand these things. Ash sighed. Well, it's not like most people know about this stuff. Then again, you seem to have advanced knowledge on these things, Ash. It makes me wonder why you even use me. Sometimes, the Pokédex said suddenly, catching Ash off guard. The Pokédex never talked like that. Do you have your own personality or something? Ash asked, feeling stupid for talking to a machine. Scan a Porygon and I'll get back to you on that. Just talk to the Charmander first, we'll discuss this later, the Pokédex said before shutting off. Ash sighed and closed it, he never knew the Pokédex could have its own personality. Hello. Do you have a trainer? Because Charmander don't usually live in this area. Ash asked it, hoping it would answer. The shiny Charmander turned to look at him, it appears it was roasting some berries with the flame on its tail. Oh, you must be the Child of Mew I keep hearing rumors about. It's about time you showed up, it was a girl and was sassy nature by the sound of it. Ash did an anime trip before saying, wait, how did you know about me? Spearows love to talk. Apparently the notorious gang of Spearow flock were beaten by a human boy named Ash Ketchum. It was later discovered he is the Child of Mew. I heard you were going around capturing Pokemon, so I assume you're a Pokemon trainer. I'd figured you'd show up here sooner or later, so I've decided to wait for you. It's been a week and a half, the Charmander said with a yawn. You've been waiting for me? Why? And why are you even out here? Questions. Well, let's just say I left a very arrogant trainer. Or rather, he left me. Still, I didn't really want to have anything to do with an arrogant boy like him. He told me to wait for him out here and promised he'd be back. Yeah, right, that's a biggest lie if I ever heard one. There should be no reason for him to leave me anywhere if he wanted to come back. The only reason why I'm still out here is because I've been waiting for you, the Charmander explained with spite for the boy who abandoned her. Okay. I thought the abandoned Charmander was supposed to be regular color, male and waited loyally on the rock. Ash asked, shattering the fourth wall. That's my brother, actually. Mew apparently distracted him before he could have caught him and saw me instead. Guess he thought an oddly colored Charmander was sick or something and decided to leave me, she explained, also breaking the fourth wall. Hey Ash, what are you doing? Misty called, running over to him. Hey guys, I found a shiny Charmander. Ash said, pointing at the sassy Charmander. What's it doing way out here? Brock asked in concern. I think she was abandoned by her trainer. Ash pretended to guess. Storm went up to the golden Charmander. Is it true? Your trainer left you out here? Yeah. He's such an arrogant little twerp though, I'm glad to be rid of him, she said with no regret. My guess is that the Charmander is loyal to the trainer and wants to wait for him or her here. Brock guessed. What? That's the last thing I'm doing. Charmander snapped. I doubt it, Brock. Misty sighed. So why were you waiting here? Ash never did get an answer. Isn't it obvious, Ashy? This poor little Charmander wants a good trainer, and what better trainer for her than my little kit? Naya said with a giggle. The Charmander blushed a bit and said, well, I've always been on my own out here, so I decided to wait for a good trainer. So please, catch me as your own. I really rather not be alone out here again. My parents were captured and so was my brother, I don't really have much of a family anymore. Ash sighed. He doesn't really mind the free Pokemon, but the only ones he ever caught through battling are Gale the Pidgeotto and Konoha the Bulbasaur. So he decided to make this a bit more fair to himself and the Pokémon. I will, but first I want to battle you and catch you the right way, deal? Fine with me, this gives me a chance to show you what I'm capable of, the Charmander grinned. Misty, Brock, if you don't mind, I'm going to try and catch this Charmander. It's obvious she doesn't want to go back to her former trainer, so why don't I catch her myself? She'd make a great Charizard later. Ash suggested to his two friends. Sure, why not? If the trainer abandoned it, then you might as well take it. Misty said, not really caring. Besides, you need to get as much Pokemon as you can. I'd say go for it. Brock nodded in approval. So who are you going to use to battle with her? She kind of reminds me of Remy. Storm said a bit dreamily. Maybe he should try using Gale, the poor Pidgeotto hasn't been battling since Team Rocket in the Viridian Forest. Naya suggested. Okay then, I choose Gale. Ash released the Pidgeotto and the bird stretched its wings. Finally. I get to battle. Gale exclaimed excitedly. Ah. You get to fly, no fair. Alright you mangy bird, time to show you the power of fire. Ember, the golden Charmander twirled around, using the flame on her tail to let loose little flames at the Pidgeotto. Ash, this is a feisty one, like Remy. Gale said, trying to dodge the little fireballs. Don't hold back now, Gale. Fight back with Sand Attack, reduce her accuracy. Ash commanded and Gale obeyed as he kicked up sand at the Charmander's face, causing her to cough. Looks like a good match. Brock commented. I wonder if Ash would be able to catch this Charmander. Misty wondered. Come on, Ash. Get that Charmander. Storm cheered for his trainer. Don't forget what I taught you, Ashy and Gale. Naya cooed. Enough with the cough sand. Fear my claws cough scratch, the Charmander leaped from the sand and slashed a hem scratched the Pidgeotto across the face. Looks like a critical hit there. This Charmander is tough, just how I like it. Alright Gale, time to go on the offense. Quick attack. Take this, you fire lizard. Gale dove in for a head-straight quick attack, leaving behind a white streak. Charmander had fast reflexes, she jumped out of the way, making Gale hit the ground. Luckily it was grass so the impact didn't hurt the Pidgeotto too much. You're too slow, the Charmander teased. Misty let her Oddish out. Now Blossom, I want you to watch a Pokemon battle. You named your Oddish? I thought you didn't nickname your Pokemon. Brock asked. Well, I've decided to follow Ash's example and start nicknaming my Pokemon. Staryu is now Seastar. Seal is now Aqualeo. Cool, maybe I should start nicknaming mine too. Brock said, wondering what to call his Onix, Geodude and Zubat. The nicknaming bug is contagious. I want to nickname someone and I'm not even a human. Storm noticed. Heh, I have nicknamed my little Ashy before, must have rubbed off on him. Naya laughed. Shake it off, Gale. Blow her with gust. Then dive in for a wing attack. Gale flapped his wings and created a small tornado, not like the one he used to blow away Team Rocket. Charmander got SCKED in and hit the ground just as Gale came in with a strong wing attack, slapping the shiny Charmander with his wing. Oh and oh you didn't. I know you didn't just slap me with that feathery wing of yours. That's it. Time for my Fire Fang. Or it would be if I knew that move. So taste my Ember instead. The golden Charmander twirled her tail again to let loose the little flames at the bird. Don't let up, Gale. Use Gust to blow away those flames. Here we go. Gale flapped his wings and blew away those flames. Quick attack at the weak spot. Gale shot right at Charmander's stomach. She fell to the ground, dazed and defeated. Ash took out a dark red-pink Pokeball. Go Cherish Ball, the Cherish Ball SCKED in the shiny Charmander. The ball wiggled 3 times before it clicked, signifying the capture. Ash happily picked up the cherish ball. Alright. I caught a shiny Charmander. Ash. Where did you get that cherish ball? Those things are expensive and rare. Brock pointed out. First the heal ball, now the cherish ball. What else does this boy have? A luxury and premier ball. Oh yeah, I forget to tell you, when we were in that shack the other day, I saw they had a bunch of different kinds of Pokeballs on sale. I had enough money to get a cherish ball, a premier ball and a luxury ball. Pretty cool, right? Ash smiled proudly as he showed them the white premier ball and black with golden lines luxury ball, making Brock and Misty's jaws fall to the ground. How come we didn't see those? Misty cried, white scratching her red/orange hair fiercely. I could use those other Pokeballs too. Brock also cried. Ash sweat dropped and so did Gale, Storm and Naya. I didn't think you guys would be that interested. Of course we would, Ash. We've decided to catch and train other Pokemon too. Misty snapped. Oh okay, I'll be sure to let you two know next time. Ash held up his hands in defense, hoping they don't eat him alive. Come on, Ashy, let out the Charmander so we could play with her. Naya said eagerly. Alright, come on out, Charmander. Ash released the shiny Charmander from the cherish ball. Woo, what a battle, but now I'm tired. Is there like a nice path of grass or perhaps what you humans call a Pokemon Center nearby? Charmander said with a loud yawn. Hey Brock, is there a Pokemon Center nearby? I need to get Scorch here into one. Ash asked Brock. Scorch? Charmander asked, perking up upon hearing a new name. Oh yeah, Scorch is your new name. Hope you like it. Ash smiled at the golden Charmander. I love it. I'm Scorch. Scorch danced around. Blossom approached Scorch. Hey. Weren't you the Charmander Damien caught not too long ago? So he's abandoned you too, I see. What's up, Blossom? Misty asked curiously, seeing her Oddish talking to the golden Charmander. Scorch looked at Blossom, then seemed to recognize her. Hey, you're the Oddish that Damien left in the forest for the Beedrills too. Well, I'm glad to see you're okay and alive. Those Beedrill didn't have any interest in me, especially after I spread out my stun spore on them. Blossom smiled proudly. Woo, I'm tired too, Ash, let's hurry and find the Pokemon Center. Gale said tiredly as Ash returned him into his Pokeball. Oh good, there's a Pokemon Center's cabin near here. Hopefully we make it before the rain. Brock said. Rain? Ash looked up and saw the sky was getting dark by clouds. Scorch saw the rain clouds and flinched, holding her tail closely. Don't worry, Scorch, the cherish ball will keep you safe from the rain. We should still get to the Pokemon Center as soon as possible. Ash said as he returned the trembling Charmander back into her cherish ball. Misty returned her Oddish into her Pokeball. The sky got darker as the clouds became more. One could easily smell the moisture in the air. Misty pointed at a big cabin with the huge letter P on it. Hey! There's the Pokemon Center. Route 24 can't be too far now. Misty smiled. At that moment, rain began pouring from the sky. Storm felt electricity leaking from his cheeks. Oh dear, looks like a storm. Hee hee. Storm chuckled, just using his own name in a sentence. I love the rain. I love water in general. Naya was refreshed by the water. I should know, you sometimes sleep under the lake bed in a bubble, with me as your plushy toy. Ash mumbled as they ran into the Pokemon Center. Inside the Pokemon Center, Ash, Misty, and Brock released all their Pokemon to be examined for Nurse Joy to make sure they're all in full health while they make some nice warm soup. Naya was the only one who didn't get checked in and stayed with her little Ashy. The four friends, including the Mew disguised as Meowth, were enjoying their nice warm soup as they listened to the pitter-patters of the rain outside and the heavy winds blowing harder than 10 Pitagotos gusts. Boy am I glad we got scorched before this storm rolled in. Even in a cave, this would be hard for any Charmander to withstand. Ash commented while relaxing in relief and carefreely. Naya only smiled in response and continued to silently sip her soup. She really enjoyed peaceful moments like these, especially with her child. I agree. At least Scorch is safe and sound now. Brock said calmly while enjoying his soup. But I still wonder who would be so heartless as to abandon the poor little thing like that. Misty sighed though still enjoying her soup. Ash did wonder that too. He remembered hearing Mist's Oddish, now known as Blossom, and Scorch, talking about a boy named Damien. Apparently the same guy abandoned them for whatever reason. Ash already didn't like this guy. Naya's ears twitched when she heard laughter, and I don't mean happy laughter, I mean arrogant laughter. Naya glared at the group that laughed like that and saw some boys probably in their early teens. One of them sat in the middle and had a ton of Pokeballs. My math may not be the greatest in the world, but that looks way more than just 6 Pokeballs. Naya hissed, drawing Ash's attention, and he looked at the group as well. He could just feel the arrogance aura off them, 10 times worse than even Gary, his main rival. Sure are a lot of them. Just look at 'em all, one of them said proudly. Piece of pretty cool collection. The one in the middle, presumably their leader, said with more arrogance than Gary ever could hope to have. You're the man, Damien. But I thought you had a Charmander too. Yeah, I had one, but that thing is so weak it couldn't even beat a simple Goldeen. It's so weird, its color is completely wrong. I probably should have just gotten that other one I saw if some pink thing didn't fly in front of me so fast, the one called Damien said. What did you do with the Charmander? I left it on some rock in the woods like I did with that puny Oddish the other day. That thing is so stupid, no matter what I did it hardly listens to a word I say. I tell it to use Ember, it would just turn its head away. I finally got rid of it by promising I'd come back for it. It fell for it, it's probably still there waiting for me. With that, he laughed with arrogance again. Ash glared at him and so did Naya, but he held her back from blasting the boy. He's the one who abandoned Scorch and Blossom. Misty and Brock were listening to them too. Yeah, and Scorch would have been out in this harsh weather if we hadn't found her. Misty glared. What a horrible trainer. Brock growled. It's still up there wagging its tail. It'll probably wag it so long it'll put the flame out. They all laughed arrogantly once more. Just let me dump them in the ocean in the middle of a Gyarados nest. Naya hissed while Ash kept holding her back. Hold on, Naya, as much as I would like to do the same thing myself, we shouldn't do that. Ash said calmly, though inside he was seething. At that time, Nurse Joy came towards them with Storm and their Pokeballs. I finished checking your Pokemon and you'll be happy to know they're all in wonderful shape. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Nurse Joy, they all said happily as they took them back and Storm jumped on Ash's shoulder. Nurse Joy turned to see Damien and his posse before turning back to them. Oh, those guys. I can see they bother you. To be honest, they bother me too. They do? Ash and Misty both asked, astounded by this, as Joy don't seem the kind of person to be bothered by most people. Joy nodded and said, when I checked out their Pokemon they were badly beaten and exhausted. I'm afraid they're being abused by them. Ash, Brock and Misty looked at each other as if saying, we need to do something about this. Ash looked at Naya and gave her a silent nod. She understood and gave an eager smile as she snapped her fingers. Ash, Mew, she transformed back, and Storm were suddenly in a different dimension. It was like they were in space but they can breathe and walk. Damien fell on his face and looked around cluelessly. What happened? How did I get here? Damien demanded to nobody in particular. Ash took out the Cherish Ball and released the shiny Charmander. Scorch, is this the guy who abandoned you in Blossom? Scorch looked at Damien and glared, her sharp teeth looked ready to chew on this guy. Yes, that's the one all right. Damien, that heartless human captures strong Pokemon and abandon those he believes are weak. I can't stomach a guy like that, let me zap him to Giratina, Ash. Storm hissed while sparks flew from his cheeks. Whoa, easy there Storm. Mema and I have an idea to teach this guy a lesson on how to raise a Pokemon instead of abandoning them just because they're not strong enough to measure his greedy expectation. Ash said. You do that Ashy, this guy is too stupid to know anything about Pokemon. I'm surprised he even became a trainer, he's more like a bully as he just uses them to hurt others. Mew hissed at the arrogant punk. Just don't kill him Mema. Alright Scorch, you come with me, we're going to settle this once and for all. But what about your friends Ash? Won't they be wondering what happened to you? Scorch asked in concern, not liking the idea of worrying anyone. Mew and Ash smirked. Oh I wouldn't worry about them Scorch, Mema made this dimension special. Brock, Misty, and nobody else will ever notice we were ever gone and we can battle this Damien all we want. Scorch smirked along with the psychotic duo, making the Pikachu the only sane Pokemon here. Good, I have a few things I'd like to do to that boy. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and burn this arrogant, good-for-nothing punk. Oh boy, looks like Scorch is really fired up. Storm's sweat dropped as he looked at the fire on the shiny Charmander's tail, it was burning hotter than a wild forest fire. Now watch and learn little Pikachu, never cross a Mew or her child. Mew said with an exciting giggle. Mew wanted her little Ashy to face Damien with only Scorch, she and Storm are only observers here. With a playful giggle, Mew conjured up 2 boxes of popcorn, one for the Pikachu and the other for herself. Are you the one called Damien? Ash demanded when he walked up to the boy, Scorch clinging on his shoulder. Damien looked at Ash and the shiny Charmander on his shoulder. Who are you kid? Is that the weird color Charmander I left in the woods? What's it doing on your shoulder? Are you trying to steal it from me? Ash and Scorch glared at the punk. Excuse me. I never steal a Pokemon, this Charmander isn't yours since you abandoned it. I simply caught her in the wild like any good Pokemon trainer would. Damien glared and shrugged. It's yours, I don't care. I have no use for a weird weak Charmander like that. Scorch growled, angry that he called her weird and weak, she can hardly wait to sink her claws into his flesh, then we'll be seeing who's calling who weak. For your information Damien, this Charmander happens to be strong and extremely rare. The colors on her makes her what is called, shiny Pokemon. I don't care if it's rare or not, I have no use for weaklings. So you believe this Charmander is weak? Why don't you prove it then? Let's have a one-on-one Pokemon battle. Your best Pokemon versus this Charmander you think is so weak. Ash challenged. Damien smirked as he held out an Ultra Ball. Fine, if you insist on losing twerp. Maybe after I beat you and that freak Charmander, I can get out of this crazy dream, so he thinks it's a dream huh? Damien threw the Ultra Ball and surprise, a red lizard taller than Charmander with an even bigger flame on its tail, Charmeleon came out. Both Scorch and Ash definitely didn't see this coming. Charmeleon, the flame Pokemon and the evolved form of Charmander. Charmeleon are known to be hot-tempered and tough battles excites it, the Pokédex explained after Ash scanned it. So you see why I got rid of that useless Charmander now? I've already caught its evolved form, why keep a Charmander around when you've got a Charmeleon already strong enough to take down armies of bug and grass Pokemon? Damien laughed like a maniac. I don't care about this human, but I want to fight tough battles. You, young Charmander, I see the fire in your eyes. Let us fight and see which one of us is the better fire type, the Charmeleon said to Scorch. You ready to take down your evolved form, Scrock? Ash said to his Charmander. I'm more than ready to take down anything that Damien has, let's go. Scorch said while readying her sharp claws. Charmeleon, take down that puny Charmander with Fire Fang. Damien said cockingly. Charmeleon's teeth turned into flames as he lunged at the female shiny Charmander. Scorch stood her ground as she awaited Ash's orders. Get down and roll over like a Growlithe. Ash said with a smile. Scorch, without hesitation, dropped and rolled out of the Charmeleon's Fire Fang attack's way. Damien commanded the evolved form to chase down its pre-evolved form with Fire Fang. Okay Scorch, time to go on the offensive, intercept its Fire Fang by using Scratch on its nose. Ash quickly commanded. Scorch, with quick reflexes, used her claws and scratch her evolved form across the nose, leaving scratch marks and a painful Charmeleon to boot. Arg! That hurts little Charmander, it snapped while rubbing its scratched-up nose. That was the point, now stop being a crybaby and let's continue. Scrock snapped, wanting to beat Damien's best Pokemon and prove she's not a weakling and that even her own evolved form species won't beat her. Don't be such a disgrace and lose to this puny Charmander. Use Slash to counter that weak little Scratch. Damien demanded, annoyed that the Charmander he thought was weak actually scored a hit on his strongest Pokemon. Charmeleon's claws suddenly looked sharper and came down on the shiny Charmander, leaving gashes of claw marks on her stomach, causing her to cry out in pain while Ash cringed. That looked like it really hurt. Was that a critical hit? That Charmeleon's strong, Scorch, and I better watch it, especially since I haven't trained her yet. Ash thought while trying to figure out the best strategy to beat this Charmeleon and Damien's Wylord-size ego. Scorch glared at her evolved form, that Slash attack really took hurt. This battle may be harder than I thought. She thought annoyedly. Scorch, keep calm now. I know you can do this. Ash encouraged her. Yeah, like a weak little off-colored Charmander and take on its much stronger evolved form. Now, Charmeleon, finish it with another Slash. Damien smirked cockingly, making both Ash and Scorch enraged. That does it. I don't care if it takes every ounce of my will, but I will use an attack that'll defeat you and wipe that smirk off that punk's face. Scorch growled, something was glowing brightly blue within the golden Charmander's body. Ash's eyes widened as he realized this attack. No way, is she about to use what I think she's about to use? With rage of a dragon within Scorch's eyes, she opened her mouth widely and a large blue energy shaped like a dragon came out and literally chomped down on the incoming Charmeleon, causing heavy damage. Scorch! You just used Dragon Rage. Ash called with an excited smile. Wow, so that's the hot feeling that was boiling in my stomach a while ago. Alright. Now I know I can beat you. Scorch smirked, ready for more. You stupid Charmeleon. That Charmander should be nothing but a caterpie to you. Be serious and use Shadow Claw. Damien was losing his patience. Charmeleon's claws suddenly had dark shadows overcoating it, the Shadow Claw was about to slash Scorch. Intercept it with your own claws. Ash quickly called, knowing dodging it at this close range would do no good. The shiny Charmander's claws hit the Shadow Claw of Charmeleon, both fire lizard Pokemon were struggling against each other's claws. Charmeleon was stronger in power, but Scorch had will and determination. Who will win this struggle is anybody's guess. Scorch's claws started glowing silver, crossing with Charmeleon's Shadow Claw must have awakened another power in the golden Charmander. She's using Metal Claw now, Scorch is picking up moves as if in a bargain sell, alright. Ash smirked, seeing how quickly Scorch was learning new moves just to defeat her former trainer's strongest Pokemon. Metal Claw versus Shadow Claw, it's a struggle between claws now. It didn't take long before their claws slipped and slashed each other's faces. Both fire lizards fell to the ground injured and scratched up. Damien growled at his Charmeleon, he couldn't believe this stupid unevolved weird color Charmander was actually giving a run for his money. Get up you lazy fire lizard. Get up now. How dare you let this small fry beat you down? Get up. Scorch, you've got to get up. Show this arrogant punk just how strong you can be. Instead of screaming at Scorch like Damien, Ash was trying his best to encourage her. Scorch's tail flame grew bigger as she, with all her determination and willpower, stood back up, but she was wiggling a bit. Her energy must be very low now. Charmeleon also got up, but was glaring at Damien rather than Ash and Scorch. Stupid, loud, obnoxious human. Okay Scorch, time to wrap this up. Use Dragon Rage. Building up all her rage towards her former trainer, the golden Charmander built up raw and blue energy from her belly before opening her mouth and releasing a vicious blue energy shaped like a dragon. Charmeleon was swallowed up by Dragon Rage and soon passed out cold. He was defeated. You did it, Scorch. Ash cheered as he picked up the weakened shiny Charmander. I'm so glad, I finally show him how strong I can be. Scorch smiled at him. Damien was throwing the biggest tantrum ever. How can this be? Is my Charmeleon really so weak it lost to its own unevolved weak counterpart? That does it. When I get out of here, this Charmeleon's going straight to the ocean. Now hold on there Damien, if you do that Charmeleon could die. It takes more than just capturing strong Pokemon, it's the trainer's job to raise them to be stronger, hence the term Pokemon trainer. Ash said as calmly as possible. He couldn't believe this idiotic boy would kill his own Pokemon just because he thought it was too weak to defeat its own unevolved counterpart. Damien growled at Ash. Shut up. I never cared for training them, it's much too boring and a big waste of time. My motto, if they're not strong enough, then let them go. I thought this Charmeleon would be my star Pokemon after seeing it defeat the other Charmeleon in the area, but it looks like I was sorely mistaken. The weakling can't even beat that weakling. Just before Damien could throw the Ultra Ball on the unconscious Charmeleon, Ash grabbed his wrist with Scorch clinging on his shoulder, glaring and growling at the heartless trainer. No, you don't own this Charmeleon anymore. You don't want it, so I'll take it off your hands. Ash said in a serious tone. Let me go, you stupid little kid. It's still my Charmeleon until I release it in the ocean. Damien snapped, filled with rage. Ash and Scorch's glare intensified. You don't deserve to be a Pokemon trainer. Mema, do it. Mew appeared just above Ash with Storm floating on top. Mew must be using Psychic to keep the Pikachu with her. Storm didn't care, he was busy happily munching away on his popcorn. I've been waiting to do this, Ashy. Mew smirked evilly. Damien didn't know a thing about legendary Pokemon and just snorted at the pink little floating kitten. What a sissy, keeping some small, weak little kitty. Ash actually paled when the boy insulted his Mema. As much as I despise him, I better pray for him. Insulting Mew is like signing your own death warrant. One thing you should never, ever do is to anger a legendary Pokemon, especially Mew, as this arrogant punk is about to learn the hard way. Mew, although obviously enraged by the insult, smiled widened. Oh, I think you should learn to respect Pokemon, because for the next 300 decades of your short life, you'll be stuck running from vicious and hot-tempered Pokemon. Let's see how you like it when Pokemon yells and beat you up for being weak. Hope you have fun, Damien. Mew's body glowed with dangerous blue aura and the aura literally choked Damien until she teleported him. Mema, where did you take him? Ash asked nervously, afraid of the answer. It's best I don't tell you, but let's just say, Damien will wish he never left home. Mew said with an evil smirk, making Ash, Scorch and Storm slowly backed away from the psychotic and powerful Pokemon. I'm glad, whatever fate awaits Damien, I don't regret it, he deserves it. Scorch said. What about his Charmeleon and his other Pokemon? Ash asked. Oh, I wouldn't worry about his Pokemon. After teleporting that nasty human, I released his Pokemon back to their original homes. I'll bet they're having a nice happy reunion with their Memas and siblings. Mew said with a kind smile now. Shouldn't we head back to the original dimension now? Not that this outer space scenic isn't pretty and all, but I kinda like to get back to where things make sense. Storm spoke up after finishing his precious popcorn. Yeah sure, why not? I think it's time we get some sleep anyway, right Ashy? Mew giggled as she snapped her fingers and the four of them were suddenly back in the Pokemon Center. Brock and Misty were still drinking their soup as if Ash never left. Hey guys, how long have I been gone? Ash asked curiously, already returning the tired shiny Charmander back in her Cherish Ball and Mew back in her disguise as Meowth. Only about a minute or so. Was the bathroom line long? Misty teased. Have you seen what happened to Damien? Ash asked again, seeing Damien wasn't there anymore and neither were his posse. Damien? I don't know anyone named Damien, are you looking for him? Is he a friend of yours? Brock asked, obviously clueless to who Damien was. Mema, did you erase their memories of Damien? Ash mentally asked the Meowth beside him. I didn't have any reason not to Ashy, besides, if I didn't, you'd probably be having to answer some tough questions. Nia giggled. Oh, I think I had too much popcorn. Storm complained, feeling his stomach hurting. Oh. I better go back to the bathroom. Ash quickly said, grabbing the sick Pikachu and rushing to the bathroom just before he dropped the bomb. It looks like Damien is learning the lesson not to mess with Pokemon. The hard way. Ash caught a new member and is more than ready to take on what lies ahead. As soon as Storm stops hurling everything in his small tummy first. Mema. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Ash yelled irritably, hearing said Pokemon laughing. Chapter 12, Squirtle Squad's Passion. For days now, Ash, Storm the Pikachu, Nia, Mew in disguise as a Meowth, Brock and Misty were walking on the route to Vermilion City. During those days, when they were taking a break, Mew would teleport them to the safari or another dimension to train his Pokemon. Konoha never stopped nagging Ash as he kept bringing him apples and cutting the skin off with razor leaf. Really Konoha, I'm fine, you don't have to act like my babysitter. Don't argue with me, eat the apple, it's good for you, the Bulbasaur said firmly like a true parent or babysitter, making Ash sigh as he bite into the finely cut apple. Konoha really knows how to cut. Scorch was playing around with Mew and Storm while Konoha kept babying Ash. Gale and Flutter were just flying around happily, everyone was happy for the relaxing break. Brock and Misty were taking a nap and Ash decided to put training on hold for now to actually take a break. Hey Gale, isn't it kind of funny how you're a bird Pokemon and I'm a butterfly, yet we seem to get along like brothers? The Butterfree asked the Pidgeotto curiously, remembering how back in the wild bird Pokemon like Gale often eats bug Pokemon like Flutter. Probably because we have a trainer now. We can't act like we did in the wild, especially since he takes good care of us, not to mention Mew's training method has us working together or we'd be fried to a crisp by lightning, frozen in ice by blizzard or pelted to death by rocks. Gale shivered remembering the survival training provided by Ash and Mew. That's why I'm really thankful for this moment to relax, it really feels good to just kick back once in a while. Flutter smiled as he felt the breeze blow his wings gently. So Scorch, what was your brother like? Storm asked the shiny Charmander curiously while sitting under a tree. He's nothing at all like me, he's much too timid and naive. Trust me, if Damien caught him instead of me, he's probably listened to everything that Punk had to say and even give up his own life to wait for him on that rock. You know, timid Charmanders like him usually grows up to be stubborn and muscle-headed Charmeleon and Charizard later, it's like they get a total personality change or something. What about you? I owe my life to the Child of Mew, it doesn't matter to me if I ever evolve or not, I'm just happy to be caught by someone who actually cares, she said. Mew was sitting next to Ash while Konoha was sunbathing in the sunlight. Suddenly, Mew opened her eyes and glared. Gangsters, oh great. Ashy, you better get out of the way. Ash only had a second to roll away from the tree before a water gun hit the spot he was just sitting in. This water attack caught everyone's attention. Brock and Misty ran over to Ash, soaking wet, they must have been one of the water gun's victims. Mew quickly transformed back into Meowth. Brock. Misty. You two look like you just been through a river. Ash laughed. Stop laughing. Somebody did this to us as a prank. Misty snapped. It's going to take days to dry my jacket. Now the girls will think I stink. Brock sighed angrily. Hey Ash, I think those Squirtless had something to do with it. Scorch pointed out. 5 Squirtless wearing sunglasses were gathered together, laughing. The middle one had a different shape sunglasses, he's presumably the leader. It was so easy to catch you off guard, they laughed. That's funny, first I find a Bulbasaur, then a Charmander and now Squirtle. The 3 original starter Pokemon Professor Oak gives out to trainers in Palette. Wouldn't it be cool to actually catch one of my own? Ash thought with a musing smile. Oh Ashy, these poor Squirtless formed a Squirtle Squad because their trainers abandoned them, how pitiful. Maybe it's best if you did catch them, so I could play with them my way. Naya smirked. The leader Squirtle shot out another water gun attack at Ash, but Konoha quickly got in front to take the hit, which didn't do much since he's part grass type. Why is that Bulbasaur protecting that human? The leader said in shock. Konoha glared at the Squirtle Squad. Don't you dare hurt him. He's the Child of Mew and it's my responsibility to take care of him. The Child of Mew. Ha, ha, ha. That Bulbasaur is whack. The human must have brainwashed him, the turtle Pokémon all laughed, not believing for a second that a human like Ash would be the creator of all Pokemon's child. Oh, they don't believe it, huh? Naya was tempted to return to her true self, but held back because Brock and Misty were here and they would see her, then again she could always rearrange their memories. Practical jokers, they're the most annoying kind. Misty said angrily, despite being a water Pokemon trainer, she seems to hate being wet a lot. I agree, they need to be taught a lesson. Brock growled, now that's understandable since he's a rock/ground type trainer. What should we do, Ash? You want me to put them to sleep with my sleep powder? Flutter suggested. Or blow them away with my gust. Gale also suggested. Now hold on guys. Ash scanned the leader Squirtle with his Pokédex. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. Squirtle is a natural-born swimmer and can withdraw in its shell for protection. Hey Ash, you know this stuff, right? Why don't you just write a book or something next time? Did the Pokédex just talk to you, Ash? A shocked Misty asked when she heard that last line. Ash looked at the Pokédex. You really do have your own personality. Look, I need you to scan Pokémon for the professor if not for me, okay? Fine, but I just feel a bit useless. Don't say that, you are my ID too after all, if it weren't for you, I'd be arrested by Officer Jenny. Ash assured the machine. Ash, stop talking to your Pokédex, you're freaking me out. Brock said with a sweat drop. The Squirtle Squad suddenly withdrew into their shells and started spinning, using tackle on everyone they see like 5 out-of-control pinballs. Everyone was jumping, screaming and running except for Naya, who had a psychic shield around her. Okay, I've had it. Storm, thundershock them all. Ash ordered, getting annoyed after being hit in the face and the gut by 2 shells and 3 more. Storm zapped all the shells around him, luckily trained enough to control what he shocks so he wouldn't accidentally zap Ash and his other friends. Since the Squirtless were water types, they were all too hurt to keep using tackle and fell to ground, fried. Try that again and I won't go so easy on you all next time, the Pikachu hissed, his yellow fur all messy after getting hit by shells his own size. Boss, what's going on? A Pikachu shouldn't have enough stamina to withstand all those tackle attacks, yet this one seems to have hardly felt anything, one of the Squirtless said to their leader nervously. A Pikachu shouldn't have that much control of his electric attack either, look, he didn't zap any of his friends or trainers. It's obvious this Pikachu has been really well trained, we better retreat for now, besides, I can hear the cops are coming, the leader said. All 5 Squirtles suddenly fled just before Officer Jenny came into the scene on her motorcycle. Is everyone alright? She asked after reaching Ash and his friends. Ash returned all his Pokemon except Storm and Naya, they just cling on each side of his shoulders. Oh hi Officer Jenny, and might I say you're looking awfully appealing today. Brock was drooling before Misty grabbed his ear. Stop before she arrests you. Those Squirtless that attacked you, they're known as the Squirtle Squads. They go around town causing trouble and stealing food because they were abandoned. It's a shame because if they had someone to take care of them they wouldn't be this way. Jenny sighed. Maybe there is a way to help them, if we could just show them not all people are bad, they wouldn't be like this. Ash said. But how are we going to do that? Those Squirtless are long gone by now. Brock asked. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, they're pranksters and I'm sure they'll be back. Ash knew a lot about pranksters, especially after growing up with a certain pink cat legendary. Mema, do you think you could turn me and Storm into Squirtless too? I was thinking maybe if we join their squad we could find out what happened to them and help them gain trust in people. Ash mentally suggested to Mew. Oh, you're starting to have a mind of a Mew, I see my little Ashy. This should be fun. Naya giggled while Storm looked at her suspiciously, as if waiting for something to explode in his face at any second. Ash. Please tell me I am not some stupid turtle with a shell on my body. Storm said while hissing and afraid to look down at himself. Mew had teleported Ash and Storm near the place where the Squirtle Squid were about to come and she had transformed both of them into Squirtless themselves, only the former Pikachu was wearing a yellow scarf with a lightning bolt in the middle and Ash was wearing a pink scarf, courtesy of his Mema. Relax Storm, this is only temporarily, we need the Squirtle Squad to think we've been abandoned too, okay? Ash said, hopping to calm down the former Pikachu before he zaps him the next time they turn back. Fine, but next time leave me out of it. And where is Mew? Storm snapped, obviously not too happy being from an electric mouse to a tiny turtle. I told Mema to stay with Brock and Misty in disguise as me so they wouldn't get suspicious. Ash said. Hey, you two, are you lost? A familiar voice suddenly said coming out from the bushes. Ash and Storm turned to see it was the Squirtle Squad and the leader was talking to them. Tell me, what happened to the two of you? You're obviously new around here. Ash and Storm pretended to look sad and hopeless, as if someone just left them. I don't know. Our trainers just left us. 2 more Squirtless, abandoned by their heartless trainers. Squirtle Squads, I think you know what we need to do, the leader said. It's time for the initiation test, they all sang together. You two can join up with us, but you must first pass the initiation test. Do you two think you'll have what it takes to join the Squirtle Squad? The leader said. Yes, of course. Ash said and elbowed Storm. Yes, the former Pikachu grumbled, still angry at the whole becoming a Squirtle thing. So what do we have to do? Ash asked. All 5 Squirtless smiled evilly. Ash and Storm came to hate those kind of smiles because it usually means trouble or Mew's playtime. You two are to prank 3 new Pokemon trainers that are passing in town. If you could do that, then we'll let you newbies into the squad, the leader said with a smirk. 3 new Pokemon trainers? Storm asked, hoping they didn't mean what he thinks they mean. We don't know their names, but we have taken pictures of them with this camera we swipped from the last town we pranked, one of the other Squirtless said holding up 3 pictures. Ash and Storm inwardly gasped, it was Brock, Misty, and Ash himself. When did they take their pictures? Ash and Storm knew playing a prank on Brock and Misty was bad enough, but on Ash? Mew transformed herself as Ash to take over for him with Brock and Misty until after he solves this whole Squirtle Squad thing and if they try to prank the creator of Pokemon. Let's just say things will get ugly really fast. We don't play pranks, we just want to find another trainer. Storm said, hopping to just hurry up and lead them to other people and get it over with. Oh. Not much of pranksters, huh? What are you? Scarde Meowths. If you want in, you're going to have to forget about your senseless morals with humans and play the ultimate prank on these three, the leader said firmly. What are we going to do now, Ash? Any more brilliant ideas? Storm hissed quietly to his trainer. Just be patient, Storm, we can still do this, just follow my lead. Of course, just tell us what we need to do. Ash said calmly. Earlier today, we met with two humans with unusual Meowth that can communicate with them. The Meowth says they're his pets, which is something we've never seen before, but as a fellow Pokemon, I think we can trust him. We are to tie up those three kids and catch their Pikachu, the leader explained. Ash and Storm gasped. Team Rocket? What do we do when they find out I'm not there? Storm whispered to Ash worriedly. Let's not worry about that, just keep playing along until we can get these Squirtless to trust us, then we can tell them Meowth is lying and is nothing more than a thief. Ash whispered back to his former Pikachu. Brock and Misty were taking a break near a lake. Misty was fishing while Brock was lying in the grass. Ash was playing with Pikachu. In case you didn't know, Ash is really Mew in disguise as her child and Pikachu is really Konoha the Bulbasaur. I'm glad you volunteered to play as Storm, Konoha. Mew. Ash giggled. Anything for the great Mew and her child, but I am concerned for Ash's safety. Konoha said. Oh, you worry too much, I know it was a traumatic experience, but I can assure you my little Ashy can take care of himself and he has Storm to help him and I trust them both. Hey Ash, where did your Meowth go? Brock asked after noticing Naya was gone. Oh, she's taking a cat nap somewhere, don't worry about her. Mew. Ash reassured him, using her psychic powers to make her voice sound like Ash and to be able to speak human. Misty's lure suddenly had a bite. Hey, I caught something. Mew. Ash, Konoha, Pikachu and Brock all sat up and looked, they saw it was a Squirtle. But it had sunglasses. Oh. The Squirtle shot out a water gun attack on them, soaking them all wet. Mew. Ash loved water, so she didn't mind too much, plus she promised her little Ashy she wouldn't play or torture anyone while he's gone. I'm soaked. Brock sighed. Squirtle laughed before jumping out of the water. Okay Storm, time to use your Thundershock. Ash. Mew commanded. How do I use electric attacks? Konoha asked cluelessly, having been a grass/poison type all his life, of course he didn't know how to use Thundershock. Ash. Mew did an anime fall. Of course, how could I forget newbies aren't used to transforming to other Pokemon or beings. Didn't matter anyway, because the other three Squirtless tied them up with ropes all of a sudden. They got us. Misty cried. Ash and Storm as Squirtless were talking to the leader. Really, I don't think this is a good idea Squirtle, just let them go. Ash said, hopping to convince him. Yeah, they're really nice people. Wouldn't stealing their Pikachu make you no better than the ones who abandoned you? Storm was also trying to convince him and it was strange to see a Bulbasaur trying to impersonate him since the seed Pokemon had no idea how to be an electric mouse. You two are way too soft. You've got a lot to learn before you can become official members of the Squirtle Squad, the leader said with a sigh as if dealing with two babies. Ha, no matter, the two of you will come around eventually. Meowth said with a sinister snicker. Ash and Storm glared at the human talking Meowth, knowing full well what his real intentions were, but if they tried warning the Squirtle Squad now, their cover would be blown and the Squirtless would never trust them. I really hope Mema wouldn't send them all to another dimension or something, things will get far too complicated if she does. Ash thought while the Squirtless carried them to a cave. Oh don't worry so much Ashy, you've got to have more faith in your Mema. Don't worry, I'll wait patiently for you and Storm to rescue your friends and lol me. Ash heard Mew giggling in his head, yup, same old Mema, always jumping at the chance to have fun. While in the cave, Konoha Pikachu was in a cage, while Mew Ash, Misty, and Brock were tied to a rock. Mew Ash was a great actress, she seems to be able to copy Ash perfectly. Must be those 7 years of watching him growing up, not to mention she raised him herself since he was only 3. See? These Squirtless listen to me, because they know they can only trust fellow Pokemon. Meowth smirked at them. Squirtle Squad, please listen, Meowth is a liar, those humans aren't his pets, they only want to use you to steal other Pokemon. Mew Ash said, sounding concerned, though inwardly Ash knew she was having the time of her life acting like her child. Ash is right, that's all they're interested in. Misty agreed. Yeah, they'll use any advantage they can get to steal. Brock said. Quiet humans. Meowth screamed, scratching all 3 of them in the face. Who are you going to believe? These humans or a fellow Pokemon? Meowth teased while all the Squirtless, save for 2, Ash and Storm of course, agreed. Mew Ash didn't mind the scratch, she had been in battles far worse than those kitty claws, but it did annoy her that she can't do anything about it. Ash, this is getting us nowhere. None of the Squirtless will listen to us, and if we don't do something quick, Jessie and James will make their move and do who knows what. Storm whispered frantically to Ash while all the other Squirtless were doing their own business and Meowth was just waiting, probably for his other 2 teammates. I know, I'm thinking Storm. Maybe Mema could give us some suggestion. Ash said. But if she talks to us, won't anyone else find it suspicious? She can communicate with us with her mind, don't worry. So Mema, any ideas on what we should do? Mew Ash smiled as she spoke to both Ash and Storm with her mind. Well, you could tell the other Squirtless you'll go into town and play some pranks on them. But what you should be doing while there is searching for those 2 nasty Jessie and James and see what they're planning. But it's a big place, are you sure we'll be able to find them? Storm asked. I'm sure, I know they're somewhere in town. I believe in you my little Ashie. You grow up so fast. Mew Ash mentally said proudly. Okay, we better hope this works, Storm. Ash said while Storm nodded in agreement. Hey, boss. Could we go into town and pull some pranks? Ash asked politely. We want to see if we could be up to your standards. Storm said, also politely. The leader smiled. Glad to see you 2 coming to your senses. Alright, go into town and pull as much pranks as you can. We'll give you a day, then you 2 come back here and we'll go see the results and then we'll decide whether or not you're ready to join the Squirtle Squad. Ash and Storm nodded as they headed out of the cave. Phase 1, complete. Now for several hours, the 2 tiny turtle Pokemon was making their way to town, passing the hills, crossing a broken bridge, and almost getting jabbed by a Goldeen, and crawling with little energy. When are we going to get there? Storm asked tiredly, ready to drop. Hey. I think I see it. Just a little more. Storm. Ash said both tiredly and assuringly. The 2 human-turned and Pikachu-turned Squirtless made it to town. Finally, it was a small town though. It was already dark when they were crossing the bridge, now the sun was coming up. Suddenly, Gary was walking out from a shop. Perfect, my Squirtle just evolved into a Wartortle, now I'm ready for the next gym, he smirked before walking out of town. Oh that Gary, sounds like his own Squirtle just evolved. Ash grumbled, never liking his rival. Storm sweat dropped. Oh, so that's the rival Gary you've been talking about. Don't worry, I'm sure we could easily beat him with the training method Mew's been giving us. Right, but right now our top priority is finding Jessie and James. Ash nodded. But how will we find them? Storm asked. Suddenly, they heard 2 familiar voices shouting in the shop Gary just walked out of. How did they miss them going in earlier? Alright, this is a hold-up. Give us all the bombs you have. Jessie demanded while holding a bazooka. Bombs? Why do you want those for? The manager asked nervously. You want to get rid of those annoying Squirtle Squads, don't you? The bombs will blast them away. James explained while also holding a bazooka. Oh no, they're going to kill the Squirtle Squads. Storm gasped. We have to get back to them fast. We better hurry back, Storm. Ash quickly said with Storm nodding before running off to warn the others. They heard a loud boom shot. Team Rocket must fired their guns, but it didn't sound like they hit anybody, just to distract them while they made off with all the bombs. Storm's eyes widened in horror when they saw them in their big Meowth balloon, flying their way back to the cave the Squirtle Squads are. They're going to get there before we can. What'll we do now, Ash? Storm cried. Ash remained calm, however. It does seem rather hopeless, doesn't it? Well, luckily, Mema and I have a strong connection. I can just call her in my mind and she'll answer right away. Storm watched Ash curiously as he closed his eyes and mentally called Mew. Mema, can you hear me? Storm and I need your help. Of course, my little Ashie, what do you need your Mema to do? Teleport us back to the cave, but behind it so they won't see us. Alrighty then, just give me a second. Just like that, Ash and Storm's bodies flashed and disappeared. Then they reappeared inside the cave, but everyone was gone and the ropes were untied. Hey, where'd they go? Storm asked curiously when he saw the deserted cave. Oh, they're just outside. Ash said when he saw everyone outside the cave. They were surprised to see Mew, Ash, Konoha Pikachu, Brock and Misty were untied and just standing out there with the Squirtle Squads. Oh, you two are back fast, the leader said, sounding impressed. Listen, we've got trouble coming. Team Rocket are on their way here and they're about to blow up everything. You've got to get out of here. Ash quickly warned them. All the Squirtlets looked in shock and Meowth started to sweat. Oh no. We're busted. Please, you've got to believe us, when we were in town, we saw those two humans who were supposedly Meowth's pets, and they stole a lot of bombs and are coming here right now to destroy us all. Storm added quickly. What should we do, boss? One of the other Squirtle asked in concern. This does sound like an emergency. Meowth, how can we be sure those humans of yours didn't put you up to this? If this is indeed true, we have to get out of here and ban you as traitor and liar, the leader said with a growl at the Scratch Cat Pokemon. Wait. It's not true, it's obvious these two newbies must have been having a bad dream. Yeah, that's it, a nightmare about two humans planning to destroy you because of the trauma of their own trainers abandoning them. Meowth quickly said, hopping to win the 5 Squirtle Squad. We didn't fall asleep, Meowth, we know what we saw. Ash hissed at the lying Meowth. Ash and Storm knew Meowth was running out of lies and sweating about it makes it all the more true. If what these two fellow Squirtlets say are true, we better evacuate immediately, the leader ordered. What about those 3? Ash asked, pointing at Misty, Brock, Mew, Ash, Konoha Pikachu. They're humans, we can't trust them, the other Squirtle said. No, we can't allow them to die here just because of a little grudge we hold against our own trainers. Just because a few humans are nasty to Pokemon doesn't mean they all are. Pokemon are the same way, that Meowth is the very proof of it. Besides, it's our fault they're in danger in the first place, we'll get the humans out of here too, the leader said determinedly. Ash and Storm smiled, happy that the Squirtle Squad was finally coming around. What's going on? Why are the Squirtlets ushering us? Misty asked, not sure to feel scared or angry. Maybe something bad's about to come. Brock suggested, seeing how frantic the Squirtlets were. It might just be that, Brock. Mew, Ash nodded. Suddenly, explosions from all over the place caused sudden tremors, making everyone fall down in shock. What's going on? Misty cried. Oh no, we're too late, Jesse and James are here. Storm hissed. Indeed, the giant balloon Meowth head was coming over them. Jesse and James were already throwing bombs everywhere in the canyon they were in. Bombs away! James shouted. Time to finally get rid of those pesky Squirtless, that'll show them for stealing our lunch. Jesse snapped as they threw more bombs. Then they stopped as they threw down a ladder. Meowth! Grab Pikachu and climb the ladder. Jesse called. But I can't, not without it shocking me. Meowth protested, seeing Konoha Pikachu growling threateningly at him. Never mind Pikachu, just get up here before we blow the whole thing down. James called. Meowth got on the ladder as they raised him up. Hurry, everyone get in the cave. It's the safest place right now. Brock called and everyone hurried into the cave. Ash gasped when he noticed something. Or rather, someone was missing. Hey, where's the leader? Help! I've fallen and can't get up, the leader screamed from outside the cave. He was lying upside down on his shell, unable to get on his feet fast enough. You'd better go and help him, Ashy, before those nasty bombs kill him. Mew mentally said to her child. Ash saw those bombs coming. The human-turned Squirtle ran out to protect the leader of the Squirtle Squads. Konoha Pikachu cried, No, Ash. You'll get hurt. You'll die. Ignoring the Bulbasaur-turned Pikachu, Ash covered the leader Squirtle with his body and withdrew into his shell just before the bombs hit the ground and exploded, causing rock slides from the canyons, hitting both Squirtless. Although the shell protected Ash from most of the damage, he was still hurt. You. Okay. You. Saved me. Squirtle said, amazed that the newbie would put himself in danger just for him. Listen to me, Squirtle, I'm not really a Squirtle, I'm a human being raised by the legendary Pokemon Mew. She used her transform powers to turn me into a Squirtle to help you guys. She turned into me to fill my place for the time being. Ash explained before two more bombs started coming towards their way. They might just finish them off. You're a human. Squirtle looked at the human-turned Squirtle for a second, surprised even more that a human, raised by the creator of Pokemon no less, risked his own life to protect him, after all the damage he's done. Suddenly, with determination and new-filled passion, the leader Squirtle picked up the weakened Ash, yelling, I'll save you. Ash was shocked at how fast a Squirtle can run. He outran all the bombs faster than an agile Raticate, and jumped right into the cave, knocking down Brock and Misty who were in the way. With Brock and Misty on the ground, Ash Mew turned herself back into Meowth while she reverted Konoha Pikachu back to a Bulbasaur, Storm back into a Pikachu and Ash back into a human. The Squirtle Squads all saw this and were astounded. Squirtle Squads. I think it's time we show those liar Team Rockets not to mess with us, the leader spoke as they all agreed. Brock, Misty, you two stay here, we're going to show those Team Rockets a thing or two. Ash said with a determined smile. You do that, Ash. Brock nodded. Just don't get yourself killed. Misty sighed. Ash returned Konoha back into his heal ball before the Bulbasaur could protest. Come on Storm, Squirtle, let's go show Team Rocket they just messed with the wrong team. Oh, I can't wait to zap them harder than a Zapdos. Storm hissed with sparks leaking from his red cheeks. Ash, Storm and the leader Squirtle hurried up on the hill to see Team Rocket's Meowth's balloon. No more Squirtle Squads, now we'll be heroes. Jesse smiled. Think again, Team Rocket. Ash shouted. Wait. How did he escape? James asked in shock. Oh. I have a bad feeling about this. Meowth's sweat dropped. Squirtle, use water gun. Ash ordered despite Squirtle not being his own Pokemon. Have a taste of my water gun. Squirtle shot out jets of water from his mouth at their balloon, soaking them wet. How dare he soaks my hair. I just got it dry from this morning's lake accident. Jesse screamed in anger. Now Storm, Thundershock M. Ash ordered, knowing how much water conducts electricity. With pleasure. Storm smiled evilly and let out a powerful electric jolt from his body and gave them a shock of their lives. They were literally smoking and their balloons exploded with the leftover bombs. Team Rocket's blasting OFF again, the trio screamed while being blown sky high. How in all dimensions they keep surviving all those explosions and falling from sky high is beyond me. Ash mused watching them spark into the horizon. Ash, we have a problem. The explosion set off a forest fire. Storm said and pointed at a wildfire spreading through the trees. Uh-oh, guess I didn't think about the forest fire possibility, we better get down there. Ash said seriously. The three of them, along with Brock, Misty, Naya and the 4 other Squirtless, hurried over to the forest fire. What do we do? The fire is spreading like crazy. Brock said in concern. Officer Jenny came in on her motorcycle. If the flames keep burning at this rate, it'll reach town. A forest fire is easy to put out. It's really simple, I'm sure you can figure it out, my little Ashy. Naya smirked like a Zorua. Ash nodded. I think there's a way to put this out. If you Squirtle Squads can combine your water guns, you can put out the fire together, what do you say? They all nodded. Alright, you heard the man, use your water guns and put out that fire, the leader demanded. Yes sir, they all spread around the flames and doused everything with their water guns. After about an hour, the flames were all gone and the town was saved. In honor for the Squirtle Squad's bravery, Officer Jenny rewarded them with a certificate as firefighters Pokemon and are known as heroes instead of troublemakers from now on. So now, Ash, Naya, Storm, Misty and Brock were walking on the path to Vermilion City once again. Oh Ashy, I think a new friend of yours wants to talk to you. Naya giggled from his shoulder. Hey! Wait up! A tiny turtle like me can't run very fast now. Ash and Storm heard the leader of the Squirtless called from behind them. That's funny, since you ran like a Ponyta the other day. Ash chuckled mentally along with his mema. Hey Ash, that Squirtle is following us. Misty gave the news flash. They all turned around. Hey Squirtle, what's up? Ash asked with a smile. I was thinking and I was hoping you, the Child of Mew, would take me in as part of your Pokemon team, if that's okay with you. My squads are going to be under Officer Jenny from now on and I want to train to get stronger someday. Squirtle explained before taking off his sunglasses to reveal his cute, sparkly eyes. I think the Squirtle wants me to catch him. Ash said to Brock and Misty. Then catch it. Brock said. Hold on now, I want to catch him the same way I caught Scorch, though a Pokemon battle. You don't mind, do you Squirtle? Ash said. A Pokemon battle? Sure, it'll give me a chance to test my skills. Who are you going to use? Squirtle asked eagerly. I think it's time I finally use Konoha in battle. Konoha, you're up. Ash called, released the heal ball with the Bulbasaur in it. I'm ready to fight and protect you Ash. Konoha said as he stood in front of his trainer. Go Konoha. I know you can beat that Squirtle. Storm cheered. Squirtle laughed. Konoha. That sounds like a girl's name. It means leaf you insensitive reptile, the Bulbasaur snapped. Okay, enough with the trash talk you two and let's battle. Ash sighed. Brock and Misty just sat on the grass to watch them fight. Naya was giggling at the trash talking and Storm only sweat dropped. It looks like the responsible Bulbasaur and the juvenile Squirtle are going to get along like Meowths and Growlithes. Konoha, use Vine WHP. Ash commanded. Oh, I'll WHP this juvenile into shape. Konoha snapped as he lashed out his 2 Vine WHPs at the turtle. Ow. Man, you're tough when you're angry. Okay, now take my tackle attack. Squirtle ducked his head and lunged at the Bulbasaur. Alright, it's a head-on collision. Tackle versus tackle. Ash smiled. Here I come. Charge. Konoha and Squirtle both tackle each other's head, leaving quite headaches on both of them. Oh, I'll be feeling that in the morning. Squirtle ummed while holding his aching head. Now use Leech Seed. Ash said. A seed sprouted from Konoha's bulb, then he shot it out and landed on Squirtle's head. Vines grew out of the seed and tangled themselves on the tiny turtle, slowly yet surely sapping energy out of him. Gah! Hey! That's cheating. Where's your sense of honor? Squirtle complained. In a Pokemon battle, this is legal and honorable. So quit winning and fight already. Konoha snapped, tired of Squirtle's complaints. Fine, then take this. Bubble. Squirtle shot out little bubbles from his mouth and they popped on the Bulbasaur's face. Konoha shook his head, a little soaked, but not at all hurt. What was that supposed to do? Give me a bath? Well, thanks a lot. Humph. Just because you have more experience and a type advantage doesn't mean you can insult my attack. Squirtle stuck his tongue out at the Bulbasaur. Ash and Storm sighed. Ash, Squirtle's not at all strong like Scorch was. I think you should just catch and train him so he could actually fight better. Yeah, I guess so. Okay Squirtle, time to capture you. Ash threw a white Premier Ball at the Squirtle, turning him into red energy instead of white and SCKED into the white ball. The Premier Ball shook a few times before a click was heard, signaling the capture was a success. Ash picked up the Premier Ball and smiled. Alright. I've caught a Squirtle. Great, now you have all the Kanto starter Pokemon. That'll give you the edge once you train them properly. Brock nodded in approval. That is if you could train them at all. Misty teased. Great job, you're growing up before my very eyes my little Ashy, I can hardly wait to train those 3 fresh victims. I mean Pokemon. Naya smiled slyly like Azura ready to use its illusion to pull a great prank on someone really gullible. Storm smiled as he climbed up on Ash's shoulder. Okay Ash, whenever you and Mew are ready, we'll help train those 3 too. Thanks guys, but for now, let's get back on the road to Vermilion City. Ash yelled just for the fun of it, with Brock chuckling, Misty rolling her eyes and Naya giggling. Now Ash, Storm, Naya, really Mew, Brock and Misty are on their way to Vermilion City once again. Will Brock and Misty ever find out about Naya's true identity? Will Team Rocket ever become a real threat? They might, in the future. Find out, next time. The Child of Mew. Special Chapter, A Bulbasaur's Tough Life. My name is Konoha Bulbasaur, my trainer is Ash Ketchum, who is the Child of Mew. I was once abandoned by another human once before and ended up in the village with Melody. Allow me to tell you my story of the incident that happened 7 years ago. When I was born, I hatched from an egg, all Pokemon are hatched from an egg. When I came into the world as a little Mon Bulbasaur, the first thing I saw was a strange place filled with metal gizmos I knew nothing about, but was fascinated nonetheless. Beside me there were 2 other Pokemon, one was a blue turtle Pokemon who called himself Squirtle and the other was an orange lizard-like Pokemon that had a constant fire burning on its tail that had me worried every time I see it. His name is Charmander. There was a middle-aged man by the name of Oak, the humans called him Professor Oak. Oak took care of us, he fed all 3 of us each day and went outside in the biggest yard I've ever seen to play and practice our fighting moves. All 3 of us only knew 2 each. Squirtle only knew, Tackle and Tail WHP. Charmander knew, Scratch and Leer. I only knew, Tackle and Growl. Back then, I didn't have a nickname, I was just called by my species like everyone else here. Hey Bulbasaur. You wanna play Charmander's new game? Squirtle asked me with eagerness. Like the little Mon that I was excited and couldn't wait to see what's this new game Charmander came up with. Yeah. What are we playing? I asked excitedly. I don't know, Charmander wouldn't tell me until we go see him, come on. Squirtle and I hurried over to Charmander who was waiting for us near the oranberry tree. Charmander smiled and waved over to us. Squirtle, I'm glad you brought Bulbasaur, now we can all play. This is a game I saw the human mons play called tag. Charmander explained. How do we play? I asked curiously. From what I've seen, someone has a disease and if that person touches another the disease spreads. Everyone has to keep running away until everyone is tagged, at least, that's how I think they play. Sounds like fun, let's try it. Squirtle bounced up and down. Who's going to have the disease? I asked. Squirtle and I decided that, it should be you. Charmander said suddenly before running away laughing along with Squirtle. I watched the two run off laughing as I grumbled and wondered who to go after first. Why do I have to be the one with the disease? I mumbled annoyed before deciding to go after Squirtle since the turtle didn't have a flame on his tail that could burn me on contact. Bulbasaur are naturally slow, but Squirtle are even slower, so it wasn't very hard for me to catch up to him and use tackle on his shell. Ha! Gotcha. You didn't have to tackle so hard, Bulbasaur. Squirtle mumbled. Quit complaining and help me find Charmander. I said impatiently. We see Charmander trying to hide in the bushes, but the flame on his tail was easily exposed. Both of us went after him. The fire lizard ran from us. Charmander was the fastest out of the three of us, so it was a challenge to catch that speedy reptile. While the two of us slower mons were running after the speedy mon, Oak suddenly called for us. Bulbasaur. Charmander. Squirtle. It's time to come in, he called in his own language. Since growing up in his lab, we were able to understand him, but some wild Pokemon usually have a hard time understanding human speech unless the human itself can talk to us Pokemon. All three of us ran into the lab. This was the usual routine, wake up in the morning and eat breakfast, go outside and play for a few hours, come back in to eat lunch then take a nap, go back out and play again, come back in and get our baths, finally we go to sleep for the night. Then we do it all again. This time, however, something was different, something that'll break the CYCL we've grown used to living in, forever. Instead of lunch waiting for us, Oak held out 3 weird capsules like ball. Each one looked the same, red on top, white on bottom, some kind of center button, but there is one little difference on each of them. One has a leaf picture on top, another had a teardrop and the last had a flame like Charmander's tail. All three of us had the same questioning thoughts and looked at the human who took care of us since we've hatched. Oak, knowing what we were thinking, chuckled and said, I can see the three of you are confused, that's natural since you've never seen a Pokeball before, that's what these are. The Pokeball contain Pokemon like you so people can carry you and release you wherever and whenever they like. Poke, ball, the three of us asked at the same time. You see, there are some children coming here today and they want to pick each of you as their own Pokemon. You'll finally be able to leave this lab and go on a growing journey with someone. Oak explained with a smile. I don't understand, are we going to be adopted by another human? Charmander asked, but Oak can't understand us. It sounds like it. I don't think I want to go with another human and leave, I'd miss you guys too much. I said sadly to them. They were my best friends, why would I want to go with some human I don't know and leave them? Don't be such a mon Bulbasaur, this'll be a whole new experience for us, we should embrace it. I've always wanted someone to help train me so I can evolve into an awesome Blastoise. Squirtle announced, clearly this tiny turtle has the jolly or naive nature. Yeah, and I've always wanted to fly high in the sky like a Spearow. I just need to evolve into a Charizard. Charmander had sparks in his eyes. I glared at the three of them. Am I the only one who doesn't want to leave everything he's known behind? Come on Bulbasaur, didn't you ever want to evolve into an awesome Venusaur? Squirtle said to me while Charmander daydreamed flying around. I shook my head. No, I hate the idea of evolving in the first place. Why would I want to evolve into something so big, slow, heavy and fat? I don't like the idea of having an entire tree on my back. It's true, I never liked my evolved forms, Ivysaur or Venusaur. Ivysaur looked ridiculous with that giant pink flower on its back, and how could that giant Venusaur even stand, much less walk with that heavy tree on its back? I'm sorry, but I never want to evolve, that's that. Spoil sport, both Charmander and Squirtle pouted at me. Okay you three, enough bickering, it's time I put you into your Pokeball so the kids can come and pick you up. Oak said and suddenly threw the ball at us. Without even having the time to think what just happened, I suddenly found myself being sucked into the Pokeball. Inside I found myself in a forest, it felt peaceful and quiet. As I waited in the simulated forest, I had time to think to myself, about being taken on a journey with another human and, evolving. I didn't like the idea of never seeing my friends again, but it doesn't look like I get a choice in the matter. I was so deep in thought and concern about my future that time flew by too fast, and before I knew it, I was forced out of the Pokeball and found myself back in the lab I've come to know so well. Charmander and Squirtle were already outside. There was a human boy here in front of us, looking down at us. Oak was introducing us. And this is Bulbasaur. Now which of these three do you choose for your first Pokemon? The boy looked at each of us with fascination and curiosity. I was really nervous as I knew whoever he picks I'll never see my friend or friends again. The boy looked at Squirtle before smiling and picked him up. Okay, I choose Squirtle to be my Pokemon. Yeah. I get to be first picked. Squirtle cheered. Way to go Squirtle. Charmander smiled. But we'll never see each other again. I protested. Don't be so negative Bulbasaur, of course we'll see each other again. Squirtle was always so annoyingly optimistic. The human returned him back into his Pokeball and left. I frowned, knowing I'll never see him again, and even if I did it would be as rivals, not as friends. It didn't take long before another human came. This time it was a girl. She looked at me and shook her head. No, this one isn't cute, he keeps glaring and is green, he must be sick. I growled, how dare she insult me? No, Bulbasaur are naturally that way. Oak explained to this clueless spoiled brat. Yeah whatever. But this orange little cutie is something I like. She smiled as she picked up Charmander, careful to avoid his burning tail. That's Charmander, are you sure he's the one you want? Oak asked. Of course, he's way better than that ugly Leafadino. She said snobbishly. Ugh. She can't even say my name right. If I knew how to use Vine WHP back then, I would have slapped her silly. Actually it's Bulbasaur. Oak's sweat dropped as I kept growling at this inconsiderate brat. I don't care. Come on Charmander, let's go out into the world, she smiled at him. Bye-bye Bulbasaur, I'm on my way to become a great Charizard. Charmander waved to me as she carried him out the lab. Don't mind her Bulbasaur, you're not ugly. Just wait, a trainer just right for you will pick you up. Oak assured me, though I for one still didn't want to leave. It didn't take long before the last human came. It was a boy and he was a bit different from the other two, he was wearing a fancy white suit made of silk. He had some kind of, fancy fur on his head, oh wait, that's hair. Yeah, his hair is far too neat for my taste. I saw a few descriptions on humans before and it looks like this one is a rich kid. I'm here for my first Pokemon, his voice sounded even snobbier than the girl's. Ah yes, you're in luck, Bulbasaur's the last one. Oak said gesturing to me. Oh, that thing. Whatever works, just give it to me and I'll be on my way, he said boredly. I growled, there's no way I was going to join this snobby rich human boy. But before I could protest, Oak returned me into the Pokeball and the boy took me. As soon as he was outside the lab, he released me from the Pokeball. A Bulbasaur? How nice, you've got a grass/poison type, a lady, probably his female Mema, said to him. She's really fat, like a Snorlax, that can't be healthy for a human. She wore a large pink dress and had Clamperl's pearls as her necklace. How did I get myself into this? I never cared about fancy things and now I'm stuck with a family that only cares about these things. Okay Mom, I'll be taking the limo to Vermilion City and meet you there, he said to his Mema, which he called Mom instead. Before I take the limo, I want to see how you fight, he said to me. The boy forced me to fight Pidgey and Rattata in the area. I was just glad the Spearow gang I heard so much about isn't here this season. It was summer. Since I wasn't used to fighting, I collapsed after fighting the 5th Pidgey. I really hated this boy, all he keeps doing is making me fight until I can't get up anymore. After a few days of this constant fighting, the boy glared at me before returning me into the Pokeball and getting into his long car. You're a weakling, not worth my time. I'll never forget those words he said to me. The rich boy stopped the limo somewhere in the forest and pushed a button on my Pokeball and released me from it, for good this time. I used my money and bought myself a much more useful Pokemon, he said to me before opening a fancy black ball with golden lines on it, luxury ball, and a Growlithe popped out, barking at me. Go away. Go away, he barked continually at me. Now that I have a much more competent Pokemon, I no longer need a wimp like you. Get out of here, I never want to see you again, he snapped at me before returning the Growlithe and left in his limo, leaving me alone out here in an unfamiliar place. What a JRK, I'm glad I never have to see him again, but, now I'm lost. Where is Oak and his lab? I want to go back. I mumbled to myself, feeling helpless out here. I was never raised in the wild. There were a lot of other grass/poison types here, but what really had me were all the bug types too. I was scared, I didn't know where to go or what to do. How could that boy abandon me way out here instead of just giving me back to Oak? I was hungry. I smelled some delicious cherry berries nearby and went to find them. I found these red berries on a bush. I was about to help myself when something suddenly jumped out and tackled me to the ground. Shocked, I looked up to see what hit me and saw an angry Vileplume. I must have crossed its territory and those cherry berries must be its own. I ran away, not wanting to fight such a dangerous wild Pokemon. I was hungry. I needed to find something to eat soon or I'll die of starvation. I finally found a bush of yummy oran berries. Without looking for any territorial Pokemon, I jumped headfirst into the bush and chomped down all the blue berries I could put my mouth into. I was enjoying myself until someone shouted and sounded angry. Get out of my bush you stupid mon. I was suddenly pushed out with great force, it really hurt. Looking up, I saw a very ticked mushroom-like insect Parasect. Please, I'm hungry, I need something to eat. I begged pitifully. Parasect only seemed angrier. Outsiders, mons or full-grown, are not allowed to eat from the Parasect oranberry bush. 5 little paras crawled out from behind the giant mushroom bug and surrounded me. I was trapped. All 6 of them were hissing at me. It's hard to remember what happened, I can only gather that I fought for my life against them and learned how to use Vine WHP in the process. But even so I got beaten up badly. I was able to escape before they could finish me, but I was in bad shape. I knew it was only a matter of time before I lose energy and die, so I wandered aimlessly in the forest until my time came. It wasn't long until I blacked out and I welcomed my end. I remember hearing a soft voice and woke up to a face of a little human girl. I would have gasped, but my body was too weak to even move. Hey, you're awake. Grandma. Grandma. The Bulbasaur's awake, she yelled out excitedly. An old woman walked towards me and smiled like Oak used to. I'm so relieved you're finally awake. My dear granddaughter Melody here found you unconscious and gravely injured in the forest, she took you back here worried. I wasn't sure if you would have survived, but it looks like the citrus berry juice did the trick." She smiled at me. "You really had me scared, Bulbasaur. If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay in this village if you want, it's hidden safely from other people," the little girl called Melody said happily to me. I have been a little skeptical around these two humans since that boy just left me like that, but I soon eased up and trusted them. Like Oak, they took good care of me. There were a lot of other Pokemon here too, mostly Mons my age. Melody and her grandmother, I'm using human term now since I'm used to it, explained to me this place was called the Hidden Village and her grandma takes care of all the wild Pokemon here and tries to keep humans away with traps. All these Mons were friendly unlike the ones back in the wild. I wanted to stay here forever. I made tons of new friends. Then one day, after about 2 weeks since Melody brought me here, a strange pink light flashed suddenly and a small blue cat Pokemon appeared. I never saw a Pokemon like this one before, so I was curious. Naturally so were the other Mons. Melody and her grandmother cautiously approached this strange new Pokemon. It opened its eyes and looked around, seeing all of us staring at it must have disturbed it because it started crying. Melody's grandma picked it up and gently rocked it back and forth. I don't know what Pokemon this is, but it looks like a Chibimon. Chibimon is the Pokemon terminology for baby. I've never seen a Pokemon like this before. What is it? Melody asked the very same question all of us were wondering. Well now, I've heard of such stories but didn't think it was true until now. This little baby is what's called a Mew, but they're usually pink so I wonder why this one is blue, the grandmother said in awe looking at the Chibimon in her arms. A Mew? Didn't you once tell me Mew was a legendary Pokemon and that none has ever seen it? Then how do they know that it exists? Melody asked again. There have been pictures of Mew in the ancient times, Melody, but nobody knows if Mew even exists anymore. I guess that proves that theory seeing how I have its child in my arms. We better make sure we take good care of it until its parent come back and pick it up. For the next several days, the Chibimon known as Mew to the humans, sat near the pond playing with the Magikarp and a few other Pokemon. I was nervous to approach it since I've never seen a real legendary before, but finally worked up the nerve to go up and talk to it. Hi, I'm Bulbasaur and I was too nervous to even know what to say to him. Surprisingly, this Chibimon already knew how to speak. Hiya Bulbasaur, I'm Ash. Ash? I thought you were Mew. Mew? You mean my Mema? My name is Ash actually, nice to meet you. Mema thought it'd be best for me to play with other Mons for a while. The Mew known as Ash told me. I have been nervous before, but after chatting with the baby blue Mew for a while, we became good friends. I always hung out with him every day, we were like brothers. Then one day a mysterious human walked into the village. How did he get past those traps? I guess I shouldn't be too worried since he seems friendly. Melody and her grandmother were talking with this strange man. I wasn't really paying attention at the time, but I think he said something about being a Pokemon photographer and wanted to take pictures of us or something. I guess Melody and her grandma deemed him safe, because they allowed this man to roam around the village and use this square flashing thing on us. I later find out it's called a camera and humans use those to take pictures. I didn't really care at the time. Ash was a bit nervous however and the man was grinning a bit sinisterly when he saw him, but I didn't think too much about it. Little did I know that would come back to bite me in the butt big time. Why are you so nervous, Ash? That man is nice. I said to him, thinking he's just nervous because he's not used to being around another human. That man. I feel there's something dark about him, he said nervously. Ah, you're just being paranoid. Relax, just because he's a human doesn't mean he'll try to hurt us. I reassured him. Oh, how much I was proven wrong. Later that night, while I was sleeping next to Ash, we've been doing this since we became friends, a shadow loomed over us. I sensed there was a person in front of us, but I was too sleepy to care and thought we were perfectly safe. Suddenly, the shadow was gone and I heard Ash crying. "No, no. Put me down," he cried. That got me up quickly. I turned to see that same man earlier has the blue Mew trapped in a container and he was unable to get out. That man. I can see a sinister look on his face that I never noticed before. Could this be his true self? Have we all been deceived all this time? "That's right, little Mew, cry out for you parent, because I want it too," he taunted evilly. That made me cringe. I didn't know what to do. I was scared, but I knew I had to save my friend before this man takes him away, does something horrible to Ash. Without really thinking about it, I unleashed my Vine WHP attack and slapped that man. Unfortunately, he didn't appear to be injured that much. I wasn't very strong since I never actually trained. "Oh, I see, I had a stalker. Very well, this should quiet you down," he smirked evilly and tossed out a Pokeball. I gasped when I saw a strong Nidorino. I backed away, knowing I was no match for something so well trained. A Pokemon could easily tell what's strong and what's weak, and believe me when I say that Nidorino is no pushover. The stare alone was enough to make me fall to pieces. I saw Ash was crying. He was in danger. I have to save him. Not caring how much of a disadvantage I was in, I charged at the Nidorino. I blacked out almost immediately after charging at the Nidorino. I didn't stand a chance. I was just pushed aside like a weak little cater pie. I managed to regain conscious in time to see Melody and her grandmother rushing to the scene, yelling, but I couldn't understand them as I was close to passing out again. The last thing I saw was Ash being taken to who knows where. "I'm sorry, Ash, I let you down, because I let down my guard thinking I could trust that human. Never again. I won't let anything like that happening again. I will train and fight every day until I'm strong enough to protect this village and everyone in it. I promise, Ash, I'll save you somehow, someday." And that's my story. 7 years later, I have grown stronger and less trustworthy to people, but after seeing Ash again safe and sound and being as his Pokemon now, I've learned not everyone is like that. This time, however, I'll be sure to protect Ash, the Child of Mew, no matter what. Chapter 13, A Dragonite's Wish. Ash's current team: Storm, Pikachu. Gender, male. Quirky nature. Move set: Thundershock, Iron Tail, Dig, Quick Attack. Gale, Pidgeotto. Gender, male. Hasty nature. Move set: Gust, Wing Attack, Sand Attack, Quick Attack. Flutter, Butterfree. Gender, male. Docile nature. Move set: Tackle, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Confusion. Konoha, Bulbasaur. Gender, male. Adamant nature. Move set: Tackle, Leech Seed, Vine WHP, Razor Leaf. Scorch, Shiny Charmander. Gender, female. Sassy nature. Move set: Scratch, Ember, Dragon Rage, Metal Claw. Cooper, Squirtle. Gender, male. Impish nature. Move set: Tackle, Withdraw, Water Gun, Bubble. Misty's current team: Seastar, Staryu. Gender, unknown. Serious nature. Move set: Water Gun, Swift, Tackle, Harden. Aqualeo, Seal. Gender, male. Jolly nature. Move set: Water Gun, Aqua Jet, Icy Wind, Headbutt. Blossom, Oddish. Gender, female. Gentle nature. Move set: Absorb, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder. Misty had such her Goldeen for Oddish. Brock's current team: Gravelo, Geodude. Gender, male. Serious nature. Move set: Tackle, Defense Curl, Rock Throw, Magnitude. Ironstone, Onyx. Gender, male. Hasty nature. Move set: Tackle, Rock Throw, Dig, Bind. Biter, Zubat, Gender, male. Naive nature. Move set: Leech Life, Wing Attack, Supersonic, Bite. Ash, Misty, Brock, Storm the Pikachu and Naya the Meowth, secretly a Mew, were walking along the path in the forest in the evening. Are we lost again? Misty snapped, irritated for having been on the road for days and still not at Vermilion City. Relax Misty, we'll get there when we get there. Ash tried to reassure the short-tempered girl. You're the one who's leading us, Ash Ketchum. So why are we still lost? Misty roared at the poor boy. Knock it off you two. It's clear that it'll get dark soon, so we'll just have to camp out for the night. Brock said, trying to keep those two from arguing again. Oh Ashy, I believe we're close to the place where you know who likes to sing. Naya mewed with a giggle. Ash wondered what his mema was talking about. Who sings what? Storm asked the Mew-disguised as Meowth. There was this really big Dragonite who loves to sing a good lullaby song. Ashy and I would often go to the Lighthouse to hear him sing, he has such a appealing melody voice. Naya said dreamily. A big Dragonite that likes to sing. Is she talking about the one near Bill's lighthouse? It's been almost 2 years. Ash thought. I'm not sleeping on the ground again. Ash, you're too incompetent. You've led us into a mountain, a forest and now in the middle of nowhere. How in the world you were able to get 9 Pokemon and 2 gym badges is beyond me. Oh wait, I know how, your Pokemon followed you and you only got those 2 badges is because Brock and my sisters felt sorry for you. Misty snapped, irritated more than usual. Misty, you really need to learn to chill. Ash said calmly, knowing if he snapped back they would only result into another argument and Mew was getting tired of it and sooner or later she'll snap and send them into another dimension just to shut them up. I need to chill. We would have been in Vermilion City if we have just stuck to the road. Misty screamed at him. Okay, that's enough. Now look, Ash has 6 Pokemon with him and the other 3 in Professor Oak's care. He'll need those Pokemon to compete in the Indigo League as well as 8 badges of Kanto. Brock explained. I already know all that Brock, we don't need any lessons. We need shelter before Misty loses it. Ash said, pointing at the girl scratching her hair furiously. You're probably right Ash, but there aren't any Pokemon centers or cabins for miles. Brock sighed looking around only seeing trees. Bill's lighthouse should be close Ashy, why don't you just run up ahead? Naya suggested. Who's Bill? How do you two know him? Storm asked curiously. Ashy and I went there once almost about 2 years ago, he went as an EV and I was a Jolteon. Bill found us quite interesting. Naya chuckled. Come on you two, there might be something up ahead, let's go see. Ash suggested suddenly to Brock and Misty. There's nothing out here. Ash. I really didn't want to sleep on the mud again and have bug Pokemon crawl all over me. Misty snapped. Then just follow me and stop gripping. Ash snapped back before running ahead before Misty could yell back. Ash soon made it to the beach, where he saw an appealing sunset. Wow, what a sunset. Now let's see where the lighthouse is. Looking around, Ash saw a very tiny Krabby walking by. Ignoring the small crab Pokemon, Ash continued to look until that Krabby sunk its giant claws into the sand as if pinching something. That Krabby did pinch something. Something or someone yelped in pain and jumped out of the sand, scaring the little Krabby and it rushed into the water. Ash stared at the thing that came out of the sand, a small brown fox-like creature with a cream fluffy fur collar and fluffy brown tail with a cream tip. This creature is. You're an EV. Ash pointed, almost screaming like an excited little girl. EV are Ash's favorite Pokemon, next to Mew of course. This particular EV's head fur was really spiky. Stupid Krabby. They always pinch my tail, the EV grumbled and it was female by the sound of it. Hey what were you doing under the sand anyway? Ash asked. The EV turned to Ash. None of your business human. Do do you have a name? Ash asked, wanting to know if this Eevee belonged to anyone since they don't usually live out in the beach. Just Eevee, she said simply. Okay, my name is Ash and I was wondering if you had a trainer. Ash asked. Eevee growled and said, no, but a trainer captured a very good friend of mine 2 days ago. I've been looking for him, but I keep getting attacked by wild Pokemon. Nowhere to sleep or eat, I just bury myself until morning. Oh, so that's what you were doing under the sand. You must have had it rough. What did the trainer look like? Ash asked curiously. He had brown spiky hair, almost like mine and wait, you can understand me? I thought humans couldn't talk to Pokemon. Eevee looked at Ash suspiciously. Ash looked to see Brock and Misty hadn't caught up to him yet. Man, they're slow. Well yeah, I was raised by a Pokemon so it's only natural I'd pick up their language. Ash said with a sheepish smile. Interesting, I've never met a human raised by another Pokemon before. You can understand me, yet you still talk in the human language. Who was your mema? Eevee asked. Before Ash could answer, a small pink cat floated next to the boy and answered for him. By Mew of course, she said with a giggle. Eevee's eyes widened to the size of a pokeball. Oh great and mighty Mew and Child of Mew, it's an honor, she bowed, well, as much as an Eevee can bow. Oh Ashy, it looks like Gary, your feisty rival, has captured this poor Eevee's brother. Mew told her child after scanning the Eevee's mind. Oh, I see. Sorry about that Eevee, Mema here has a habit of reading others' minds. Ash sighed. It's quite alright. Anyway, I should get back underground before the sun sets, a lot of nocturnal Pokemon tend to hunt around this time. Eevee said looking at the sun going down. Hey, if you don't have anywhere to go, maybe you could come with me. The one who caught your brother is my rival and I was thinking maybe together we could. Ash started out, not sure how this Eevee would react to this. Suddenly, Brock and Misty shouted, Hey Ash! Don't run so far ahead like that. Storm soon caught up too as Mew quickly used Transform to become Meowth again. Sorry about that guys, but I was looking for something. Ash apologized. Misty looked over and was surprised to see an Eevee behind Ash, though its fur is a little messy and it's got spiky hair on the top, it was really small and cute. Ah! An Eevee, how cute. I've always wanted one. Misty squealed. What's a rare Pokemon doing way out here? It must have a trainer or it's lost, because they don't live way out here on the beach. Brock suggested. Storm walked up to the female Eevee. What happened to you? And why is the top of your head so spiky? My top fur has always been spiky, I don't know why, it's been like that ever since I was hatched. Eevee said. Hey, isn't this a spiky-haired Eevee? Those are extremely rare, even more so than a shiny Pokemon. Brock said in awe after noticing the spiked fur on the Eevee's head. Spiky-haired Eevee. I've heard of a spiky-eared Piku before, but never this. Ash said, astounded there's something else he didn't know about Pokemon. Oh Ashy, I guess I never did give you the lesson of spiked fur, skin or scales did I? Naya sighed. Because Eevee are so rare, you hardly see any with spiky hair. Brock explained. Oh, spiky-haired Eevee, is that what I'm called? Well whatever. Ash, that offer you made, I guess I could take it. Being under a trainer is better than continually worrying about being eaten or attacked, but only on one condition, you fight me. Eevee smirked. Ash smirked right back and nodded. Brock, Misty, I'm going to try and capture this Eevee. I don't think anybody owns it and even if she does have a trainer the Pokeball won't catch her. Ah, why not let me catch it? Misty whined. I need to catch some Pokemon myself. Brock sighed, remembering he had only 3 right now. Ash took out his Pokédex and scanned the Eevee. Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Eevee can evolve into several different types of Pokemon depending on the situation and can adapt to living just about anywhere. I've always wanted my own Eevee. Now it's time I catch me one. Ash smiled. Good luck with that, Ash. Maybe you should send over one of your other Pokemon first to Professor Oak before catching it, otherwise it'll just end up sent to lab itself, the Pokédex said. Ash, not exactly used to the Pokédex talking back yet, sweat dropped. Right, good idea Dexter, I'll do that. I guess I should send back Butterfree. Dexter. Oh, so now you've given me a nickname, I like that, the Pokédex aka Dexter said that sounded happy. Yeah, anyway, I'm sending Flutter to Professor Oak. Ash said as he pushed the white button in his Pokédex. Yeah, just give me a second. Dexter said as Butterfree's Pokeball disappeared in a flash of light. Okay, Flutter has been successfully sent to Professor Oak. Dexter reported. I swear Ash, that Pokédex of yours is really starting to freak me out. Misty snapped. Oh sure, start freaking out when the machine starts interacting with you people. Dexter snapped, yeah, the Pokemon Electronic Encyclopedia actually snapped at Misty. Wow, I wonder when Dexter started getting his own personality. It wasn't like that when we first started out. Storm wondered curiously. You mean that weird machine wasn't always like that? Wow, it kind of reminds me of a Porygon in a way. Eevee smiled. Nobody, not even Ash, noticed it, but Naya was giggling, she may have had something to do with it. Alright, enough talking, it's time to battle and catch a wild Eevee. Now, who am I going to use for this? Ash now had to make a choice between a Pikachu, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, Charmander or Squirtle. Why not use Cooper? The Squirtle could use some battle experience before you and I start training him, Konoha and Scorch. Naya suggested. Ash held out the premier ball and threw it. Cooper the Squirtle came out. What's my first order of business? Cooper said looking around. Cooper, see that Eevee? That's our opponent, are you ready? Ash said with a grin. Cooper turned to the spiky-haired Eevee and nodded. Oh yeah, time for my first victim. Use tackle. Ash commanded. Cooper withdrew his head and limbs into his shell and hit Eevee. Eevee was thrown back a little but she landed right away and hissed. Eevee ran towards the Squirtle, preparing for a tackle attack herself. You'll have to do better than that. I survived a takedown from an angry Tauros, your little tackle is nothing compared to that. She said before ramming her head at Cooper's head after he drew back out of his shell. Okay, that hurt. Cooper ummed, rubbing his aching head. Shake it off, Cooper. Now try to slow her down with Bubble. Ash said. Cooper blew out bubbles from his mouth and each one popped in front of the Eevee's face. Hey! Knock it off, she snapped before running up to the bubble-blowing Squirtle and used Bite, sinking her sharp teeth on his tail. Ouch. Ow! Cooper yelled in pain. That looked like it really hurt. Misty cringed. That Eevee must have been in a lot of tough battles before. Brock commented. Storm and Naya both held on to their tails. Storm remembered all too well what it's like having his tail bitten or pinched. Naya hated dark-type moves like Bite since she's a psychic type. Withdraw, gain some defense. Ash called. Cooper immediately went into his shell, making it harder for the Eevee to tackle or bite him. Now spin around and use water gun. Ash ordered with a smirk. Cooper twirled his shell around as he shot out jets of water everywhere, soaking not only the Eevee but everyone else in the area. This includes Ash, Storm, Naya, Misty and Brock. Naya was the only one who was laughing. Eevee quickly used Dig to get under the sand and away from the out-of-control water hose turtle. Ash! What were you thinking? Both Brock and Misty shouted after Cooper finally stopped. Sorry guys, I was trying to do a combination, but I guess I'll have to train Cooper a bit before we try that again. Ash apologized. Great, now my fur is all wet, it's going to take hours to dry. Storm grumbled with his yellow fur dripping. It's not so bad, I love water. Naya giggled. Speak for yourself, you're used to living in water, I'm not. Storm sighed as he shook his fur to get as much water off him as possible. Eevee suddenly came out of the sand and pushed Cooper down. Okay, you're asking for it. Cooper growled. Cooper, quick grab Eevee. Ash commanded. Cooper quickly grabbed the Eevee, keeping her from escaping. Now use water gun from the close range. Oh no you don't. Eevee snapped, but Cooper only grinned evilly before drowning her in water. Soon, Cooper released the spiky-haired Eevee and she fell to the sand, soaked and barely conscious. Ash saw his chance and took out his last remaining special Pokeball, the Luxury Ball. The boy threw the Luxury Ball at the Eevee and she was absorbed into it. The black with golden lines ball wiggled a few times then click, she was successfully captured. Ash smiled as he picked up the Luxury Ball. Alright. I caught a spiky-haired Eevee. Great, maybe now you can actually start training the 4 new members now with Mew. Storm smirked, he just couldn't wait for the newbie's reaction to Mew's training methods. Now what am I going to call you? Ash wondered, trying to think of a nickname for a female Eevee. Nickname the Eevee later, look. I see a lighthouse just over the cliff. Misty suddenly said, pointing at a lighthouse. Oh, so that's where Bill's lighthouse was. Ash thought, happy to have both a rare Eevee and a place for Brock and Misty to sleep comfortably tonight. They'll probably have a nice comfy bed, at least. A sleeping bag is not for my beauty sleep. Misty said with a dreamy smile. Maybe they'll even have a kitchen. I could use some tool to make something more delicious this time. Brock smiled. Well come on, let's go. Ash said eagerly as he started running towards the lighthouse with the others right behind him, but not before he returned Cooper back into his premier ball. When they finally made it to the lighthouse, the sun was gone and it was dark and a little creepy. Wow, it sure is a lot creepier up here at night. Misty said, a bit scared. Ash, you and Mew sure there's no vicious Pokemon or bad people in there? Storm asked for reassurance. Ah, you're such a paranoid Pikachu, don't worry, the only thing scary in this place is falling off and not being able to fly. Naya said, not making the Pikachu feeling any better. While Brock and Misty went up to the door, Ash turned to Naya and Storm. Relax Storm, if something dangerous was in there Mema would easily take care of it, now let's go before Misty screams at me again. Ash said. The boy and 2 Pokemon hurried to catch up with the other 2. Brock rang the doorbell. The ring spread through the entire lighthouse, creeping Storm, Brock and Misty out even more. Ash and Naya inwardly laughed. Who's there? A voice from the speaker said. It must be the keeper. Ash said to Brock and Misty. We're travelers and we need a place to stay for the night if you don't mind. I could also use some kitchen supplies to make something for our group and I'll be more than happy to make something for you too if you'd like. Brock answered the speaker. That's great, can you cook without using tofu? Oh sure, I can cook lots of things without using tofu. Brock answered. Wonderful, I've had nothing but tofu since my cook went on vacation. Please, come on in. The door opened up, leading into a dark room. I think I should call Professor Oak, I'd like to see how my other Pokemon are doing. Ash said. Well there's a phone right near you, the speaker said throughout the lighthouse. Thanks. Ash saw a video phone and had a Bellsprout-shaped phone, he chuckled. You sure you should bother Professor Oak at this late hour? Misty asked. He won't mind. Ash said as he dialed in the numbers. You do that little Ashy. I'm going to the top of the lighthouse and see if I can find Kairyu. Naya said as she used teleport. Who's Kairyu? Storm asked. Before Ash could answer, Professor Oak already appeared on the video screen. The Pokemon professor was cooking tofu. "Oh hey Ash, you caught me cooking dinner." Oak smiled. "Hey Professor Oak, I was just wondering how my 4 Pokemon were doing." Ash asked eagerly. "Well, they're doing quite well, I should say. Your Rattata is now the leader of the rat and mouse pack. She's a natural-born leader, I should say. Your Clefairy is getting along just wonderfully with the little Cleffa. Your shiny Nidoran sometimes help me in the lab. And finally the Butterfree you just sent me is spreading pollen over the flowers. I gotta say those Pokemon you caught are very helpful and well-trained." Professor Oak explained. "That's great to know, Professor." Ash smiled. "Just remember, if you want to recall any of them back, just push that white button on your Pokédex." Oak said. "Oh yeah, about the Pokédex, is it possible for them to gain a personality?" Ash asked. No, not that I know of. Why? "Oh, no reason. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, Professor." Ash said quickly. Okay then. Oh, before you go, I just thought I should let you know, Gary has caught 45 Pokemon." Ash's eyes widened. "That many already? Wow, he's a really good Pokemon capturer. Well anyway, I better let you go, my tofu's done." Oak said as he blew on his food and the video shut off. Don't let Gary bother you, Ash, even if he did capture so many Pokemon, we can still beat him," Storm said with a triumphant smile. "Oh, I'm not down about that. I never really cared about capturing all the Pokemon in the world. I don't even think that's possible, rather I just catch the ones I can and really want," Ash said. "Ash, who are you talking to? We didn't say anything about Gary," Misty asked. Ash paled as he remembered Brock and Misty can't understand Pokemon. No one, I was just thinking out loud, that's all." "You really should just tell them, it'll be easier in the long run if you do." Storm sighed, tired of the fact Ash has to keep hiding his ability to talk to Pokemon. "Well, I'm glad to see someone here who knows Professor Oak. I shall reveal myself to you now. I am Bill of the Lighthouse." Turning around, everyone gasped when they saw what looked like a Kabuto. "That's impossible. That's a Kabuto, an ancient Pokemon," Brock said, astounded and disbelieving. "Hey, I'm not a Kabuto. This is a custom, I'm stuck inside it," the Kabuto said. Ash recognized that voice, it was Bill. "How'd you get stuck in that? Come over here, I'll show you." Ash came over to Bill. Bill pointed at a small button under his arm. "This button is what takes me out, but unfortunately these arms are too short and I can't reach it." Ash pushed it. The Kabuto's custom flashed for a second before it literally fell apart and a young man with green hair came out, looking relieved. "Thanks for helping me out, I was trapped in there for hours," the person, presumably Bill, said. "What were you doing in the custom?" Misty asked curiously. "I wear this to help me understand Pokemon more. Wearing this custom helps me get inside its skin and its head. It helps me figure out what they were like back in the ancient times," Bill explained. "You can understand Pokemon wearing a custom?" Ash asked. Bill never did that before. "Well, I can't exactly have conversations with them if that's what you mean. What I mean is I can understand their feelings more while wearing it. I know it's a bit nonsense, but that's how I see it," Bill said. "I think I get it now, it's like you turn yourself into a Pokemon." Ash grinned as Bill nodded. "Just like how Mema always does to me, but for real, speaking of which, where is Mema? She said she was going to the roof. Anyway, take a look at the walls around this lighthouse. As you can see, it shows all the Pokemon in the Kanto region, but not every Pokemon, because some like the evolutionary chain is missing," Bill said as he gestured around. "Wow, there must be like 150 of them on these walls," Brock said, astounded. "It shows me and my evolved form Raichu," but no Piku. Lame. Storm whined. Ash was glad Bill can't understand Storm. There's so many Pokemon we don't know about, but there's one Pokemon I've been wanting to meet for a long time. What Pokemon is that? Misty asked. I'm not sure, but come up to the roof. Bill said. When they were out, high above the tall lighthouse, everyone was amazed by the view of the ocean. Hey Ashy, you finally decided to come up here too? Naya said with a giggle. I remember hearing its voice, saying, I want to meet you, I want to be your friend. For a long time I've been wanting to meet that Pokemon. Bill said. He's talking about Kiryu. Naya said to Ash and Storm while Brock and Misty listened to Bill. You mean that really big Dragonite? Ash asked and Meowth nodded. Really big Dragonite? Is that what this Bill wanted to meet? Storm asked. This gives me a great idea for training those 4 newbies. Ashy, I believe Kiryu and I will be working together for this one. Naya smirked evilly, causing both Ash and Storm to cringe. What exactly do you have in mind, Mema? Ash asked nervously. You're about to find out, Ashy, here comes Kiryu. Naya said excitedly as she pointed out in the dark horizon of the ocean. From the distance, everyone could hear something singing. I want to be your friend, out here in the lonely sea. I didn't want to be alone, with nothing but me. I never wanted to be a monster or a fiend, but I had no choice but to be mean. Nobody wants me, so I go alone to the sea. I want to meet you, because I am lonely, I pray to Mew, I would be your friend. It sang. It sounds like it's singing. Misty said dreamily listening to the singing, though unable to understand the lyrics. Would you care to dance? Brock said as he and Misty started moving around. It sounds so sad, Ash, why? Storm asked sadly, not liking the lyrics too much. Kiryu was abandoned by the other dragon types because he's so big and everyone thought he would hurt them. So Kiryu lives alone out in sea, hoping to one day meet a friend. Naya told the story. I've heard about Kiryu, but this is the first time I actually saw him, he really is big for a Dragonite. Ash said in awe. Dragonite are usually a little bigger than a tall adult human, but this one was bigger than a mountain. I can't believe it's here, it's come back. Bill smiled as he pushed a button, the lighthouse's lights began changing color. Okay Ashy, you and your Pokemon ready for a little training exercise with the world's biggest Dragonite? Naya said with an eager smile. What are we going to do? Storm asked cautiously. You'll see little Pikachu. Don't worry about Brock, Misty, or Bill, time will freeze here while we're practicing. Now let's go. Naya turned back into Mew and used teleport on Ash, Storm and the big Dragonite. Ash opened his eyes and suddenly found himself in the middle of the sea, nowhere near Bill's lighthouse or land. Looking down at himself, he could see he was a Dratini, a long blue and white serpent-like dragon Pokemon. What the? Where are we? Ash heard Storm shout. Looking back, Ash saw a longer Dragonair behind him. Well Ashy, here we are, she said, it was Mew. Looking around, Ash saw Storm, along with his other 5 current Pokemon, Gale, Konoha, Scorch, Cooper and the spiky-haired Eevee he had yet to name. They were all on individual stones on top of the water. What's going on? Scorch asked nervously, keeping her tail high as possible away from the ocean water. Are we stranded out in the middle of the ocean? Cooper asked looking around seeing nothing but sea everywhere. Where's Ash? And Mew? Konoha asked, almost getting panicky. I think Ash and Mew teleported us out here for some training. Gale said, already knowing the method is always unpredictable. You'd guess right, Gale. Mew turned Ash into a Dratini and herself into a Dragonair. Storm said pointing at the 2 serpent dragons. Konoha have experienced Mew transforming others and herself before, but Scorch, Cooper and Eevee weren't used to it and they were shocked. How, was all they said. Listen up everyone. It's time for training. I need to get you 4, Konoha, Scorch, Cooper and, Ian. To get into shape. Ash commanded like a general again and giving the nickname, Ian to EV. Ian. I guess that's an okay name for now. Ian said. So what do we need to do? Scorch asked. First I want to introduce Kiryu. Ash spoke as he turned around to see a huge Dragonite coming up on them. All the Pokemon cringed and backed up, afraid of what that giant of a dragon could do to them. Kiryu looked at them all before smiling and waving. Hi, I'm not used to being around a lot of Pokemon, so please forgive me if my social skills are not what you're used to. All 6 Pokemon stopped and looked at the giant Dragonite. Wait, you don't want to eat us? Gale asked, astounded that something this big could be so friendly. Kiryu sighed and said, everyone always think that when they see me. I know I'm huge, but I'm really a nice mon. I've only wanted a friend and I got one when I met Mew. She promised I could help train you all. Wow, you're a really big Dragonite. I almost can't believe it, that's awesome. Ash exclaimed with stars in his Dratini's eyes, looking up in awe as the giant Dragonite. Why thank you little Dratini, you must be Mew's child. Okay, you explain to them what we're going to be doing. Kiryu said with a smile. Alright, listen up. This is how it's going to work, we'll be training both your strength and stamina for this one. The 6 of you will be working together with Kiryu. You are to ride on him and hang on as long as you can without falling off. Mew will be sending in the Spearow flock and a few ice types after you. You are also to help Kiryu by fending them off, am I clear? Ash said firmly. Nobody made a protest, they all just nodded, but they were nervous about this, including Storm and Gale. Gale was always used to flying by himself, now he has to stir a giant dragon not to get hit by talons, beaks and ice. Okay Kiryu, let them get on your back. Ash said eagerly, just like his mema. Ash was becoming more and more like Mew each day. Mew Dragonair smiled proudly, the time has not yet come, but she knew he'll be a great Mew once it does. Everybody on board. Kiryu said as he laid down in order for the 6 small Pokemon to get on. Gale easily flew up on his back, everyone else had to climb up his tail. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking, I hate the cold. Konoha shivered as Kiryu got red for takeoff. Maybe it won't be so bad, it's kind of like a game. Ian said with her fluffy tail wagging. Of course it's a game. Mew's way is always like a game. Storm said frantically just before the giant Dragonite took off into the sky with blinding speed. While in the sky, everyone looked down to see a fantastic view. Scorch was the most impressed as she always wanted to fly. It's times like these I wish I was a Charizard so I could always fly on my own. I've never flown this high before. Gale was in awe too. Okay little Mons, pay attention, I can see something up ahead. Kiryu warned them, getting their attention to see what was coming. Storm paled when he saw the familiar Spearow and Fearow coming right at them, remembering all too well how he almost died against them. Kiryu flew straight into the flock. The Spearow and Fearow all attacked viciously, pecking and slashing at them with their sharp talons. Kiryu was miming in pain while the 6 smaller Pokemon were panicking. We have to fend them off. Thundershock. Storm yelled as he let loose an electric attack on the birds, stunning them, but not stopping them. Water gun. Cooper sprayed water over the flock around him, soaking them and pushing them away. Vine WHP. Konoha whipped them with his Vine WHP attack, spanking them away. Dragon Rage, the shiny Charmander, Scorch shot out blue energy shaped like a dragon at the birds. Gust, the Pidgeotto blew them away. Take this. And that. Ian repeatedly used Tackle on any Spearow or Fearow that came close since she doesn't have any long-range attack. They were doing a good job and soon the Spearow flock decided it wasn't worth the trouble and pain and flew away from them, barbecued, soaked and bruises. Woo, we did it, we chased them off for a change. Storm said in relief, sitting down and rubbing sweat from his forehead. It's not over yet, look little Mons, up ahead. Kiryu warned before the 6 Mon could relax. They all gasped when they saw 3 ghost ice-like Pokemon appearing before them. They were all female and all deadly. Frostless. I thought they were only in Sinnoh and Hoenn, cried Gale, hating ice types. Where are we anyway? Konoha, being part grass type, hated ice as well. Oh. Didn't Ash tell you? We've been flying through the Sinnoh seas. Our goal is to fly back to Bill's Lighthouse in one piece. Kiryu told them, not at all sounding worried despite having X4 weakness to ice. Mew. Ash, they're both psychotic. What have I gotten myself into? Cooper cried, panicking, and he's the one who's resistant to ice along with Scorch. It started to hail, the Frostless were using hail. Kiryu, along with the other 6, were getting pelted by it. Come on you little Mons, I can't keep flying if you don't send them away. Kiryu warned them as he was having trouble flying in this hail weather. Let me try, they're part ice so they're weak to fire. Ember. Scorch opened her mouth and shot out little fireball. She normally uses her tail flame to use ember, but if she did that here, she may accidentally burn everyone. Unfortunately, the 3 Frostless easily evaded the shiny Charmander's ember attack due to their snow cloak ability. Ugh. I can't hit them. Scorch growled annoyed. This would be easier if you could use sunny day and clear up this icy weather. Konoha said and glared at the incoming ghost/ice types. What are they doing? Ian asked nervously when she saw them forming some kind of energy in their ice-cold hands. You 7 will make a fine addition to our ice Pokemon collection, the 3 Frostless said in a haunting tone before firing Ice Beam at them. Storm, knowing if he dodged then their ride will be frozen and they'll all plummet to their deaths, charged up his Thunder Shock the best he could before releasing a much more powerful electric attack at the incoming ice beams. Take this. Storm. That's Thunderbolt. Gale pointed out. That's great and all, but I could use some help here. Storm said to them while struggling against the 3 ice beams. Right, let's help him. Dragon Rage. Scorch blew out the dragon energy at the ice beam and working with Storm's new Thunderbolt. Razor Leaf. Konoha released several sharp leaves from his bulb at the ice beam. Water Gun. Cooper shot out water from his mouth. Gust. Gale flapped his wings hard to blow away the ice beam. Ah, this isn't fair. I can't do long-range attacks. Ian whined, hating to be left out. The 3 Frostless were soon overpowered and flew away after getting hit by so many attacks at once. Don't worry Ian, maybe Ash can teach you something like Swift or Shadow Ball next time. Storm tried to cheer the spiky-haired Eevee up. Good, it looks like we made it in one piece. Kiryu said in relief as he saw the familiar flashing light of Bill's Lighthouse. The hailstorm cleared up, making it easier to see. Storm and the others were surprised to see Ash and Mew were already on the lighthouse back as a human boy and Meowth. Kiryu landed on the water and held out his arm to the lighthouse to let them off. Last stop, everybody off, he said with a smile. When the 6 Pokemon got off, they were surprised to see nobody except Ash and Naya were moving. Well, how'd it go? I'm guessing it was a success since Kiryu was able to make it here safely with all of you. Ash asked, already knowing the result. If they had failed they wouldn't be here and Mew would have to rescue them. Ash. I learned how to use Thunderbolt. Storm said excitedly. Ash chuckled. I know, I was watching the whole time. Mema has a special way of watching things without actually being there, he winked at the Meowth who giggled. That was fun and scary, let's do that again. Scorch said eagerly. Let's nod and say we did. Konoha sighed, still freezing from the hail. I wish I could have learned Ice Beam, that'll come in handy for grass types. Cooper said. Ash, I need to learn long-range attacks, all I know are physical moves. Ian sighed. Sure, don't worry, you did great out there, Ian. Ash assured her as he rubbed her head. I am never flying in the cold again. Gale shook his feathers. Well, the purpose of this training was to test your strength, skills, stamina and most of all, teamwork. Naya said with a grin. You all did wonderful, I'm looking forward to the next time we can train together again. Ash, Child of Mew and Mew. I thank you for being my friends and giving me the chance to get to know your Pokemon. Kiryu said in respect. We're all friends now. Storm smiled happily at the giant Dragonite, who smiled right back at the tiny electric mouse. I must go now. Kiryu said as he turned around and slowly started walking away. Why? Don't you want to meet Bill? Bill's been hopping to meet you for a long time, Kiryu. Ash said. I can't stay here, Child of Mew, because, you see those three, climbing on the cliff? Kiryu pointed. Using Mew's psychic power, Ash, Storm, Scorch, Ian, Konoha and Cooper floated down to the cliff. Gale just flew with them. They all gasped when they say, Jesse, James and Meowth on the cliff. Like Misty, Brock and Bill, they were frozen in time too. Team Rocket. I know they're here to try and capture me. I would like to meet Bill and become his friend, but that'll have to be for another day when Team Rocket isn't here. Goodbye for now, my friends. And Ash, tell Bill I'm sorry. The Dragonite said as he started leaving again. They floated back on the lighthouse. Ash smiled. I'm proud of you all. He returned all 5 of his Pokemon back into their own Pokeball, Storm being the exception. Mew turned back into Meowth and unfroze time. Bill, Brock and Misty gasped when they saw the giant Dragonite leaving. No, don't go, Pokemon, please. I've waited a long time for a chance to meet you. Bill called, not wanting Kiryu to go before they had a chance to even meet face to face. Sorry Bill, I think that Pokemon has to go now, but I'm sure it'll be back. Ash tried to cheer the poor Pokemaniac up. I guess, but it's too bad that it has to leave, sighed Bill as the sun started to come up. Ah, I wanted to see what it looked like, at least, it had such a appealing voice. Misty sighed. Yeah, and it's the biggest Pokemon I've ever seen. Brock sighed too. Hey, no worries. There's always Pokemon out there in the world, and as trainers and researchers, it's up to us to discover them. Ash said, hoping to revitalize their spirits. You're right, Ash, I couldn't have said it better myself. One day I'll meet that Pokemon again and I know we'll be friends, someday. Bill smiled. I'm sure you will. Ash nodded. That's great and all, but are we ever going to get to Vermilion City? Misty asked, getting tired of traveling and getting lost. You're trying to get to Vermilion City? It's close, all you have to do is keep going south and you're there, you can't miss it. Bill said. Really? Alright. We can finally get to civilization. Misty cheered. It's about time, I have to hit the laundromat soon. Brock said, looking at all their dirty clothes from traveling and never changing or washing their clothes. Okay, let's head to Vermilion City and win the next badge. Ash cheered. It's been a while, but I think it's best if we just get to the city now, Mema. Ash mentally spoke to Naya. Okay, let's go, besides, I'm getting tired of Misty's belly aching anyway. Naya yawned and stretched like a cat. By the way, what happened to Team Rocket? Storm asked. Oh, let's just say I decided it's time they go for a little swim for ruining a perfectly good friendship that could have been forged today. Naya smirked as she pointed out at sea along with the morning sun rising. Storm laughed when he saw those 3 screaming their heads off while being chased by an angry Gyarados, a Gyarados Mew herself conjured up no doubt. As the morning sun rise in the sky, Ash is eager to face this next gym because he knew this gym uses electric Pokemon and that includes Raichu. Storm will prove he's the better fighter, I just know he will. Ash had always wanted to test his Pikachu against a strong Raichu, but that's on the next chapter.